Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Hello, madam, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Dear staff, we are waiting for our guest of honors to join. So just wait for 2 minutes. We are going to start at 10:15 sharp.
Good morning, friends.
Hello, good morning, sir. Ankita, madam, we can
Yes,
start.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. A very good morning to one and all. Learning leads to creativity. Creativity leads to thinking. Thinking provides knowledge, and knowledge makes you great. With this beautiful quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, I, Ankita Shinde, Assistant Professor from SNJB College of Engineering, welcome you all for Faculty Orientation Program on Data Science, organized by AIDS Department of SNJB College of Engineering. I'd like to inaugurate this program by Saraswati Pujan and Navkar Mantra.
सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा.
All, SNJB College of Engineering was established in the year of 2004. Our institute is engaged in imparting quality technological education and providing support to research and development activities. Institute is accredited by National Assessment and Accreditation Council with A grade in 2017. As well, computer and mechanical program with NBA accreditation. Institute got rewarded by various awards such as Best SPPU College in Rural Area as well as Best College by CSI Mumbai chapter in 2018. To welcome is to do the honor, to welcome is to establish integrity. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. V.H. Patil, Chairman, BOS Computer SPPU, Dr. S.S. Sane, Member, BOS Computer, Dr. P.M. Yavalkar, Member, BOS Computer. Now, I request Professor Rajiv R. Bhandari, HOD, AIDS Department, SNJB College of Engineering, to deliver welcome note and also highlight about the objective of organizing this faculty orientation program. Yes, over to you, sir. Hello.
Hello. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ankita, ma'am. A very warm good morning to all. I, Rajiv Bhandari, the head of department at SNJB's College of Engineering, extending my hearty welcome to all dignitaries, participants, and my colleagues. We, the department, feel privileged to host the one-day faculty orientation program on data science. Speaking of demand, there is an immense need for the individual with the data science skill. According to LinkedIn, US Emerging Job Report 2020, the data scientist ranked 3 with 37% annual growth. This field has top emerging job list for upcoming 3 years. Moreover, according to the Glassdoor, in which they listed the top 50 companies satisfying the job in US, the data science is on number 3rd. The SPPU established the AIDS branch from the core of computer branch to impart the data science skill in the student, and we all are the evidence of the same. Let us congratulate and welcome the newly elected BOS member, Dr. Amol Podganwar sir. Thank you, sir, for joining the session. We are fortunate to have Dr. Yavalkar sir. He is coordinating the AIDS branch at BOS Computer. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our management, respected Principal Dr. M.D. Kokate sir, Vice Principal Dr. M.R. Sangvi sir, for allowing us to conduct the FOP at SNJB platform. Sincere thanks to today's resource person, Dr. Deepak Patil sir, Dr. Mahesh Sangvi, and Dr. Khyati Nirmal for accepting our invitation and willing to share the valuable knowledge with our faculty participant. With the sincere effort by our faculty coordinator of today's program, Professor Nilesh Sharma, Professor Ankita Shinde, and Professor Surbhi Pagar, we received around 80 participants from all over Maharashtra. The objective of this workshop is to orient the faculty towards the syllabus of data science and to bring the uniformity in teaching across all colleges under the SPPU Pune. Hope this one-day orientation program will get the valuable insights and direction that will help you to conduct the course. Thanking you. Over to you, Ankita ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. M.D. Kokate, Principal, SNJB College of Engineering, to deliver keynote address.
Thank you, madam. The head of the department, Professor Bhandari, who is organizing this FOP, Faculty Orientation Program, in online mode of AI and DS department in data science subject. The advisory committee, BOS Chairman, Dr. Varsha Patil, madam, Professor Amol Podganwar, Professor Yavalkar, the speakers of this FOP, Professor Patil, Professor Sangvi, Professor Nirmal Khyati, faculty members of AIDS, Mr. Sharma, Mrs. Shinde, Mrs. Pagar, all the participants. On behalf of Sri Neminath Jain Brahmacharya Ashrams, led Sir Kantabai Bhavarlalji Jain College of Engineering, Chandgarh, I welcome you all for this academic cause to maintain the synchronization across the affiliated colleges for the subject of data sciences. As Professor Bhandari has mentioned, that data sciences and the skill in the data sciences has been respected by the industry in the rank in the top positions. And to prepare our learned engineers with the sufficient skill in the particular domain of data sciences, and there is a need to sit together and synchronize our thought process of teaching learning of the subject in the classroom, so that we can touch upon each and every corner of the Bloom's taxonomy to make our students knowledgeable in this domain area. And at the outset, once we are completing this and once you are delivering the lectures and completing the course, we have to ensure that whether we are preparing our learners of our university well capable to have that capability to apply these data science tools for the current market trends and get the better opportunities, better career options in this domain. And for that purpose, we have organized this session. Once again, on behalf of my management, the teachers and students of this college, I welcome you all and I wish you a great success for this one-day FOP on data sciences. Thank you. Thank you, madam. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Before starting our session, on behalf of SNJB College of Engineering, I want to congratulate our newly elected Board of Studies members, Dr. Amol D. Podgantwar, Dr. Nilesh Uke, and Dr. Sachin Babar. Many congratulations to all of you. Now I would like to request Dr. Amol Podgantwar, member, BOS Computer SPPU, to address us.
Yeah, thank you, madam. With the dignitaries on the dais, head of the departments, and all the participants. Convener and head of the department, Dr. Professor Raju Bhandari, sir. Respected Principal Dr. Kokate, sir. Dr. Sangvi, sir, Vice Principal of SNJB College of Engineering, for giving me an opportunity to share the dais for faculty orientation programs on the data science. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thanks for accepting our invitation to organize this faculty orientation programs on the data science to the management of SNJB College of Engineering, principals, head of the department. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the faculty members from the computer engineering, AIDS, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and computer system design that they have elected us as a BOS member. Indeed, it is an honor and opportunity to contribute towards the betterment of the academic. I am overwhelmed with the magnitude of your supports and the help till date, and hope the same eagerness, zeal, determinations will lead to our team to the significant progress qualitatively. As an authority to represent our board and all of you, I will definitely try to contribute through the board of studies for strengthening the various pillars that I would like to enlist here to design, development, and the implementations of a strong curriculum in line with the industry with respect to the NEP 2020. We need to work for the competent teachers and the eager learners. Academic productivity in the classrooms and the laboratory to meet the requirements of the outcome-based education system. After the pandemics, I think this is one of the major thrust area that we need to focus. We need to provide the platforms for the skill development, motivate the stakeholders, and provide the culture to the stakeholders so that we can develop the skill manpower. As the need of the industry is concerned, we need to focus on the internship, training, and the placement also. As a part of the board of studies members, that we need to invite the research cultures along with the IPR contributions. As a part of the NEP 2020, we also need to focus on the social contributions leading to the national progress and the GDP growth, as well as the national enrollment ratio of India. As we know that the NEP 2020 is majorly focused on the interdisciplinary and the multidisciplinary approach. So as a part, we need to definitely look into how the interdisciplinary and the multidisciplinary approach can be provided to the students as a part of the BOS, and inclination towards the higher educations. We have witnessed that previous board have done a very extraordinary work and apply the efficient method to reinforce these pillars in a very collaboratively. We have already gone through the major revisions of the syllabus and received the very encouraging feedback. I must appreciate the contributions of everyone for it. Now, again, we need to look into the feedback from all over the stakeholders. That is very important and extremely important for us to gauge the impact and the effect. I appeal all of you to actively contribute through the open communications to enhance or refine the contents and or the practice to march towards the flawless and the efficiency outcome. I once again thank you all my well-wishers and the colleague for giving me the opportunity to contribute for the betterment and enrichment of the BOS in computer engineering, artificial intelligence and data science, artificial intelligence and machine learning, and computer system design. On behalf of BOS, I assure the fair practice and the conductions with all your supports. So once again, thank you very much. And I hope that these faculty orientation programs will definitely enable us to understand that what sort of the practice and the methodology can be adopted to enrich the, to provide the good content in view of the outcome-based educations. And once again, thank you very much to the management of SNJB College of Engineering for providing me an opportunity to share the dais and share my views on behalf of the Board of Study Computer Engineering. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable guidance. Now, I also want to request Dr. P.M. Yavalkar, coordinator and member of BOS Comp, to address us about this faculty orientation program.
A very good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
A very good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
On behalf of Board of Studies Computer Engineering, firstly, I would like to congratulate and thanks to the management of SNJB College of Engineering, Principal Dr. Kokati sir, Head of Department for Artificial Intelligence and Data Science, Professor Rajiv Bhandari, and all the team members who have been taking efforts in conduction of this faculty orientation program on data science. With an intention to give a common platform where all the faculties can think of giving the common inputs to all the students in various institutes. Board of Studies Computer Engineering has put in a practice of organizing the faculty orientation program for the newly introduced subjects. As we all know that Artificial Intelligence and Data Science is a newly introduced branch by Board of Studies Computer Engineering. Thanks to Dr. Varsha Patil ma'am for showing faith in me while coordinating all the syllabus design related activities at second year and third year level of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science branch. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the peoples who have contributed in preparing the detailed draft for all the subjects in this second year and third year Artificial Intelligence and Data Science. Specifically for today's data science, Dr. D.V. Patil, Dr. Mahesh Sanghvi, and all the team members have contributed and prepared a very industry-oriented, which would fulfill the requirements of industry, syllabi for the subject data science. I hope the sessions that you'll have throughout the day today will give you all the insights that are required while teaching this subject. All the resource persons will definitely take care of those, where, which point, which needs to be, to what depth is what we expect, so that all the students get the outcomes that we are expecting. I would like to thank management SNJB for giving me this opportunity to interact with all you peoples. I wish all the best for today's program, and I'm sure that all of you will be taking a very good insights related to the subject, and that will definitely help you while teaching the subjects in your institute. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your views. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and in very short duration, we are going to start our technical session. I want to thank all the dignitaries for their valuable presence. Thank you so much all. Moving towards our sessions, I want to extend a warm welcome to our first speaker, Dr. Deepak V. Patil, Professor and Head of Computer Engineering Department, GES RH Sapat College of Engineering, Nasik. Sir have completed his MTech in Computer Engineering in 2004 and PhD in Computer Science and Engineering in 2013. He has total 24 years of teaching experience and have published various papers in various publications and conferences. I welcome you, sir. Now I request sir to continue with the session. Over to you, sir.
Yes, good morning to all. Uh, we'll start with the session. I don't know what's the problem. Some humming noise we are getting. Is it okay now?
Sir, echo is there. I think you are connected with the two devices, sir.
No, I am on single device only. I will just check whether I am in two meetings. That I need to check. हेलो नहीं मोबाइल पे नहीं हूँ मैं मोबाइल पे नहीं सिंगल ही हूँ। I think the problem is solved now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll continue with the session. Please start screen sharing for me.
Just a minute, sir.
Yes, sir. You are co-host now, sir. You can share the screen. Madam, you just.
Yes, sir. You can share your screen.
Okay.
I'll stop sharing.
I will.
Yeah.
Okay, so let us start with our session. So welcome to this faculty orientation program on data science. And as per instructions from BOS member or BOS or representative Dr. Yavalkar, actually I am not supposed to teach the teachers, but I'm supposed to tell from where we should teach, what should be the depth of our teaching, and like that I'm supposed to conduct. So, but still, if I have to tell you about all those things, we will have to go through some PPTs, and then only it will be possible for me to convey you what should be the depth, up to which point we should cover in the syllabus. Okay, so for this first unit, we need to refer the Han Campbell's book. Okay, Han Campbell's book we are supposed to refer. and for the data pre-processing and initial those things we'll cover here. Okay, so first we'll start with the course outcome of this unit. So the course outcome given here is to understand need of data science. Okay, but now I have some modification to this CO, and you can add to understand and apply data pre-processing techniques. So that will come to the BT level 3. Bloom's taxonomy apply, we can acquire with this. Okay, so you need to modify the course outcome. Okay, and you will say the university has given the course outcome. You can modify the course outcome according to the available chapter and what what is the exact outcome of the unit, and accordingly we can modify the outcomes. So in my view, the outcome can be modified to understand the basics of data science and understand and apply data pre-processing technique. That can be our course outcome. So if you will go through the syllabus, the CO given is this one. Please note, if you will go through the syllabus, the CO given is to understand the need of data science, but I am suggesting to modify it with to understand and apply data pre-processing techniques also, because major part in this unit is data pre-processing techniques. So as per our syllabus, the student will be able to understand the data pre-processing technique and they will be able to apply the data pre-processing techniques also. So our course outcome can be modified like as I have mentioned here. Okay, so we'll move towards the basics of data science. So in data science basics, you are supposed to tell about the data science basics. So what data scientists are using, or data science in other words?
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Actually, sir, your screen, your slides are not moving, sir. Only first slide is visible here.
Now, is it moving?
No, no, sir, no, sir.
So what can be done in this case?
Sir, actually, you need to share your whole window. Then slides will be visible to us.
Okay. Actually, I am used to this Google Meet. So we know everything about Google Meet here. Again, I have to share, new share. Okay. And show all windows. That was one of the options. Now, can you see the slides moving?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll start again and we'll see what happens. Okay, now slides are visible.
Yes, sir.
Slides are moving.
No. Again, the same problem is there.
That's a great problem.
Kindly share your presentation so that way the slides will be moving in the face.
I will stop sharing first. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is share. Can you see what is happening? Share screen. I have clicked.
Yes, sir. Click on share screen and share your presentation. And when you press F5 button, the screen will be like the moving in the position of moving.
Share screen is there. Okay, share screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now presentations are moving.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let us start with the first point again. So the course outcome for the first unit given is in the syllabus is understand need of data science, and I am suggesting to modify it to understand and apply data pre-processing techniques. So we can take this unit to the upper level of this Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, so please modify accordingly understand and apply the data pre-processing technique along with the understand need of data science. Okay, so I hope you have understood. Now, what is data science? So it is use of programming, math, and statistics to gain insights and drive the organizational strategy. Okay. So, in other words, in data science, we have to deal with the statistics, maths, and the programming to have some strategy in the department. And data scientists are highly skillful at machine learning, data modeling, and use of algorithm to automate the process. So this is one of the point in the data science basics. So the main thing is use of statistics and maths and programming. That is the main thing. Then the data scientist must have the domain expertise. So if you are working in medical field, some medical domain knowledge is necessary. Now there will some, okay. For example, data science research in healthcare can drive, diagnose, help prevent disease, to teach computers to read X-rays and MRIs. Okay, so data science in healthcare is there, so we can use take the help of data science to diagnose the diseases. Okay, then even to prevent the diseases, and we can make the computers read X-rays and MRIs. So this is one example. Now someone will ask the question, sir, what is the difference between the data mining and the data science? So I would just like to say that data mining is one of the steps in the data science. Okay, data mining is one of the steps in data science. So there is a thin line of difference actually between these techniques. So I hope the main thing you have understood that data science, that is programming, maths, and statistics for the decision-making processes or deciding the organizational strategies. And while teaching this data science, the most important thing is we should be able to give some examples. Like the student should be able to understand why we should go for the data science. So the simple example, I have taught many times this data mining subject, and the example I always like to give is there are many car companies are there in India, like Suzuki is there, then the other companies, Tata and Mahindra, and some German technologies are there. So the sale of some cars are sales is very high, and for some cars it is not having that much sale. So the car company who are having less sale will go for this processing on the data, and they will try to find out. Say for example, you can see a lot of Maruti Suzuki cars on the road, and why so many cars are purchased, why it is so popular. So other companies will have to do the analysis of that, and after analyzing the available data,
69 participants
and they can find
मैं ये लड्डू खाऊं हाँ ये आइडिया टीचर्स पे कल ही आया है कल किससे आया
Sing ma'am, please.
Please mute yourself. Please, participants, mute yourself. Yes, sir, you can continue.
So the other companies can find out why Suzuki cars are so popular. So one of the parameters is the maintenance cost for these Suzuki cars are less. The spare parts are also not so costly, and in that way you might have seen the advertisement that some companies are offering 5 years servicing is free, so you are not worried to about the servicing of the vehicle for 5 years, and in this way they can find out the way to improve their business. So such examples can be given to the students so that they can understand why we should go for this data science. Another thing is the doctors can take help of these techniques. Historical data can be used to generate some patterns, and when the new case comes, the doctor can compare the cases with the available patterns, and it will help the doctor in diagnosing the diseases. Of course, the doctor can diagnose the disease, but in case of some complex things, they can be confident while taking the decision on diagnosing the diseases. So that may be one of the example for this why we need the data science. Okay, the next point in the syllabus given is the comparison between the information science and data science. So what is information science? So I will just focus to these highlighted things. So information science investigates properties, behavior of information, forces governing the flow of information, and means of processing the information for optimum accessibility and usability. So this is the information science actually. So properties of the information, behavior of information, forces governing the flow of information, and the means of processing information for optimum accessibility and usability. So this is all about the you can say some part of storage and the generation of the data. All this comes under the information science. Okay. So it is concerned with the body of knowledge relating to origination, collection, organization, storage, retrieval of the data, interpretation of the data, transmission of the data, transformation and utilization. Not data, but this is the information actually. So there is a point in the syllabus. The students have to compare the information science with the data science. So these are the points on which basis the students are supposed to compare the information science and data science. Okay. So this is nothing but the behavior, storage, retrieval of the information. Whereas in data science, we have to use the data and we have to apply some statistics and mathematics to gain insights. That is nothing but to generate the patterns from the data to take some decision. Patterns, in other words, we can say the set of rules that can be generated from the available data. That is data science. Whereas the information science deals with the properties of the data, behavior of the, properties of the information, behavior of the information, forces which are governing the flow of information, and processing of the information. That is covered in the information science. Okay. The information science also covers authenticity of information representation in natural and artificial system. So use of codes for efficient message transmission, the study of information processing devices. This comes under the information science, and we have, I think the computer engineering peoples have already studied this subject, the information processing one. So another definition of information science is, it is interdisciplinary science derived from related fields such as mathematics, logic, linguistics, psychology, computer technology, operation research, graphics, arts, communication, and management. So all this comes under the information sciences. So I think you have got some flavor about what is information science and how to compare the information science with the data science. So the next point in the syllabus is what is business intelligence and why we should go for business intelligence. So business intelligence refers to an infrastructure that collects, analyzes large amount of data to give organization a clear and comprehensive picture of their data. The goal of BI system is to give stakeholders clear and customized view. So see, this is the diagram which gives clear difference between business intelligence and data science. So business intelligence processes on the past data and it gives some reports, ad hoc reports, then some dashboard alerts, queries, and which helps in some decision making process of the organization. Okay, so business intelligence basically deals with the how to increase the revenue of the any organization. Business intelligence deals with improving the revenue of any organization. Then sorry, to improve the revenue of any organization, you need to reduce the losses. So the business intelligence helps you to, for any organization, to find out where the wastage is there that can be found using all these reports and the ad hoc things. Then customer satisfaction is one of the issues in the business intelligence. So customer satisfaction is also part of the business intelligence, and contrary to it, data science, as we have discussed, it gives us some set of rules to make some decision making process. So business intelligence, what are the benefits of business intelligence? Faster analysis, intuitive dashboards, increased organizational efficiency, data driven business decisions, improved customer experience, improved employee satisfaction. So employee satisfaction is also one of the issues in the business intelligence which are handled here. Trusted and governed data and increased competitive advantage. Okay, so here you can see, and data science, what it is doing, data science is the predictive analysis. So based on the past data, it gives the future predictions. Okay, what is the basic difference between these two? Based on the past data, data science gives the future predictions, whereas in business intelligence, based on the past data, we need to take some decision to improve the organizational processes. That is the basic difference between the data science and business intelligence. So up till now, from the syllabus, we have seen the comparison of data science and information science, and the difference, because in syllabus business intelligence versus data science is given. So in this way, the some points I could not put in the PPT, but the most important point in the business intelligence is to increase the revenue, to reduce the losses. So in other words, to improve the profit of the organization. Then the customer satisfaction we need to improve. For that, we go for the business intelligence. Okay, and it processes on the past data only. There is no future prediction, but some conclusions are there for the future decisions for the organization. So this is the you can say business intelligence data structure, and so that's all about this business intelligence. Of course, the data generated, the report generated through the business intelligence are to be used by the data scientist also. So why to use data science? So Aristotle said that the secret of success is to know something that nobody else knows. So this is the most important thing. And if you know something that nobody other knows, then you can excel in your business. So there is competition of services. It is not only on the price. Competition is on services, and then the CRM, customer relationship management, is there. Then data science is required in the security. Then homeland defense. These are some of the requirements of the data science. So what are the data science applications? So the credit card scoring, there is point in the syllabus. So these are some of the applications of data science: credit card scoring, market basket analysis, retention modeling of the customers, the response modeling, online analytics, social media analytics, social network, fraud analytics, HR analytics, process analytics. These are some of the applications of the data science. So another point in the syllabus is what are the types of the data. So these are the different types of the data. So relational data, transactional data. What is relational data? The data in our databases, we can call it as the data in our databases, we can call relational data, then transactional data. Transactional data, generally we go to the mall and that receipt is generated, that is nothing but the transactional data. Whatever items purchased by us comes under this category of the transactional data. Then spatial data, temporal data, spatio-temporal, that is spatial data like maps, temporal data where the time is involved, and the spatio-temporal, so the locations with the time, that is the spatio-temporal data is there. Then time series data is there. So time series data, like example is say the movement of the earth is recorded with reference to the time, that is the time series data. Like many things are recorded with reference to the time. Like in the share prices are shown with reference to the day, week, and that is also a time series data. Then the text data, images, videos, then sequence data, that is nothing but the genome data, explaining the various parameters in the genome. Then features from processing other data sources. These are some of the types of data in the, you can say, used in the data science. So again, variables, different types of variables are there, numerical variables, then nominal or categorical. So, you know, category 0, 1 or 1, 2, 3, that can be, then the male, female, that can be the categorical data, you say. Ordinal data, so it is, ordinal data is nothing, but it is also a categorical data, but order is fixed. So that is called ordinal data. So you can show a simple data set to the students like this so that they can understand what is historical data and how it can be used to take some decision that can be shown on to the students. Okay. So now we have to move towards our point, data processing. And why we should go for data processing, that we are supposed to tell the students. So data pre-processing is what we need to improve the quality of the data. Okay. So data quality is very important. Why? Accuracy. So if data is accurate, then the results, the conclusions, the patterns developed with it will be accurate. Otherwise, we may go to some wrong conclusions. So again, we need to have the completeness in the data. Some attributes may not be recorded, or they may be unavailable. In that case also, the predictions made by using this data will hamper the quality. Then consistency of the data should be there. So, you know, data should be consistent. Then timeliness. So if you will refer 50 years old data for the marketing your product, then it may not be useful, and you will need the current trends here. Whereas the timeliness for diagnosing some diseases, the older data may help us. So it depends on the what application you are going with. So timeliness is very important, and for the current organizational decisions, we need the latest data. So older data will not be useful. So timeliness of the data is very important in this case, and this timeliness has multiple aspects actually, and if you will give some thought process, you can understand the timeliness. Then believability. So the data should be trustable. Otherwise, you cannot if some fake data is there, then there may be some wrong predictions. So trustability of the believability of the data is also important. Then interpretability. So how easily data can be understood? That is one of the issues. Okay. So what are the different data pre-processing methods? So in our syllabus, we have to deal with these methods. Data cleaning. So in data cleaning, we are supposed to work on noisy data only and outliers data and resolving inconsistencies. And here we are not supposed to go for missing data, because that part is covered in the next units also. So I think the teacher is not supposed to cover this missing here, but that can be covered by him in the next units also. So in data cleaning, what you have to cover: noisy data, how to handle the noise in the data, how to identify the outliers and how to remove the outliers, and how to resolve the inconsistencies in the data. That you are supposed to teach in the data cleaning method. Different methods are there, and we will see one by one in details. Okay, next method is data integration and integration of multiple databases we have to do. And see here the data cleaning, why we need to go for data cleaning and how the noise is introduced in the data, that we are supposed to tell the students. Because then and then only they will be able to understand why we should go for the handling the noisy data and how the noise can be found. So if you will go through the books, they have given very good methodologies and how the data is the noise is introduced. So the basic reasons for introducing noise is many times the peoples are not ready to give the information. Okay, that is one of the reasons. Then many times the data is received from some sensors, and in that case the data malfunctions, and that is also one of the reasons how the noise is introduced. Many times while transmission of the data, the data is corrupts, and then noise is introduced in the data. Again, while data entry also, the operator, the human error is there while the data collection, and that also creates a problem. Okay. So these are the various examples how the data noise is introduced in the data. And what are outliers? Outliers are the data which is not following the normal pattern. Okay. and that is the outliers. So we need to give the example to the students, like maximum students in the class get first class, but there is some student who gets around 90% mark. Now we have the grade system, but previously we were having the percentage. So the student who gets 95% marks can be considered as an outlier in the class. Again, so there are the average height of the student is around 5.5 or 6. If some student is having 6 feet height, then he may be considered as outlier because he will not match with the normal pattern. So that can be one of the examples of the outliers. Now, while teaching the data integration, we need to tell the students why we need the data integration. So basically, if you will see, the need of integration is, so if Amazon wants to do the data mining on its the data processing on its data all over the world, in that case there will be the database schema may be different. If database schema is not different, again you can see the prices in US are in dollars, whereas in India it is in rupees, and the Amazon Europe is handling the currency as a euro. In that case, the data integration is required. We need to make the data in the uniform format. So either you need to convert a dollar to say rupees to dollar, euro to dollar, or everything in the euro, and then we can have we can go for the data mining for all the data of Amazon all over the world. So that these are some of the problem. Again, there are some problems with database schema also. The naming convention may be different, and that we'll see in the data integration handling methods also. Then next method is data reduction. So dimensionality reduction is there, numerosity reduction, and data compression. These are the different methods in the dimensionality reduction. So why we should go for dimensionality reduction? Again, one of the reason is data integration. Another reason is we want to see if you have a very large data sets, big data, yeah, or you can say the high dimensional data. In that case, what happens? Sorry, the processing time will be higher, the space complexity will be higher, the time complexity will be higher, and in such a case we need to go for the data reduction techniques. And so these are some of the techniques, and we will go in detail which techniques we are supposed to cover while teaching to the students. Next method in the data pre-processing is the data transformation and data discretization. So 3 data normalization techniques are there. So why we should go for the transformation, and that we'll see in detail the different methods of normalization and the concept hierarchy generation, that also we'll see. So data cleaning, what are the techniques? Incomplete data is there, so we need to this incompleteness is covered under the missing data, and as I said, as the missing data is also we have to teach in the next unit. So in the first unit it can be skipped and can be covered in the next unit. Otherwise, there are different methods of handling missing data. Around 8 to 10 methods are there, and there is slight change in the methods, and it is easier to understand for the students, and they can understand this handling the missing data. Then noisy data. So they have given this example: salary is -10 is error. Then inconsistency of the data, age is this much, but date of birth is showing some other age. Then in some case the rating is 1, 2, 3. In some case it is ABC. So that is inconsistency in the data. discrepancy between duplicate records. So at one place, the pin code of one city will be different. At another case, it will be different. So that is nothing but the discrepancy in the duplicate records. And some noise is intentional. January 1 is everyone's birthday. In India or in Maharashtra, June 1 is the birthday because that particular student, of course, it's a historical thing. Previously, the peoples were sending to their children to the school with birthday June 1. So missing data, as I said, we are not supposed to cover here. So already this we have already discussed. So what are the methods to handle the noisy data? First method is binning method. So okay, the example is there. So in binning method, we sort the data and then partition them into the bins. And then three methods are there: smoothing by bin mean, smoothing by bin median, and smoothing by bin boundaries. So we'll see these methods in detail. Then regression method is there: smooth by fitting the data into the regression function. Then clustering is used to find out the outlier. So in cluster, the data which is away from the centroid of the cluster is an outlier. After formation of the final cluster, if the data points are quite away from the dense data, then it is considered to be outlier and we have to remove that data from the cluster. And then combined computer human inspection is there. So this is the binning method. So equal width partitioning. So divide the range into n intervals of equal size. We'll directly go to the example. We are not supposed to go in details of this. So this is the data set given, and I think Snehal ma'am has raised her hand and wants to ask some question. Yes, ma'am. Do you have some question? Unmute yourself and ask the question, or otherwise I will have to continue. Okay. Yes. Okay, so this is the given example: stored data for prices in dollars. So this is the data given, and we have to partition it into the equal frequency bins. And so this is bin 1. This data is being sent to bin 1, and this is sent to another bin, and this one is in the third one. The data is sorted, you might have seen. And now this data is not a smooth data, noise is there. So we have to remove the noise from this data. We need to smooth this data. So what we can do, we can find out, the first method is means method. So find out the means for this and bin a particular bin, and then replace all numbers with the bin. Then find out mean for this, replace all numbers with the mean. So this is the method. Another method is by bin boundaries. So here we need to find out the data which is closer to the maximum numbers in the bin, and we can replace those numbers with the bin boundaries. Okay. So this is the method to smooth the data. So 4 is closer to maximum numbers. So 4 has been, the other numbers are been replaced with the bin boundary, the boundary which is closer to maximum numbers. Okay. So this data discrepancy detection using the metadata, and that also again some commercial tools are there. Data scrubbing tool is available for detecting the errors and correcting it. Then data auditing is there. So we need to find out the correlation and clustering methods to find out the outliers in the data. Yes, data integration. Actually, data integration is also one of the points in the next units, but still we'll cover here. So data integration. So as I said, there are we have seen the example of the Amazon corporation, and if they want to do the data analysis for all their organizations throughout the world, then they need to bring some data into the uniform format, and that is nothing but say data integration, one of the things. And see, other examples are like the weight in India we calculate in kgs, whereas the US people count the weight in terms of pounds. So that is also the matter of data integration. So like many examples are there. Here they have given in the data schema. Sorry. In the database schema, A dot customer ID and B dot customer hash. So there may be two different attribute names, and we need to integrate the database schema into a single schema. So that is also because integrate metadata from different sources, and then we come to conclusion that A dot customer dash ID is equal to B dot customer dash hash. So they are the same attributes, and in this way we need to bring the schema into a single format. And then entity identification problem is there. Bill Clinton is equal to William Clinton. Then data value conflicts. So real world entity attribute values from different sources are different. So as I said, weight is in pound, weight is in kilograms. So that is the thing. Different representation, same example is useful here. So this correlation analysis is the part of the next unit. So this data integration will be covered in the next unit actually. So although it is part of data pre-processing technique, these all things are part of data pre-processing techniques, but we need to find out the correlation while integrating the data. But these things are part of the next units in the syllabus, so that will be covered there only. So actually some examples were integrated by me here, but it beyond scope of the unit 1. So if the slides can be shared with the participants, so they can use these ready examples. Of course, these PPTs are available or online available. If you will go to Han Canvas site, these PPTs are available. And of course, I forgot to tell that maximum syllabus, this data pre-processing syllabus, we have to teach from Han Canvas book, which is one of the standard books in the data processing. So next point in the syllabus is data reduction. So we have to go for dimensionality reduction, numerosity, and data compression. So we'll see one by one. So attribute subset selection is one of the method. Attribute subset selection is one of the methods. So we might have many attributes in the data set. It is also called as features. So attributes or features, that is a record is there, and in each record multiple attributes are there. So all attributes are not useful while drawing the rules or while finding out the patterns or while learning method. All attributes are not necessary. In that case, we need to find out the subset of these attributes, and these are the three methods: forward selection, backward elimination, and decision tree induction is also one of the method for attribute subset selection. So in the forward selection, we have the initial this attribute set, and we start with the empty set, and the important attributes are added to the set, and thus we get the reduced attribute set. Okay, this is just like you want to select the team for India, so you will have initially the reduced set, and one by one important players you will be adding to the team. And in this way, if you have the 16 players team, you can find out the best 10 players which will play in the match. Like that, one by one you will go on adding the players, and in this way the reduced attribute set you can get. Then backward elimination, so we have the complete set, and unimportant attributes, non-important attributes are reduced from the set one by one, and thus we get the reduced set. Another method is the decision tree induction, where you can see here 6 attributes are there, but when the decision tree will be learned on this data, this attribute set, you can see A4, A1, A4, and A6. Only 3 attributes are there. So these are the required attributes for learning. We can conclude from this, and the reduced set we can get from the decision tree. So in this way, for data reduction, we have the attribute subset selection method, and mostly this is very important point and can be asked in the exam. So the teacher has to focus on these 3 methods. Then we have this regression analysis. We can reduce the data with the regression also. So one is dependent variable and another is independent variable. So we can calculate that with the help of this best fit method. Then we can use the histograms for reducing the data. You know, this histogram, it represents multiple ranges in the single this one. Divide data into buckets and storage average for each bucket. So in this way, like how many students in the class have got this much, say this scale is different, but you can consider this example as how many students have got first class distinction. Like that, the data compression can be done with the histogram. Then clustering is one of the methods to for data reduction, because we can partition the data and similar data is clustered together. Okay. So this clustering also helps us in reducing the data. Then sampling method is there. So we can use the sample of the data which can represent the whole data set. So here sample is in terms of tuples. You can say if you have 1 lakh tuples, you can get 10% samples, that is 10,000 tuples to represent your whole data set. And in this way, you can go for the data reduction. Okay. So the example is, if you have 1 lakh tuples for some historical data, you can reduce to 10% samples. So you can get randomly, you can select 10,000 tuples from that data, which can use for the learning method. So choose representative subset of the data. But here the problem is skew, data skew may be there. The data skew may be there, only some, in other words, data imbalance data may be there. There may be data of the same class, maybe more, and for another class, maybe very less. That is the imbalanced data, or the skew is there. And in that case, the conclusion may lead to the wrong conclusions, may be the outcome of that particular learning process. So we need to handle that. And so adaptive sampling is there, that is stratified sample. Okay. So simple random sampling is there, sampling without replacement is there. That is, if one tuple is once selected, it will not be selected again. That is sampling without replacement. And then sample with replacement. In that case, the sample which has been selected randomly may be again selected. That is sampling with replacement. Then stratified sampling, partition the data set, draw samples from each partition. So this will give the unskewed data, you can say. So the example of this stratified sample is that we want to do some learning on based on the data of the Indian peoples. So the South Indian peoples will have different characteristics. The mid India, the North India, the Northeast people, they are having the different characteristics. In this case, in this stratified sampling, what we have to do, proportionately we'll take the samples from each strata, like the South Indians, mid India, North Indians, Northeast, like that. That is called the stratified sampling. So this is with and without this one. Again, we can go for the data aggregation for this the data reduction technique. So data aggregation, we can use the average data. So one of the method is which is very useful in the this data science and data warehousing is the data cubes. Here you can see the representation of the data in the form of data cubes. And with very less space, we can represent data here. So here you can see the cities and the sales for the particular home entertainment product. Then quarter-wise, it can be shown, city-wise, and the different items that can be seen here. Okay. Month-wise, the data can be stored, like so many options are there. Now the data transformation. So normalization methods are there for data transformation. Min-max normalization is there. So this is the formula for the min-max normalization. This is the normalized value V dash. So this is the given value, and we have this range is given 0 to 1. So we have to normalize this data in the range 0 to 1. So income range is 12,000 to 98,000, and we have to normalize it to the 0 to 1 values. So new income comes and we have to map it to the this 0 to 1. So these are the mean and max values, and this is the given value, this one. This is minimum value, that is 12,000, which is given here, and maximum value given is what? This 98. Okay, and this we have to normalize. So this 73 is normalized to 0.716. Okay, so min max normalization, and these problems will be asked in the exam. So such a problems you need to teach in the class. Then Z-score normalization, where mean and standard deviation is given, and you can derive the new value from this formula. This is the value given, and this is the mean value and a standard deviation, and we can get the new value. So actually here the example is missing. Mu is there, and then the standard deviation is there. This 7300, this value new V is considered here. Oh, that is different value actually. Okay. But in the exam this mu and standard deviation and this V will be provided, and the student has just to calculate the Z-score normalization. Then next normalization is the normalization by decimal scaling, and this is the thing. 10 raised to j, where the example is not there. I will play one video where the example is given. Then data discretization is there. So for discretization, this binning and histogram, which we have already seen, these methods can be used. So concept hierarchy generation is one of the methods. So in concept hierarchy, very simple one example is given here. So according to age, we can convert the age group into U. Age is given, but we can reduce the data with help of this youth, adult, and senior. Okay. So particular range will be there for youth, particular age range will be there for adult, and particular age range will be for seniors. Another this concept hierarchy generation example is the daily data will be converted into the weekly data. Weekly data can be represented as a monthly data. Then monthly representation can be a quarterly representation, and the quarterly can be yearly, and this can be done reverse also. Yearly to quarterly, quarterly to monthly, monthly to, that is called drilling and rolling. So that is drilling and rolling. Okay, so that is all about the points. Again, for the this data reduction histogram analysis, we have already seen. Okay, I think we are about to finish our this one. Now the mapping is given in the syllabus, and you see this COPO mapping table is there. So so we'll just go to some. Okay, before going to that one, I would just like to show you. This is hand canvas book, and the unit one you can teach from these pages of hand canvas. This is edition 3. I have. It is available online. Sorry. It is available online. You can download these books, all the examples, and very nicely explain the things. And You can use this one. All the points are covered here. So these are the data reduction techniques and attribute subset selection. Again, we have not covered this part, that is the wavelet transform is also there for the data reduction. And as we are having around 7 hours time period is there, so we can also we need to teach this wavelet transform also. So this is available here in the Han Campbell's book. Now we'll go for this how the PO mapping is done, that we have to discuss. Whatever is PO mapping we have given. I'm just searching for the POs so that we can see how this CO to PO mapping is done. Okay. So here we have shown that this mapping CO1 is CO1 maps with PO1. So what is this PO1? Engineering knowledge, apply knowledge of engineering, mathematics, science, and fundamental to solve the complex engineering problem. So that's why we have shown here by 1. It is the mapping is on the scale of 1 to 3. So some mapping is there, will show by 1 if and the strong relation is there, can be mapped, then we have shown it by 3. So with this pre-processing, they can help to solve the problem. So that's why it is 1. Then second PO is what? Problem analysis, identify, formulate, review research literature and engineering problems, conclusion, the first principle of mathematics, natural science and engineering science. So they can analyze the problem. So that's why we have shown here with the 3. Then third PO is what? design and development of solutions. So you can see it is indicated by 2. Then PO4, conduct an investigation of complex problems. So the correlation is this one. Then PO5 to PO8 are not mapping. Why? Modern tool usage 5. See, actually, we can show 1 in 5 also, because we are using some tools for data pre-processing. In that case, you can show it 1 here, 1 or 2, depending upon how rigorously you are using those tools for data pre-processing. In that case, this can be made 1 actually. Engineer and society, so you cannot take you cannot help or take care of the social, health, legal and cultural issues here. So we have shown it by dash. For environment also, you cannot do it. 8 is ethics. Even you can protect the data privacy with this data pre-processing. You can show 1 here, 1 or 2 actually. So whatever is given by here by the syllabus setters is not final one. You can modify it accordingly, how you can apply and teach to the students, and you should be in position to show that this I have taken and I can do that. Another thing is, if these points are not covered here, you can have some additional expert talk or some arranging some video lecture on this, and you can fulfill the POs which are not fulfilled by this syllabus. That I would like to tell. Another thing is, I don't know whether I'm entering into Kathy Madam's lecture, but I have some good sources which I think we should use while teaching. So this is one site actually. Maths is fun. And variance, say we have to teach to the student. So this Maths is fun is a site, and it's quite interesting. So here they have explained the standard deviation and variance with very funny example. So they have shown this example, how to calculate the standard, what is standard deviation and what is variance, that they have shown with the help of these dogs of the different breeds. And you see the example is quite interesting, and you can attract the students to the screen when they will see such a examples, and of course very easy to understand also, they will remember this. So first we have to find out the mean. From they have found the height of each dog and the average, that is mean of the height of the dogs, and then from this mean what is the difference of height for each dog. So this is the difference of height of the each dog from the mean, and then they have calculated the variance, and from that variance, square root of this variance is the standard deviation. So they have shown the standard deviation here. So the students will understand the things very nicely by using such a sites.
Sorry, sir, for interrupting you, but sir, I'm referring the same slides for the statistics one. That is variance mean. It is very good one. Like we can actually explain very effectively to the students what is the difference between deviation and variations and all.
Actually, I told that I am interested
yes.
in madam's presentation.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
We were not having the communication. If you were going to show this, then I would have not shown this one. Okay, no issue. Even if it is shown twice,
She doesn't sit here. She belongs to civil department. So
okay. So I will just close this one, and I have one more example. I will just show the example that will also interfere your that one. Bayesian classifier. I'm just giving a small example. So the interesting example I have, and that's why I'm just showing. So it will help others. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
You are
sir.
audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
So this is one example for the Bayes theorem, and the grasshoppers example is given. Some samples are there, and when you will increase number of samples, you can draw the histogram from where we can calculate the probability and the probability distribution. The probability distribution can be shown, and with this help of this probability distribution, you can show some interesting example to the students. And I have another very interesting example that one data set is there where there is person named Drew. Drew is male as well as name of the female also. So this data set can be used to teach the students this probability equation, Bayes probability equation, that whether tree is male or female. With this example, the students will be able to understand, as well as it is quite interesting, and they will be able to remember this for a longer period, I think. So these were some actually, while searching for the material while for the lectures, I have got this. So this is not a special something, but just I would like to. So I think that's all from my side. Uh, if any questions are there, the audience may ask the questions.
Participants can ask questions if any. Okay, I think there are no questions. So thank you, sir, for giving valuable insights. It will be really helpful for us. Thank you so much.
Hope so.
When Patil sir is conducting session, there must not be any sort of doubt to anyone. Thank you, Patil sir, for conducting session and sparing your time.
Sir, but just I would like to tell that I have prepared some videos, and if the participants are interested, I have not kept them on the YouTube. But if someone is interested, that is this noise in data I have prepared, and you can how to handle the noise in the data. Of course, during the pandemic situation, we were required to prepare these videos, and I have these videos which can be helpful to the teachers who are new to this subject. They can refer to these videos and even use them. So I can share it from my Google Drive, because some videos I have kept on YouTube, but some because we are using the ready-made PPTs many times. Of course, we have modified the PPTs, but it may be the violation of some copyright things. So that's why I have not kept all the PPTs on the YouTube. But these are on my Google Drive, and if someone needs these PPTs, I can share all the PPTs. Okay, around I have PPTs on this data pre-processing. This chi-square test, correlational analysis, data integration, then data transformation, handling missing data, handling noise in data. These are some of the videos I have. So if someone is interested, I would like to to request the organizers to please share my email ID with the people, so that if someone needs this material, I have taken a lot of effort on that, and that will be fruitful if some staff or student is using those videos. I would like to share it. Another thing, Kathy madam, I have taken some part of your this one, but I think some people may not be attentive right now. They may see your presentation afterwards also. So your presentation, this small part may be helpful to them also. So thank you. Thanks to the organizers, Sangvi sir, Bhandari sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I will stop the sharing first, and then I think
Yes, sir.
can be handed over to you.
Okay. Once again, I want to thank you, sir. Now, moving towards our next session, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Mahesh R. Sangvi, Professor and Vice Principal, SNJB College of Engineering. Sir have completed PhD in Computer Engineering in May 2015. He has provided expert guidance and implemented various projects and has coordinated several training programs and conferences. Sir have published more than 25 research papers. He is a life member of various professional bodies and currently he is a chairman of CSI Nasik chapter. A warm welcome to you, sir. Now I would like to request sir to continue with the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. I hope my screen is visible to all.
Yes, sir. It's
Yeah, very good afternoon to very good morning to all the teachers from various colleges. I welcome you all on behalf of SNJB's KB Jain College of Engineering. I'm really happy that we have got very good response and all Enthu teachers are here. I believe on one thing, that teaching learning is the process that never happen from one direction. It always from both the direction. So whenever you are getting any sort of doubt, difficulties, I will definitely try to address all your difficulties. So before I start with the session, I would like to say thanks to Dr. D.V. Patil sir for conducting a nice and informative session. So friends, I hope you won't need any break because we have only one day in hand and where we have to cover so many things. So without wasting time, we'll directly jump to the next unit, that is unit number 3, Big Data Analytics Life Cycle. Now, since Patil sir have already covered one unit, first unit and second unit, I guess, right? Yes? Kathy madam, please correct me.
Sir, only first unit sir had covered. Second unit will be in the afternoon session after lunch.
Yeah. So let me tell you that for the base for unit number 3 and unit number 6 is only unit number 1. We won't need much knowledge of unit number 2. So don't worry. So wherever it is essential, I'll definitely take that particular prerequisite wherever essential. I'm once again thankful to organizer for giving me this opportunity. Before I start with the session, I would like to, whenever I'm attending any sort of session, normally we say that where we'll get this particular material. Okay, so I'll share you that part and then we'll start with this session. So for material, you need to simply open the blog. Okay, and that blog, that address I'm giving you on chat box. So I have given you the link of material where the moment you open that site, you will get this. Okay. And here you can see that session number 123. Okay, this is for you. And here you can see that there is data which is available of today's session. Okay, so PPTs are available here, but these PPTs are restricted, but you can access all these PDFs. Okay, so you can click on unit number 3 as well as unit number 6. If you want all the units from unit number 1 to unit number 6, so you can simply click on this and you will get this data. That is course material on DSBDA. This is what actually the subject which is available in 3rd year of computer engineering, and the same with AIDS, which is named as DA. So you can see here all the PPTs as well as notes are available. Okay, and you can download all these PDFs from this particular site. So I'll share this link with you as well. Okay, so this is what the material which is available for you, and you can anytime access. One more thing that I wanted to mention, that whenever we are conducting any sort of session, okay, or whenever we are teaching to the students, it is very important that we should prepare our course file. And I'm sure that you all must be preparing your course file. I'm simply showcasing my course file to you so that anything new that you can get, that you can always pick up. Since in the guideline of FDP, it is mentioned that instead of focusing on content, we need to focus more on how the course material or from where the content will be available and how people can, address it effectively. And that's the reason I'm here. So you can see that this is what the syllabus, and you can see that there are 2 types of syllabus. 2019 is the syllabus, which is actually given by SPPU 2019 pattern. And this is the syllabus that I have made with gap. So I have identified certain gaps, and that I wanted to mention here, that I wanted to show here. So you can see that list of identified gaps, okay, which is available here. Let me annotate the screen so that I can show you properly. Okay, so you can see that this is the pointer where you can see the list of identified curricular gaps. Okay, and you can simply open 2020 to 23. Okay, and you can be with this particular sheet. So entire gaps are identified from my end. You can even identify this. Since this course is conducted at our college by me as well as Dr. Khyati. Okay, so we have identified this, and you can see that this is what the course that we are identifying. Okay, this is the dependency matrix that we have prepared. These are the courses which is needed. These are the prerequisite which is needed. So that way we have made this dependency graph. I'm thankful to our BOS that they have already given us this kind of dependency graphs. So you can always refer that. But we can create importance of this subject. If the students will learn this particular subject, they will be benefited to machine learning, natural language processing, then business intelligence and quantum computing. This is strictly related to computer. In case of AIDS also, subjects are here and there are same. So we can create importance that why students should learn this particular course. So by this, you can see. Now next, how the gaps are identified. Gaps are identified by using industry demands. So what are the industry demands? So this I have identified. This is the table that I'll show you later on. But before that, how the gaps are identified, I'll simply show you that. So what we did, we have identified the profiles which are available at Naukri.com, Amazon, Accenture, so many IT sites, IT tycoons, where we have identified how they are actually posting their job descriptions. And based on that, you can see here R programming and SQL. Okay. Again, Google Analytics, AdWords. So whatever I have highlighted, these are the keywords which is actually related with this subject, data analytics, and these are part and parcel of our course. Okay, so these are some different tools that we can cover so that student will get more opportunity in the industries. And that is the reason, again, this is important, where we can think about identifying gaps. So you can see here, I'm simply showing you this, and then we'll start with what? The session. Okay, so once you open this link, in this link, you will see so much of job description which is given, and where I have specifically highlighted that R programming, because SQL is there. Okay, so R programming is essential. So normally we are actually conducting our practical based on Python. Okay, so if we are conducting our practical based on Python, then in that case, we need to conduct some of the practicals on R programming also. It's better to have both the platform to the students, because in company, there is demand, equal demand for R programming as well. Then you can see that Google Analytics, this is again very important, where we can teach this Google Analytics, can be one of the case study that you can consider. This is Google AdWords, that again important part. Excel, Google Analytics, Tableau, again we are actually going to learn Tableau as well as what the Power BI. So many platforms which are there, but Tableau stood first into various platforms. And this is the reason we are actually focusing on this. Just a minute. Give me 1 minute. Yeah, sorry for interrupt. Again, you can see that R programming. So R programming is equally important with your Python. Okay. So this is what I wanted to mention here, that this way you can identify the gap. Okay. And these gaps are mentioned in the format of NBA. Okay. In the format of NBA, that is what gap I have identified, then what action we will take. Then again, you can see here, whatever actions we are taking, when we are going to take that, then who will be the resource person and what will be the designation of that resource person. So you may organize certain sessions if essential. Okay. Then you can see that how many students were present, then relevance to this particular, gap that you have identified. What is the relevance of that with the existing PO as well as what PSO? And then the justification which is given here. So this way we can, we can work out with this. So same thing I have done with this. Again, about R programming, you can see that R programming, okay, and you can use that particular R programming. Okay. So again, for R programming, we are planning to organize the workshop. Okay. So that you can showcase. Like it's up to you, like how you want to organize or what gaps you need to identify. So that we have identified. Then Tableau, a data visualization tool. So we will also cover this particular part, and we have identified the faculty members for conducting that session. Then Google AdWords, again, the topic that I have showcased you, that is Google Analytics. And this way we have identified all the gaps. Finally, all these gaps, whatever we have identified, I have given what the outcome, the statement I have given. Like students should able to create dashboard using Excel or Google spreadsheet, and the Bloom's level that we have mentioned here. Again, it is matching with which CO that we have given and highly mapped with which PO or PSO that we have given. So this way we have identified this gaps outcome. Finally, all these, again, whatever gaps we have identified, we have done the COPO mapping of that, and we are getting this final COPO mapping. So friends, whatever COPO mapping which is explained by Patil sir, okay, that is given by university, always remember one thing: whenever university is giving you something, it is always a minimum standard. It's up to you, you can take it ahead. Okay, if you are conducting extra session, there may be possibility that different faculty has different level of depth. If you are conducting any topic at application level or analysis level, you can always change this particular matrix, but always remember the minimum standard you need to maintain. You can go ahead with that. So this can be done by using identification or identifying what gaps. So all these topics that finally added into what the syllabus. Okay, so you can see here, whatever I have added with, this you can see. Okay, so this is what the syllabus where I have added this gap. So along with this syllabus, I have added gap, and this syllabus we are actually sharing with the students so that student will be aware that these topics will be covered by teacher, and we may ask questions into internal examination. So this is what I wanted to mention, and that is the reason I have shown this particular extended syllabus. Okay, so whatever which is in black is given by university, and whatever which is in this particular color, okay, that I have added as a gaps. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show. And again, this entire data is available on my blog. You can always access this from the blog. So this is what the gap analysis done. After this gap analysis, what we have done, we have finally prepared the teaching plan. So friends, you can see that again, you can open, I'll again showcase you this teaching plan. Okay, and you can see that whatever gaps we have identified, they are mentioned here. You can see this green color. So these are also included. So when we will cover this gap, that also we have given. So this way you can do. One more thing that you can add with your gap will be what? the CO, which topic is coming under which CO. Second thing, since this particular, it won't have unit-wise COs, right? For one particular unit, we have more than one COs. So in that case, we need to identify which topic is covering which kind of CO. That will be helpful for you while designing or while framing your question paper. Another part, you should also even add one more column, that is which topic should be read by students from which book. So that textbook T1 or reference book R1, R2, this way you can mention. So this is what the guidelines which is given into FDP, that we should also tell you regarding this, like how you can able to identify the gaps, how it should be included into our teaching plan, what should be the points, what should be the major columns of teaching plan. And that is what I have. I'm sure that everyone must be using the same thing, but this is my duty to tell you. Okay, now coming towards the today's session that we wanted to actually cover, and that is ultimately unit number 3 that I wanted to deal with. Till date, if someone has any query, can ask. If you don't have any query, say no, so that I can see now how many members are really active right now. If you have query, you can ask. If you don't have any query, say no. Okay, so members are there. So let's start with the session today. Yes, anybody has query? Okay. Organizer, kindly mute if someone won't have any query. Yeah. So yes, friends, let me tell you about the unit number 3, that is Big Data Analytics Life Cycle. So for this, what is important, we must know the concept of big data. Then we need to focus on analytics, okay, and how this analytics can be possible by using systematic process, that is life cycle, that we'll see. Before we start with any of the session, it is important that what should be the outcome of this particular session, okay, that we are actually conducting. So this is what the outcome, course outcome, which is given for this particular unit, that after completion of this unit, everyone should be able to apply the life cycle of data analytics to the real world problem. So whatever real world problem which will be there, okay, students should be able to apply their knowledge of life cycle to this real world problems. So let's move on by considering this particular outcome in the mind. These are the topics of this is what the syllabus points. First of all, we need to focus on introduction to big data. Then what are the sources of big data? And the name itself, that is data analytic life cycle, that we will see. So there are total 6 phases of this particular life cycle. So we'll go one by one and we'll see in depth. So this is what the big data is all about 3 V's, okay? That is volume, velocity, and variety. Okay, so volume. So whenever we are talking about volume, it means that the data should be in the form of terabytes. Now it should be in the form of petabytes. So that is what the volume, that is amount of data. Velocity, it means that the speed at which the data is actually generated. Okay, the speed at which the data is generated. This is what the velocity. Next is variety. What are the types of data which are generated? That is structured, unstructured. Many times people are get confused into like types of data. They are considering it as text, images, and many publishers or authors have given the types of data like that. But for us, everyone must be aware that the base for this particular course is database management system. And we have seen in big data, there are basically 2 types of data, that is structured data and unstructured data, and combination of this becomes what the semi-structured data. So high variety indicates that. So friends, big data is actually all about these 3 V's. So whenever we are having high volume, high velocity, high variety, we can say it is known as big data. The best example that I can quote you, every day you all are using Instagram, WhatsApp, or Facebook. In that case, you can say that it's high volume because in 1 second, soon we'll see how much data which is generated there. High velocity, means in amount of 1 minute, how much data is actually generated, that I'll showcase. and variety means structured or unstructured or what kind of data it is actually generating. So big data is all about this 3 V's. But apart from these 3 V's, these 3 V's are there in every book, but actually there are 5 V's. So apart from volume, that is amount of data, variety, that is diversity of data, that is type of data, velocity, that is speed of data generation. Apart from these 3 V's, there are 2 more V's, that is veracity and value. Veracity means accuracy of the data, that is quality of the data. Friends, believe me, analytics is only possible, or quality decision will only be possible if we have quality data. If our sources are wrong, then the data or the decision or the analysis, whatever you are doing, will definitely be wrong. So we need to focus much on what the quality of data, accuracy of data. I'll take some hands-on session where I'll show you how it affects the analysis if the data is missing, or if data is dirty, or if data is not cleaned. Then why we all are doing this entire big data analytics? Because we need to create value. Why to analyze? Because one should create what value out of it. For example, you must be aware that every day you all are, including me, you all are taking what? Attendance. We all are taking attendance every day, right? Attendance क्यों लेते हैं friends? क्या लगता है आपको? Why we are conducting attendance? Yes, anyone? जो absent students है, वो नहीं आते हैं वो आइडेंटिफाई करने के लिए, या जो प्रेजेंट स्टूडेंट होते हैं उनके लिए, या एग्जैक्टली किसके लिए? मेरा ये मानना है जो एब्सेंट स्टूडेंट है उन्हें हम लोग मार्क करते हैं, ओके, एंड दैट इंडिकेट्स दैट दे आर वीआईपीज एंड वी आर ट्रबलिंग होम. जो बच्चे आते हैं, just joke apart, but we are actually conducting what? Attendance every day. But whatever data you have generated, let's assume that its volume is high. We have different variety. Velocity, at every 1 hour, we are actually generating this particular data of attendance. Okay. And quality of data, if somebody, we are actually planning to analyze who is present, who is absent, who is the best student as per attendance. If somebody is, you all are aware, student marking proxy. Okay, यदि प्रॉक्सी लगा के रखा हुआ है, इसका मतलब क्या है? जो एब्सेंट है उनका प्रेजेंट ही वहां पर लग रहा है. बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट फोकस नहीं करते हैं तो उनका जो प्रेजेंट है उनका एब्सेंट ही वहां पर लग रहा है. इट इंडिकेट्स दैट accuracy of data itself is in question mark, and when accuracy is not there, naturally what value we can generate out of it? So friends, यदि स्टूडेंट्स प्रॉक्सी लगाएंगे तो नेचुरली हमारे यहाँ पर जो भी वैल्यू क्रिएशन, हम लोगों को जो भी एनालिसिस करना है अटेंडेंस का, वो हो नहीं पाएगा. सो दोस्तों, ऐसा बहुत सारा डेटा है जो कि हमारे पास पड़ा हुआ है, बट वी आर नेवर डूइंग प्रॉपर एनालिसिस, एंड दैट्स द रीजन कि वो अटेंडेंस में, अटेंडेंस की बात करूंगा तो एवरी डे हम लोगों ने हमारे लेक्चर में यदि स्टूडेंट्स को दिखाया कि उसने अटेंडेंस जैसे ही मार्क किया, हम लोगों को एनालिसिस करके उसको दिखाते आना चाहिए कि हाउ मेनी लेक्चर्स में वो प्रेजेंट था. ओके, या ये तो मिनिमम आ जाएगा, उसका परसेंटेज निकल के आएगा. कितने लेक्चर्स उसने आगे के मेरे अटेंड करने चाहिए जिससे वो 75% लेक्चर जो भी है वो मेंटेन कर पाएगा. दिस वे कुछ तो हम लोग एक बच्चों के लिए, अटेंडेंस के लिए कुछ तो वहां पर हम लोग बना सकते हैं जिसमें से वैल्यू क्रिएशन कर सकते हैं, सो दैट कोई स्टूडेंट को यदि लगा कि मेरा अटेंडेंस काफी अच्छा है, आगे के आने वाले 5 लेक्चर में मैं नहीं भी आया तो भी चलेगा, मुझे कोई सेशन बाहर अटेंड करने के लिए जाना है, यू कैन ऑलवेज प्रमोट दैट पर्टिकुलर स्टूडेंट्स, यू कैन ऑलवेज अलो दैट स्टूडेंट्स बाय doing that kind of analysis in the classroom itself. So friends, instead of 3 V's, please teach 5 V's to the students along with volume, variety, velocity, veracity as well as what? Value. कोई भी एनालिसिस तभी पॉसिबल है जब क्वालिटी आएगा, और उसमें से यदि हम लोग वैल्यू जनरेशन करेंगे then it is useful. Otherwise, so much of data is dumped into what? Our hard disk, our Google Drive, our clouds, many places. But if we won't generate value out of it, it will be of no use. So if you ask one question to yourself, why WhatsApp, why Facebook, why Instagram, okay, why Google, okay, why these are big tycoons today? Because they are doing analysis and they are creating value out of it, they are creating worth out of it. सारा फ्री में हम लोगों को दे रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी पैसा कैसे कमा रहे हैं, ये सोचने के लिए बच्चों को मजबूर करें, so that student will understand by advertisement, by certain revenues they are getting what? Money. Okay, सब win-win position में, हमें फ्री में मिल रहा है, हम लोग विन में है, उनको पैसा मिल रहा है, वो विन में है. देखने गए तो हमें क्या मिलना चाहिए उनसे? एक्सपीरियंस सर्टिफिकेट मिलना चाहिए कि मैं फेसबुक पिछले 5 साल से 10 साल से यूज कर रहा हूँ, आई एम एम्प्लॉय ऑफ social employee of that particular Facebook. Joke apart, just wanted to mention, please tell students that why one should do big data analytics, because we need to create value of that particular data. This is all about big data. Now moving towards what is the speed of data generation? So you can see that this is velocity. Okay, so Netflix, you can see in 1 hour, it is watched like this. 3.8 million search queries are there in 60 seconds. Okay, 1 million login, which is happening at Facebook in 60 seconds. 18.1 million text messages were sent in 1 minute. 4.5 million videos were viewed in 1 minute. So you can see that this is what the amount of data which is generated at various social sites or at various sites. So this is what is happening in 1 minute on internet. This particular data is available on internet itself. You can see the data of 2000. This is what the diagram of 2022. In 23, definitely these values will be much more, increased. So this is the example of velocity, the amount of data which is generated, that is the speed of data which is generated. Now, the sources of big data. Okay, whatever I have shown, these are also the sources of big data. You can see here documents, that is Google documents or any sort of document is the sources which is stored on cloud. Sensor data, every day we have placed so many sensors. At least बहुत सारे लोगों के यहाँ पे CCTV होंगे. Okay, every day CCTV is actually generating what? Big data. We are actually storing entire videos of what are premises, and that is actually known as what sensor. Apart from that, IoT is actually booming in the market nowadays. So many sensors were placed at different places. All this particular data is actually uploaded into cloud, and that becomes big data. Machine log data, we all are aware that every day machine is actually creating huge log, and that log becomes again the big data. Media, every day we all are sending so many medias, we are receiving so many medias on WhatsApp and different platforms. That is ultimately again one of the sources of big data. Social media, I have already shown you. Data storage, we are actually accessing various clouds where the information is dumped, can be the sources of big data. Public web, the websites which is available publicly, they are also again what the sources of big data. Okay, this data storage is what actually repeated. Okay, so all these are what the sources of data. Apart from this, again, there are various sources of big data, but you can mention few of them. You can always say, students, that Google Drive itself is one of the sources of big data. Various social media sites are again what the example of sources of big data. Moving towards the third most important part of this particular unit, that is data science life cycle. Now, this life cycle is actually, you can say that data science life cycle, big data life cycle, big data analytics life cycle, one and the same thing. Okay, what is happening into that? There are basically, it is actually divided into 6 phases. Very first one is discovery, then data preparation, then model building, model planning, model building, communicating results, and operationalize. Discovery यानी हमें क्या करना है? What is the problem? We need to identify. Whether we are aware that कि हम लोग analysis किसके लिए करना चाहते हैं? That is the problem definition. Data preparation means what? जिसके लिए हम लोग को एनालिसिस करना है, क्या उसका डेटा हमारे पास अवेलेबल है? फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हमें ये देखना है कि हु इज द हाईएस्ट टैक्स पेयर. ओके, पूरे वर्ल्ड में या पूरे इंडिया में सबसे अमीर पर्सन कौन है? नेचुरली वो कहाँ से पता चलेगा हमें? वो हम लोगों ने डिस्कवरी किया कि हमें क्या करना है, क्या आइडेंटिफाई करवाना है. तो हम लोगों ने ये डिस्कवर किया कि हमें क्या करना है, कौन इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा अमीर इंसान कौन है, उसका लिस्ट हमें क्या करना है, यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले करवाना है. सो दोस्तों, ये हमारा हो गया प्रॉब्लम. डेटा प्रिपरेशन यानी क्या? उसके लिए कहाँ से हमें डेटा मिलेगा? क्या आपके पास कोई रेडीमेड एक्सेल इजीली आएगा? नो, वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई दिस बाय इनकम टैक्स साइड. हु इज द हाईएस्ट टैक्स पेयर ऑफ दिस पर्टिकुलर ईयर, दैट डेटा वी नीड टू एक्सेस. वो डेटा जब हम लोग एक्सेस करेंगे तो अलग अलग सोर्सेस से वो डेटा हमारे पास आएगा. वी नीड टू गैदर दैट डेटा. उस डेटा में काफी नॉइज होगा, वो हमें क्लीन करना पड़ेगा, उसको प्रॉपर फॉर्मेट में लाना पड़ेगा. ओके, और उसके बाद हम लोग उसका एनालिसिस जो भी वो शुरू कर सकते हैं. सो फर्स्ट स्टेप इज आइडेंटिफाइंग प्रॉब्लम. Second step is identifying data, and we need to push this particular data in a proper format. Then model planning. This model planning is saying that कि हम लोगों को जो भी डेटा हम लोग बनाना चाहते हैं, जो भी एनालिसिस हम लोग करना चाहते हैं, उसका हमें क्या बनाना है, प्रॉपर मॉडल जो भी है वो बनाना है, उसका प्लानिंग हमें करना पड़ेगा. एंड फाइनली वी नीड टू बिल्ड दैट मॉडल दैट वी हैव प्लान्ड एट stage 3. So that fourth will be what? Model building. So those who are from machine learning background, they must be aware that we all are actually preparing models, and that models are actually trained, and then we are actually testing that particular model. So finally, all this particular thing were done, and we are communicating results, whatever we have planned at discovery phase, we are communicating that results. Once we are getting wonderful results, then naturally we will operationalize, means what? We will actually deploy that particular product or that particular tool to the person who is actually in a need. So this is what the 6 phases will go in depth, so that we can see this particular part. So this is what discovery, where I have already told you that discovery means mainly we need to focus on the part, okay, you can see here, which is actually mentioned, okay, यहाँ पर आप लोगों को दिखाई देगा, just a minute. Yeah, so now you can see that whatever our team which is there, okay, what they will do into discovery, whatever problems which is there, that problem we need to define properly. After defining that problem, we need to identify whether we have the same problems that we have already given solution in the past. If so, we need to identify that. Then our team should assess various resources which are available. Okay, so resources can be in terms of people, it may be in terms of technology, it may be in terms of data, available time. So based on that, this is normally known as what? Resources. So that is also done into what? Discovery phase. And finally, whatever we are doing, we need to focus on what? The business problem, so that we can analyze the challenges that must be there. Ab challenges kya aa sakte hain? Whatever example I have given, what will be the challenges in discovery? I have decided to do this, okay, कि हमें क्या करना है, सबसे अमीर इंसान, ये एग्जांपल हम लोगों को थ्रू आउट लेना है, सबसे अमीर इंसान हम लोगों को यहाँ पर क्या करना है, ढूंढना है. तो हमें ये पता होना चाहिए कि whether it is possible, how it is possible. So naturally मेरे दिमाग में जो कंसेप्ट आया वो मैंने आपको बताया कि एक तरीका क्या हो सकता है. One way can be, we can see that who is the highest taxpayer. अब टैक्स पेयर से ही हमें क्यों पता चलेगा, क्योंकि टैक्स पेयर ही तो हमें ये क्लैरिटी देता है कि व्हाइट अमाउंट किसका कितना आया हुआ है. ब्लैक वी कैन नॉट कमेंट राइट नाउ बिकॉज दैट डेटा मे नॉट बी अवेलेबल विद अस, बट white money will be available, and for that people are paying tax, okay, income tax, and that data we can see. Okay, so what will be the challenge, what will be the next challenge for me? How would I get that data, whether I will be having access to that data? So वो हमारे सामने क्या आएंगे दोस्तों, चैलेंजेस आएंगे. और ये चैलेंजेस यदि हम लोगों को इसमें से आगे जाना होगा तो हमें क्या करना पड़ेगा, पहले उस डेटा का एक्सेस लेना पड़ेगा. So that can be done till discovery phase. So in discovery phase, what we are doing is we are learning the business domain, we are identifying the various resources, we are framing the problem, identifying the key stakeholders to whom we have to involve. So one of the key stakeholders that I have told you for our example will be whom? The income tax, the admin of that particular site who can provide us that particular data. Then interviewing the analytics sponsored, जिसने भी हमें ये particular project दिया हुआ है उसके साथ में हम लोग interview करेंगे, कुछ questions करेंगे. We need to identify what exactly they want, so that we will identify by using this. That is again possible in discovery phase. Developing the initial hypothesis. Here we need to prepare hypothesis. Now this hypothesis, how to prepare hypothesis, that will be there into unit number 2. So those resource person who will cover unit number 2, they will definitely tell you how the hypothesis can be developed and what is the importance of this particular hypothesis. And finally, we need to identify the potential data sources from where we will get this data sources. So one of the data source that for our example that I have told you regarding what that was related to our income tax website. So this is what we need to understand. Okay, so this is what the summary of discovery. Now coming towards the second important phase, that is data preparation. Now this data preparation is one of the biggest and one of the important step. Whenever you will be having data may come from different sources. Friends, just imagine, just take an example that कि आप लोगों को ऐसे समझिए कि महाराष्ट्र का जो भी डेटा है, okay, हम लोग स्टेट वाइज फिलहाल सोच रहे हैं, okay, तो ऐसे समझ लीजिए महाराष्ट्र का जो भी डेटा है, okay, suppose it is available in SQL server, ये SQL सर्वर में बनाया गया है. ओके, गुजरात का जो भी डेटा रहेगा हो सकता है वो आपके ओरेकल के सर्वर में बनाया होगा. ओके, उसके बाद हम लोग यदि एमपी का लेते हैं, फिलहाल 3 स्टेट लेके हम लोग यहाँ पर आगे जाते हैं. ओके, एमपी का जो भी डेटा है ऐसे समझ के चलिए कि दैट इज इनटू हाडूप. सो दोस्तों हमें ये समझ में आ रहा है कि डेटा इज अवेलेबल इनटू डिफरेंट लाइक डेटा इज अवेलेबल एट डिफरेंट सोर्सेस एंड अगेन इट इज हेट्रोजीनियस. एक जैसा स्कीमा नहीं रहेगा, एक जैसा पीछे टूल नहीं है. दीज आर डिफरेंट टूल्स. So we need the concept of data warehousing where we need to apply the process of ETL or ELT or combination of both. So ये हमें अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा. हमें डेटा जो भी है कॉमन स्कीमा में लाना पड़ेगा, कॉमन फॉर्मेट में लाना पड़ेगा. उसमें यदि कुछ क्लीनिंग की जरूरत पड़ेगी, बिकॉज वेन एवर वी आर माइग्रेटिंग डेटा फ्रॉम वन टू अदर, definitely there will be chances of noise. Okay, noise may get added. Some data must be missing, some data must be null. In that case, how to apply that? We need to apply certain techniques of data preparation, that is data cleaning, that we need to apply, and based on that we can clean that data. So I'll give you one example from which you will understand why the cleaning is so important. Okay, so ये data preparation phase में आएगा. तो friends, अलग-अलग sources से data जो भी है, okay, whatever which is available, our job is what? We need to capture that data. We need to convert that data into the common schema. एक बार आपका डेटा कॉमन स्कीमा में आ गया, यानी डेटा प्रिपरेशन फेज जो भी वो खत्म हो जाएगी. Once it is done, then you can start with what? Analysis. So friends, this is again very important to understand why this cleaning is so important process. Now, what is happening? What is the summary? We need to explore the data. We need to pre-process the data. We need to see the conditions on what data. Do I have enough good quality data to start building the model? हमें देखना पड़ेगा इनफ डेटा है क्या, क्योंकि हमें पूरे इंडिया का बोला गया है और पूरे स्टेट का डेटा यदि हमारे पास नहीं होगा, और यदि हम लोग 2-4 स्टेट का डेटा हमारे पास नहीं होगा और उसके ऊपर यदि हम लोग कमेंट करते हैं, डिस्प्ले कर देते हैं, तो आप भले बातें जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट्स को जब हम लोग कंसिडर नहीं करके कुछ कर देते हैं तो बचे हुए स्टूडेंट सामने आके खड़े रहते हैं कि हमें क्यों नहीं कंसिडर किया. भले डेटा उन्होंने नहीं दिया होगा, भले हमारे पास डेटा नहीं होगा, तो हमें जब तक पूरा डेटा नहीं आएगा, वेदर वी हैव enough data, enough good quality data to start with what the analysis, that also coming into this particular phase. Then I have already told you that ELTL, that is the combination of ETL as well as what ELT, वो हमें use करना पड़ेगा. उसके softwares हमें पता होने चाहिए, migration के tools हमें पता होने चाहिए. Based on that, we can convert that data into that. And people are saying that, experts are saying that 50% of the time goes into this particular phase. ओके, सो दो डेटा विच इज अवेलेबल, जस्ट आप ऐसा इमेजिन करें कि आपके पास कोई डेटा एक्सेल में अवेलेबल है, कोई वर्ड में अवेलेबल है, ओके, कोई गूगल डॉक्यूमेंट में अवेलेबल है, कोई एमएस एक्सेस में अवेलेबल है, कोई पर्टिकुलर डेटा एसक्यूएल सर्वर में अवेलेबल है. ये सभी डेटा को यदि मैं आपको बताता हूं कि आपको क्या करना है, इसे सबको क्या करना है, इंटीग्रेट कर देना है इस पर्टिकुलर डेटा को. दिस डेटा इंटीग्रेशन इज नॉट दैट इजी जॉब, क्योंकि हमें सब पूरे डेटा को पहले एक कॉमन स्कीमा में लाना पड़ेगा. आइदर सभी को एक्सेल में कन्वर्ट कर देना पड़ेगा या फिर सभी को एक कॉमन फॉर्मेट में कन्वर्ट करना पड़ेगा. तो कन्वर्ट जब भी हम लोग करेंगे, दैट पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेस, लेट्स से ट्रांसफॉर्म जैसे हम लोग कर रहे हैं, इन दैट केस देयर मे बी पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ वेरियस एरर्स, एंड दैट एरर्स आर एक्चुअली एड्रेस्ड बाय डेटा क्लीनिंग प्रोसेस, दैट इज द पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ दैट डेटा preparation. So this is again important phase, friends. So now you can see that what is happening, preparing the analytic sandbox, performing the ETLT process, learning about data. We need to identify what is important about what data. Okay, हमें समझना भी चाहिए कि कौन सा डेटा इंपॉर्टेंट है, किसके ऊपर हमें एनालिसिस करना है, क्या वो सही हमारे पास आ चुका है. What are the conditioning on that particular data? We need to identify. We need to see the survey as well as we need to visualize the data. Okay, visualize करेंगे, आप imagination करेंगे तभी जाके वो बन पाएगा. Then we need some tools for that, and that tools are normally known as what? Hadoop, Alpine Miner, then Open Refine. Okay, these are different tools. Apart from that, there are various tools which are available. And the concept that is data wrangler is actually coming under this particular data preparation, जहाँ पे आपको ये समझ में आएगा कि data transformation ये क्या है, बहुत important phase रहेगा आपके ETL में, तो वो आपको यहाँ पर काम आएगा. So this you need to understand, that is data preparation. So already आप लोगों ने data wrangler ये concept देखा रहेगा unit number 1 में. Okay, that is again what the part and parcel of this data preparation. Now coming towards the phase number 3, that is model planning. If you have doubt, you can please ask. If you are getting any sort of doubt in between, no, you can always ask. Or if some of you all are teacher, right? Some of you must be master into this. You may add certain points if needed, because this is ultimately what the healthy thing where people should know. यहाँ पे सब लोग इसलिए आए हैं कि हमें ये particular teaching में हमें इसमें क्या हो जाएगा, easy way आ जाएगा. So that way you can always help. If someone would like to add, can always. Okay, मुझे बिल्कुल भी कोई कठिनाई नहीं है, मुझे कोई भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, because I am not a master of this particular subject. So anyone can always add. If you have good knowledge with you, you can always add. That's not a problem. Okay, till date, if somebody has any problem, please let me know. Phase 1, discovery. Phase 2, data preparation. And now we are moving towards the phase 3, that is model planning. So first phase, second phase, या big data या sources of big data में किसी को कुछ difficulty होगा, you can please ask. क्वेश्चन नॉर्मली कब नहीं करते हैं लोग? जब बोर होता है, या बिल्कुल नहीं सुनते हैं, या फिर सब कुछ आपको समझा हुआ है. आई एम वेरी पॉजिटिव थिंकर. मैं ये कंसिडर करूंगा आपको सब समझा है. शुड आई गो अहेड? Okay, we'll see practically also, don't worry. So phase number 3, that is model planning. This is all about, where we need to determine, the team determines the methods, techniques, workflow, यानी हमें क्या यूज करना है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, यदि आप मशीन लर्निंग का मॉडल यूज करने वाले होंगे, तो आपको ये आइडेंटिफाई करना होगा कि कौन सा मॉडल आप यूज करोगे. ओके, दैट यू नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई. ओके, कई बार आप लोग अलग अलग टूल्स, टेक्निक्स यूज करते हैं, टेंसर फ्लो यूज करते हैं, अलग अलग बहुत सारे मेथड्स अवेलेबल है. You need to define that, you need to identify that. Okay, और आपका जो भी पर्टिकुलर टीम होगा, उसको एक्सप्लोर करते आने चाहिए कि which are the dependent and independent variables. Okay, डायमेंशन डेटा कौन सा है, ये सारा डेटा उनको आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा. दैट इज इन केस ऑफ मॉडल प्लानिंग. सो व्हाट इज हैपनिंग एट मॉडल प्लानिंग, तो ये मैंने समरी दिया हुआ है. डेटा एक्सप्लोरेशन एज वेल एज व्हाट वेरिएबल सिलेक्शन, दैट इज हैपनिंग हियर. ओके, देन मॉडल सिलेक्शन, वी नीड टू सिलेक्ट द मॉडल. कौन सा मॉडल हम लोग एक्चुअली एनालिसिस के लिए यूज करना चाहते हैं, वो हमें यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट करना पड़ेगा. डू आई हैव अ गुड आइडिया अबाउट द टाइप ऑफ मॉडल टू ट्राई? कैन आई रिफाइन द एनालिटिक प्लान? क्या हमें, हमारे पास उस मॉडल के बारे में प्रॉपर सोर्स है, हमें समझा है? नहीं तो हमें उसका ट्रेनिंग लेना पड़ेगा. ओके, एंड सर्टेन कॉमन टूल्स विच आर एक्चुअली यूज्ड आर व्हाट? आर पैकेजेस. Okay, for data analytics as well as graphics. SQL analysis service, as well as there are what SAS as well as what Access that you can use. These are the common tools which is normally available for model planning. Okay, so this is phase number 3. Coming towards the phase number 4, जो भी प्लान हम लोगों ने किया होगा उसका बिल्डिंग हमें यहाँ पर करना है, उस मॉडल का बिल्डिंग हमें यहाँ पर करना होगा. So we need to develop the data set for testing, training as well as what? प्रोडक्शन पर्पस. आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, वॉट एवर डेटा वी हैव अवेलेबल, नॉर्मली हम लोग क्या करते रहते हैं, उसको हम लोग वैलिडेशन, ओके, या टेस्टिंग या ट्रेनिंग के लिए हम लोग उसको डिवाइड कर देते हैं. वी नीड टू ट्रेन द मॉडल बाय यूजिंग सम रिकॉर्ड्स. कुछ रिकॉर्ड्स हमें साइड में रखने पड़ेंगे, कुछ परसेंटेज ऑफ रिकॉर्ड हमें साइड में रखने पड़ेंगे. तो वो एग्जैक्टली कौन सा डेटा सेट रहेगा, ओके, उसको किस तरीके से आप डिवाइड करेंगे, दैट यू नीड टू प्लान हियर इनटू द मॉडल बिल्डिंग फेज. इन एडिशन टू दिस, okay, you need to even focus on how the model will be executed. Okay, वो आप लोगों को यहाँ पर प्लान करना होगा. एंड फाइनली आप लोगों को क्या क्या यहाँ पर लगने वाला है, वो सारा आइडेंटिफाई करके आप लोग यहाँ पर वर्कआउट करा सकते हैं. ओके, सो फाइनली व्हाट वी नीड, डेवलप एनालिटिकल मॉडल एंड ट्रेन इट. हमें मॉडल जो भी है वो बिल्ड करना पड़ेगा, उसको ट्रेन भी करना पड़ेगा, सो दैट मॉडल आपका रेडी हो जाएगा टेस्टिंग के लिए. मॉडल बिल्ड ऑन ट्रेनिंग डेटा, फिट ऑन ट्रेन डेटा एज वेल एज इवेल्युएटेड it with what? The test data. वो भी हमें करना पड़ेगा. Is the model robust? ये 2 बार आ चुका है. Is the model robust? Have we failed? For sure. तो हमें यहाँ पे कंफ्यूजन मैट्रिक्स जो भी है उसका बना के हम लोगों को यहाँ पे सारा चेक करना पड़ेगा कि क्या उसका प्रेसिजन, रिकॉल, एक्यूरेसी क्या आ रहा है, सारा आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा. Then what are the common tools? So certain commercial tools which are there, that is SAS Enterprise Miner, SPSS Modeler. This is again wonderful tool. आपके पास यदि MBA डिपार्टमेंट जहाँ पे भी होगा, 99% MBA डिपार्टमेंट को ये वाला सॉफ्टवेयर मैंडेटरी होता है स्टैटिस्टिक्स से रिलेटेड. सो दिस इज अवेलेबल, यू कैन यूज दैट. मैटलैब इज देयर, स्टैटिस्टिका इज देयर. फ्री ओपन सोर्स के लिए आपके पास हमेशा अवेलेबल है आर, ऑक्टेव, वेका, पाइथन एज वेल एज व्हाट? SQL. सो वेका कई बहुत सारे लोगों ने यूज किया हुआ होगा. R is there, Python is there, that also you can use. So हमारे जो भी प्रैक्टिकल में है सारा Python और R प्रोग्रामिंग के ऊपर बेस्ड है. So we need to work out on this particular part as well. This is regarding model building, that is phase number 4. Now coming towards the phase number 5, that is communicating result. Whatever result which we will get, we need to communicate that. Okay. So in collaboration with major stakeholders, जितने भी stakeholders आपके हैं, okay, आपको जो भी results आए हैं, that you need to showcase them. They will identify कि whatever जो भी स्टैंडर्ड हम लोगों को दिए थे, हमें सक्सेस मिल रहा है, हमें फेलियर मिल रहा है, whatever criteria that we have developed into phase number 1 at the time of discovery phase, that will be tested, and finally the things will be summarized. ये सारा हो गया तो इसका कम्युनिकेशन में क्या कर रहे हैं हम लोग? रिजल्ट एज अ सक्सेस और फेलियर, आइडेंटिफाइंग द की फाइंडिंग्स, क्वांटिफाई द बिजनेस वैल्यू, develop the narrative to summarize and convey findings to what stakeholder. That is the part of phase 5, that is communicate results. Finally, phase number 6, that is operationalize. In phase 6, the team should deliver final reports, okay, briefings, code, and technical documents. So ultimately, this is all about what? Deployment. Okay, and apart from that, ये जो भी particular project जो भी पूरा रन टाइम पे आप लोगों को वहां पे करवा के देना है, okay, environment आप लोगों को खड़ा करना होगा, and whenever certain challenges which will be there, वो सारा deployment वाले बात के जितने भी phases है, we can say maintenance, that also we need to cover into this operationalize. तो यहाँ पर भी certain tools which are available. So team delivers the final thing. Okay, you may run the pilot project, means आप लोगों को सभी लोगों को पता होगा alpha testing, beta testing हम लोग करते हैं, that can be done. Okay, and finally, what are the tools which are available here? So you can see that Octave, Weka, Madlib can be used to deploy the versions. So this is known as phase number 6. So friends, these are all, this is what about unit number 3. Unit number 3 बहुत छोटा है, जहाँ पे बहुत सारी चीजें आप लोग कर सकते हैं. I'm giving you an idea how you can like what we are doing into the classroom. What we are doing in the classroom, हम सारे phases जो भी है एक project लेते हैं और सारे phases जो भी है वो students को allot कर देते हैं. Particular student को allot कर देंगे. Phase 1 is given to someone, 2 is given to someone. तो 6 students का एक group बनाते हैं. सभी लोगों को phases अलग अलग कर देते हैं. यदि आपके पास 60 students है, ऐसे 10 group means 10 project के ideas आप लोग क्या करोगे? Identify करोगे और 10 के 10 projects जो भी है वो students को दे सकते हैं. Okay, जिससे वो लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? वहाँ पे cleaning जो भी है वो कर सकते हैं. Data I mean सारे phases के through वो लोग जा सकते हैं. So this is what the mini project that you can give to the students. Okay, so this way we can go with what? Unit number 3. I'll show you practical example of unit number 3, how each and every phase can be developed, how each and every phase can be, implemented. Okay, so I'll simply try to showcase you that. हमें बहुत सारा एनालिसिस करना पड़ता है every day, right? So I'm simply try to identify one of the spreadsheet from which we can able to, we can analyze the data. Let me check that. See that we have this data available with us. That is the first year admission data. You can see that this data is available. You all must be having this data. Okay, this is the data which is actually generated by DT, Director of Technical Education. They are giving us this particular list. Okay, वो data आप directly example के लिए students को ले सकते हैं. This data is available. इसमें बहुत सारे fields है, बहुत सारे record है, जितने admissions आपके हुए हैं वो पूरा record यहाँ पर आएगा. And we can analyze this data. Okay, how to analyze this data is the big challenge. Okay, तो ये मुझे देखना है कि how many admissions which were there department wise मुझे admission देखना है. तो इस तरीके से आपको एक dashboard जो भी वो दिखाई देगा कि आप लोगों को यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है कि कौन से स्टेट से कितना डेटा, ये हम लोगों ने हमारे लिए बनाया हुआ है. ओके, कौन से स्टेट से कितना डेटा जो भी वो जनरेट हुआ है. ओके, सो व्हेनेवर वी वांट टू डू दिस, व्हाट वी कैन डू, सिंपली आप इसको सिलेक्ट कीजिए, ये पर्टिकुलर डेटा को सिलेक्ट कर लीजिए. पूरा मैंने सिलेक्ट किया. ओके, गूगल स्प्रेडशीट में मैं आपको डेमो दे रहा हूँ. So I've selected this data entirely, or simply I'll select first 360. Okay, because our admissions are 360 out of 360. So I'll select that so that we can analyze this data. Okay, some of the students are also added from the. So 380 means 379 is the data. It means that 360 plus TFWS. Okay, so ये मैंने select किया. What we need to do? We need to click here on insert. Okay, यहाँ पर आपको देखना है insert. And friends, you need to click on pivot table. आपको कहाँ पर click करना होगा? Pivot table. Just click on that. So I'm selecting that pivot table. Now it is asking me whatever analysis you want to do. You want to do it in new sheet? I said yes. I want it in new sheet. Okay. And now you can see that this is what which is available. ये blank चीज मेरे सामने आ चुकी है. So friend, whatever we have studied ओके अभी अभी आपको पाटिल सर ने जो बताया था कि आप डेटा क्यूब के बारे में वर्कआउट कर सकते हैं. ओके यू कैन वर्कआउट ऑन डेटा क्यूब. आप लोगों ने 2 डायमेंशनल टेबल देखा होगा, दैट इज नॉर्मली नोन एज व्हाट पिवोट टेबल. वही हम लोग यहाँ पे जनरेट कर रहे हैं. मुझे रो में भी डेटा चाहिए, कॉलम में भी डेटा चाहिए, दैट इज नॉर्मली नोन. मींस मुझे कॉलम, नॉर्मली हमारा डेटाबेस सिर्फ कॉलम हम लोग देते हैं और उसमें वैल्यूज देते हैं, बराबर है. दैट इज नॉर्मल टेबल. 2 डायमेंशनल टेबल मींस व्हाट, इट विल बी हैविंग कॉलम एज वेल एज रो, and based on that column and row we need what certain values. Please mute. Okay, so I'm adding what rows here. मुझे यहाँ पे rows add करना है. Okay, तो मुझे कैसा डेटा यहाँ पर चाहिए? I want data branch wise. Okay, I want
चालू आहे का? माझं काय करू, बंद करू का लॅपटॉप
organizer kindly mute
मला
them.
सांगा प्लीज, बंद केलं.
Participants, please
ठीक
mute
आहे.
yourself.
प्रेझेंटेशन लागली दिसेल ना.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so what we are doing, we are adding something on row. What I want data like key branch wise. Okay, I want name of branch here. Okay, so I'm adding that. Add, and now I'm identifying which are, see that all the fields are available here. जितने भी fields हमने लिए हैं, okay, उस database में या उस particular data में, वो सारे यहाँ पर आ चुके हैं. You can see here. Okay, you can see here. Different data, academic year is available, application ID, so many things. And we are interested in what? We are interested in branch, right? So that I'm trying to identify. See that course name is there. So I'm selecting that. The moment I'm selecting course name, you can see here, okay, you can see here, the course name which are available in our college are available here. That is AIDS. Thanks to AIDS department for organizing this session. So this is the department, then civil engineering, then computer engineering, electronics and telecommunication engineering, and mechanical engineering. ये यहाँ पर आ गया. Okay, and now I want to see कितने amount of information, कितना data available है. तो मुझे क्या देखना है? Values. So I'll go on values, click on values, and simply say take what serial number. यहाँ पे serial number ले लेता. ओके जैसे सीरियल नंबर मैंने लिया, अब यहाँ पे मुझे देखिए 2016 ये पूरा डेटा मुझे जो दिखा रहा है, दैट इज समेशन ऑफ सीरियल नंबर. सारे समेशन कर रहा है वो सीरियल नंबर का, बट आई एम इंटरेस्टेड इन व्हाट काउंट. मुझे क्या चाहिए है? सीरियल नंबर का काउंट चाहिए. सो फ्रेंड्स यू कैन सी हियर, ओके, इंस्टेड ऑफ सम वी कैन यूज व्हाट? काउंट. ओके, इंस्टेड ऑफ सम वी कैन यूज काउंट. एंड नाउ यू कैन सी दैट in AIDS we have 63 admissions. In civil, we have 63 admissions. In computer engineering, we have 158 admissions. In electronics and telecommunication, we have 32 admissions. And in mechanical engineering, we have 63. So total admissions are 379. So this way, we are doing analysis. Now, I just want to analyze gender-wise. How many girl students are there? How many boys are there? How many transgenders are there? So what I need to do? At column, I need to add something. So I'm adding that. At column, I'm adding gender. Now see, you can see it here, male, female, and this is what the male. So female count is 160, male count is 219, and this is one of the decision that I can take, that this time we have more boys than girls. Okay, we have more boys than what? Girls. So I can infer one of the decision that this time we have more boys than what? Girls. So friends, this way you can do analysis. ये analysis मैं यहाँ पे कर रहा हूँ. अब देखिए ये जो भी डेटा था ये क्लीन था इसलिए एनालिसिस भी परफेक्ट आया. अब मैं इसमें कुछ मिस्टेक कर रहा हूँ. ओके, जैसे ही मिस्टेक करूंगा यहाँ पे ये डेटा जो भी है वो क्या हो जाएगा? यहाँ पे गलत आना स्टार्ट हो जाएगा. सो आई एम डूइंग दैट मिस्टेक इनटू व्हाट? इनटू द बेस डेटा, सो दैट आपको ये समझ में आएगा कि व्हाई डेटा क्लीनिंग इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट. अब मिस्टेक क्या कर रहा हूं मैं? आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस जो भी ब्रांच है इसमें कुछ तो मिस्टेक करता हूँ. ओके, सो मैं सोर्स डेटा को यहाँ पर निकाल रहा हूँ. Understand, this live demonstration will definitely help you. I'm sure many of you must be aware of this, but still, it's my job to showcase you once again. At least any one of you are getting something out of it. I think that is the worth of this particular session. So मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? I'm trying to identify. Okay, हम लोग सिविल केस में कर देते. Now civil engineering is there. Suppose ये वाला एक particular जो भी सिविल है, इसको मैं यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा हूँ? सिविल का मैं यहाँ पर एक स्पेस दे देता हूँ. I have given space here. ये एक मिस्टेक कर दिया. दूसरा मिस्टेक मैं यहाँ पे क्या कर देता हूं? यहाँ पर मैं कुछ एक्स्ट्रा स्पेसेस दे देता हूं. देखते हैं उससे कुछ फर्क आएगा क्या. थर्ड मिस्टेक मैं यहाँ पे इस तरीके से कर रहा हूँ, मैं सिविल इंजीनियरिंग को यहाँ पे ENGG कर देता हूँ, ये मैंने कर दिया. सो आई हैव डन 3 मिस्टेक्स ऑल टुगेदर. नाउ व्हाट विल हैपन, देखने गए तो ये भी सिविल इंजीनियरिंग है, ये भी सिविल इंजीनियरिंग है, दिस इज ऑल्सो सिविल इंजीनियरिंग. बट व्हाट विल हैपन इफ दिस डेटा इज नॉट सेम, if this data has some errors, what will be the challenges here? Now you can see that ये सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का 1 यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहा है, ये सिविल इंजीनियरिंग जो एक्स्ट्रा स्पेसेस है वो यहाँ पर दिखाई दे रहे हैं, ये सिविल इंजीनियरिंग का 1 आ रहा है, और दूसरा जो सिविल इंजीनियरिंग मुझे चाहिए था वो क्या दिखाई दे रहा है यहाँ पे 60. सो 3 एडमिशंस वर डिवाइडेड. सो फ्रेंड्स यहाँ पर आपका एनालिसिस क्या हो जाएगा, क्वेश्चन मार्क में आएगा. होप यू आर गेटिंग मी. एंड फॉर दिस वी नीड टू क्लीन द डेटा. सो क्लीनिंग किस तरीके से हम लोग कर सकते हैं, इस तरीके से हम लोग को ये क्लीनिंग करना है. इतना जो स्पेस है इसको कैसे अवॉइड कर सकते हैं, क्या करते आएगा. सो आप लोगों को एक तो मैन्युअली ये चीजें करना है या फिर टूल के हिसाब से करना है. सपोज यहाँ पर आप लोग इस पर्टिकुलर कॉलम को सिलेक्ट कर लेते हैं. सो फ्रेंड्स आप डायरेक्टली डेटा में जा सकते हैं. यहाँ पे आप लोगों को बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल है. सी दैट डेटा क्लीनअप. आप जैसे ही डेटा क्लीनअप पर जाओगे आप बहुत सारे वैल्यूज को यहाँ पर क्या कर सकते हैं, क्लीनअप कर सकते हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल क्लीनअप सजेशन, इसको मैं क्लिक कर रहा हूँ. अब ये मुझे पूछ रहा है कि आपको कुछ क्लीन करना है क्या, बहुत सारे सजेशंस इसने दिए हुए हैं. ओके, और आपको यदि लगा कि ये यूज करना है, मैं इसको बोल देता हूँ ट्रिम ऑल. ओके, सो यू कैन यूज दैट. इससे आपके कुछ एरर्स जो भी हो 100% क्या हो जाएंगे, कम हो जाएंगे. सो दिस इज वन पार्ट. और क्या कर सकते हैं, फिर से डेटा पे जाइए, फिर क्लीनअप पर जाइए. यहाँ पर आपको ट्रिम व्हाइट स्पेसेस, जो भी व्हाइट स्पेसेस एक्स्ट्रा हम लोगों ने देके रखे हैं उसको आप लोग ट्रिम कर पाओगे. ओके, तो देखिए मैं यहाँ पर पहले आपको व्हाइट स्पेसेस जो भी वो क्रिएट कर देता हूँ. ओके, हम लोग ब्रांच की बात कर रहे हैं, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्रांच, दैट इज कोर्स. ओके, सिविल इंजीनियरिंग में यहाँ पर मैं स्टार्टिंग में क्या कर देता हूँ, कुछ स्पेसेस दे देता हूँ. आई एम गिविंग स्पेसेस. यहाँ पर आई हैव गिवन स्पेसेस हियर. ओके, स्टार्टिंग में स्पेस दे दिया, बाद में एंड में मैंने कुछ स्पेसेस दे दिए. ओके, तो जैसे ही मैं यहाँ पर जा रहा हूँ, यहाँ पर और डेटा अलग पर्टिकुलर फॉर्म में आने के चांसेस हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे आपको अलग अलग स्पेसेस जो भी वो क्या हो चुके हैं, ऐड हो चुके हैं. तो यहाँ पर आप देखिए, यू कैन सी दैट स्टार्टिंग वाला स्पेस दिखाई दे रहा है आपको. ओके, स्टार्टिंग वाला स्पेस दिखाई दे रहा है. सो दिस इंडिकेट्स दैट कि ये यहाँ पे क्या हुआ, जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाइट स्पेसेस इट इज कमिंग. तो ये सारा जो भी है ये आप इस पे कुछ टूल्स आपको दिए हैं. ओके, आपको सिंपली क्या करना होगा, आपको सिंपली ये वाले कोर्स को सिलेक्ट करना है. जैसे आप इसको सिलेक्ट करोगे, ओके, यहाँ पर आपको चले जाना है इंसर्ट में, सॉरी डेटा में, यहाँ पे क्लीनअप में जाना है, और यहाँ पर इसको बोलना है ट्रिम व्हाइट स्पेसेस. ओके, क्लिक ऑन दैट, ट्रिम व्हाइट स्पेसेस. ओके, जैसे आप उसको बोलोगे वो बोलेगा दो जो भी हम लोगों ने कॉलम सिलेक्ट किया है वहां पे 2 जगह पे व्हाइट स्पेसेस मैंने ही क्रिएट किया था ना, एक स्टार्टिंग में और एक एंडिंग में. सो वी कैन क्लियर दैट जस्ट बाय से ओके. जैसे आप ओके बोलोगे वो वाला जो भी स्पेसेस है ट्रिम हम लोगों ने क्रिएट किया हुआ था स्टार्टिंग में, वो यहाँ से जा चुका है. यू कैन सी दैट वो यहाँ से जा चुका है. ओके, और यहाँ पर एनालिसिस में भी ऑटोमेटिकली डिफरेंस आ जाएगा. देखिए वो एडिशनल जो बना था वो जा चुका है, बीच में जो भी एडिशनल स्पेसेस दिए थे वो जा चुका है, लेकिन सी आई और वी इसके बीच वाला जो स्पेस है दोस्तों, ये इजीली नहीं जाएगा, क्योंकि इसे व्हाइट स्पेस नहीं, ये इसको कुछ तो डिफरेंट समझेगा. सो सर्टन थिंग कैन नॉट बी पॉसिबल बाय यूजिंग रेडीमेड टूल. कुछ चीजें हमें मैन्युअली करनी पड़ती है, कुछ चीजों के लिए हमें खुद से कस्टमाइज कोड्स जो भी वो लिखने पड़ते हैं, और तब जाके हम लोग इसको वर्कआउट कर सकते हैं. सो फ्रेंड्स, इट कैन नॉट बी सॉल्व. ये वाला प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं हो रहा है हमारा, बराबर है. इसको सॉल्व करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा आपको, यू नीड टू मैन्युअली डू दिस. तो मैं फिलहाल इसको मैन्युअली कर देता हूँ, सो दैट हमारा ये प्रॉब्लम जो भी हो क्या हो जाएगा, सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएगा. सो दिस वे वी कैन वर्क आउट फ्रेंड्स. ओके, सो मैं इसको सिविल इंजीनियरिंग कर देता हूँ पूरा. दूसरा, और हम लोगों ने जहां जहां भी स्पेसेस वगैरह क्रिएट किए थे उसको भी हम लोग देख लेते, ढूंढ लेते, एंड वी विल ट्राई टू सॉर्ट आउट. जैसे ही ये सारा हम लोग सॉर्ट आउट कर देंगे, हमारा प्रॉब्लम यहाँ पर क्या हो जाएगा, सॉर्ट आउट होगा. सो फ्रेंड्स, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. ओके, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. ओके, यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने देखो कुछ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया, अभी और कुछ बाकी है, वो भी हम लोग सॉर्ट आउट कर सकते हैं. बट द क्वेश्चन फॉर यू ऑल, ओके, इज दैट आप चैट बॉक्स में भी आंसर दे सकते हैं, या फिर आप मुझे अनम्यूट करके भी बोल सकते हैं. ओके, सो दैट आई कैन एंड अप विथ व्हाट द यूनिट नंबर 3. मैंने यूनिट नंबर 3 में आपको क्या दिखाया, हम लोगों ने एक प्रॉब्लम आइडेंटिफाई जो भी है, हम लोगों ने एक प्रॉब्लम डिस्कवर करने के बारे में सोचा. क्या डिस्कवर करने के बारे में सोचा, वॉट एवर डेटा, दिस डेटा इज अवेलेबल विद ऑल द कॉलेजेस. आप डीटी, आप स्टूडेंट सेक्शन के पास जाइए, आपको डीटी का डेटा जो भी वो मिल जाएगा, ये आपको समझ में आएगा. ओके, 22-23 का डेटा मिलेगा, दैट यू कैन टेक. मींस आप लोगों को सोर्स मिल गया डेटा का. क्या प्रॉब्लम देखना है, हमें एनालिसिस करना है कि किस तरीके से हमारे एडमिशंस हुए। आप इसमें अलग अलग कैटेगरी वाइज एडमिशंस जो भी वो चेक कर सकते हैं। मींस आपको यदि चाहिए है यहाँ पर इंस्टेड ऑफ जेंडर, आपको यदि कुछ दूसरा यहाँ पर चाहिए, दैट आल्सो यू कैन डू। ओके, वो भी आप लोग यहाँ पर कर सकते हैं। इंस्टेड ऑफ जेंडर कैटेगरी वाइज आप कर सकते हैं, आप लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज कर सकते हैं, जो भी आपको करना है दैट यू कैन डू। यदि मैं आपको यहाँ पर इंस्टेड ऑफ ब्रांचेस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम ऐड करके दिखा देता हूँ, सो दैट यू कैन अगेन अंडरस्टैंड कि हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं। इंस्टेड ऑफ कोर्स मैं यहाँ पे क्या कर रहा हूँ, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेता हूँ फ्रेंड्स, डिस्ट्रिक्ट। Okay, I have taken district now. You can see here, districts names are available and the admissions from which district, okay, कौन से district से कितना admissions है, this data is available. So you can see that the highest admission in our college is from our Nashik district. Okay, so which is the second and which is the third one, you can sort it out and you can see that from where you are getting admissions. Okay, so you can analyze your data like this. So this is what the analysis based on district. कल जाके आपको लगा कि आपको इंस्टेड ऑफ डिस्ट्रिक्ट आपको क्या करना है, तालुका वाइज करना है, विलेज वाइज करना है, या फिर आपको लगा कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट में कौन से तालुका से एडमिशन ज्यादा हुआ है वो करना है, आप वो वाला ऐड कर दीजिए। उसके अंदर आपको ये समझ में आएगा कि अहमदनगर से कौन से तालुका से कितना एडमिशन हुआ है, वो सारा डेटा आपका यहाँ पर आ जाएगा। सो फ्रेंड्स, दिस डेटा विल बी अवेलेबल ऑन अ फिंगर टिप। ओके, यू नीड टू जस्ट लर्न व्हाट पिवट टेबल। तो पिवट टेबल किस तरीके से करना है, किस तरीके से इसको वर्कआउट करना है, इसका एक वीडियो मेरा यूट्यूब चैनल पर अवेलेबल है। आई विल शेयर दैट विथ यू सो दैट यू कैन कवर दैट आल्सो। और जो ऑलरेडी इसमें फैमिलियर है, जो मास्टर्स है, या आप ये स्टूडेंट्स को बता सकते हैं, दिस इज व्हाट द एनालिसिस दैट कैन बी डन। इससे आप काफी चीजें बच्चों को क्लियर कर सकते हैं कि व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ क्लीनिंग एंड ऑल phases and why we are doing analysis. So I was talking about what all the phases, जहां पे हम लोगों ने डिस्कवरी में क्या लिया, what was our discovery, कि हमें एडमिशन का डेटा जो भी है उसमें से क्या करना है, कुछ एनालिसिस करना है और कुछ वैल्यू, कुछ वर्थ उसमें से हम लोगों को ढूंढना है। दैट वाज आवर डिस्कवरी। सेकंड, हम लोगों ने क्या देखा वहां पे, कहाँ से हमें सोर्स मिलेगा। तो हम लोगों ने देखा कि हमें सोर्स कहाँ से मिलेगा, डीटी के साइट से हमें मिलेगा। तो हम लोगों ने डीटी के साइट से ये डाउनलोड कर लिया, जहाँ पे ये सोर्स हमें मिला। कौन से फॉर्मेट में मिला, ये गूगल स्प्रेडशीट में हम लोगों को मिल गया, या फिर आपको एक्सेल के फॉर्म में मिल जाएगा, ओके, या पीडीएफ के फॉर्म में मिलेगा। सो दैट इज अवेलेबल, दैट यू विल सी। तो आपको फॉर्मेट भी पता चला। नाउ आपको यदि एक से ज्यादा कॉलेजेस का ये एनालिसिस करना होगा, इंस्टेड ऑफ डीटी, आप यदि डीटी के बाहर वाले कुछ कॉलेजेस देखेंगे, ओके, जैसे कि हमारे यहाँ पे कुछ पर्टिकुलर कॉलेजेस है, प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के हैं, उनका डेटा आपको कंपेयर करना है। जब आप वो डेटा लेंगे तो हो सकता है हमारा डेटा गूगल स्प्रेडशीट में अवेलेबल है, उनका डेटा MS SQL में होगा। जब आप उसको कन्वर्ट करोगे, दैट एंटायर प्रोसेस इज डेटा प्रिपरेशन। ओके, आपको दोनों को समान फॉर्मेट में, यानी सेम फॉर्मेट में लाना पड़ेगा, कॉमन स्कीमा में लाना पड़ेगा, देन द थिंग्स विल गो ऑन। देन यू नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई द एरर्स, कि जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था सिविल के इसमें यदि कुछ स्पेलिंग मिस्टेक है, या फिर कुछ वाइट स्पेसेस कुछ ऐड किए गए हैं, या कुछ कहीं पे नल है, या कहीं पे कुछ मिसिंग वैल्यू है, वो हमें आइडेंटिफाई करना होगा। देन ओके, सो दिस इज व्हाट डेटा प्रिपरेशन। देन व्हाट वी आर डूइंग, नेक्स्ट पार्ट, हम लोगों ने क्या किया कि हमें जो भी थर्ड फेज हमारा था कि मॉडल का प्लान किया। क्या प्लान किया, स्प्रेडशीट में डेटा अवेलेबल था, किससे हम लोग ये पर्टिकुलर एनालिसिस करने वाले हैं, ये जो भी हम लोगों को बनाना है ये कैसे बनाएंगे। तो हो सकता है आप यहाँ पर, आपको लगा कि डायरेक्टली स्प्रेडशीट का एनालिसिस यूज कर लेते हैं, आपको यदि लगा कि एक्सेल में कन्वर्ट करके एक्सेल का एनालिसिस का टूल यूज कर लेते हैं। इफ यू फील दैट कि आपको ये पावर बीआई में करना है, तो आप पावर बीआई में इसको लोड कर लो, इस डेटा को, वहां पर आप लोग एनालिसिस कीजिए, टैब्लू में एनालिसिस कीजिए, पाइथन में एनालिसिस कीजिए, आर प्रोग्रामिंग में एनालिसिस कीजिए। वो आप लोग यहाँ पर क्या कर रहे हैं, तय कर रहे हैं। तय करने के बाद आप एक मॉडल बिल्ड कर रहे हैं, ओके, और दैट विल बी योर फोर्थ फेज। वो बिल्ड करने के बाद आप एनालिसिस करेंगे, आप चेक करेंगे कि सही जो चाहिए था, जो आंसर आना चाहिए था, वो मैच हो रहा है या नहीं, पूरा वैलिडेशंस वगैरह सारा कर लोगे। रिजल्ट कम्युनिकेट करोगे लोगों को, फिफ्थ फेज, कि किस तरीके से रिजल्ट आ रहा है, स्टेक होल्डर के को इन्वॉल्व करोगे कि जो उनको चाहिए था वो सारी चीजें आ रही है क्या। Once done, then finally you will deploy that dashboard or you will deploy that final product to the concerned authority जिसके लिए आप ये बना रहे थे। जो स्पॉन्सरर है उसको आप ये सारा क्या कर दोगे, प्रोवाइड कर दोगे। सो फ्रेंड्स, दिस वे ऑल द फेजेस कैन बी यूज्ड। इस तरीके से आप इसको क्या कर सकते हैं, यूज कर सकते हैं। Since this is our confidential data, I cannot share with you this particular spreadsheet, but I have already told you that this data is available with your student section। आप आपके ही एडमिशन का डेटा एनालाइज कीजिए एंड आप इजीली ये सारा इंफॉर्मेशन जो भी वो लोगों को दिखा सकते हैं। सो दैट विल बी डेफिनेटली हेल्पफुल फॉर द नेक्स्ट एडमिशन प्रोसेस। दिस इज व्हाट आई वांटेड टू मेंशन हियर। Okay, so this is all about what the unit number 3, and the question for you all is that what is the difference between missing value and null value? मुझे आंसर चाहिए आप लोगों से चैट विंडो में। What is the difference between missing value and null value? Friends, डेटा प्रिपरेशन में बहुत सारे टाइप्स के यहाँ पर चीजें आती है, हमें क्लीनिंग करना पड़ता है. तो व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन मिसिंग वैल्यू एंड नल वैल्यू? Question for you. You can unmute and you can answer, or you can write it into text box. "56 members are there. Okay, I'm expecting answers at least from few. Missing values are known values. Very good, Naik madam, perfect. One answer I could read. That is of Rohini Naik madam. What else? Don't worry, no answer is wrong. Pradeep sir ने भी दिया है, null values is unknown to us. Perfect. So any example of missing value or null value? Null is equal to empty. Okay, good. पंडित मैडम ने बोला है. पगार सर ने बोला है null values means absent values. Okay. Kathy madam is saying that for some attribute, if value is missing by typing error, that can be what? The missing value. And null means that absence of that attribute. Okay, wonderful answers that you all are given. I'm giving you, आप सभी लोगों का सही है आंसर. मैं जस्ट एग्जांपल आपको दे रहा हूं जो आप क्लास में बता सकते हैं. काफी ह्यूमर आपकी क्लास में होगा. रिजल्ट्स जब भी डिक्लेयर होने की बात आती है, ओके, सी दैट आपका रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर हो चुका है. रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर होने के बाद यदि रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर होने वाला है, हमें पता है क्या रिजल्ट आने वाला है? सभी स्टूडेंट को डिक्लेयर ही नहीं हुआ है, पता है क्या? नहीं. तो फिलहाल रिजल्ट में जो वैल्यू जाएगा दैट इज नल. रिजल्ट में कौन सा वैल्यू जाएगा? नल. और जब रिजल्ट लग जाएगा, और बहुत सारे लोगों को उनका रिजल्ट पता नहीं होता है, या बहुत कई बार ऐसे हो जाता है कि हमारे यहाँ पे यूनिवर्सिटी में उनका रिजल्ट विथहेल्ड रहता है, इन दैट केस यू कैन से दैट इज मिसिंग. मींस रिजल्ट बाकी लोगों के आ चुके हैं लेकिन इसका क्या है? मिसिंग है. So friends, you can give an example like this, or you can explore with other examples as well, so that student will understand the differences between this null values as well as what? The missing values. Thank you all for answering to this particular query. Okay, if you have any doubt into unit number 3, we can stop here. I'll give you 2 minutes for that. Else we'll rush to unit number 6. If you have doubt, you can ask. Have you really understood? Thank you, Deshpande madam. Great. So with one response, I'll go ahead that I'll assume that everyone understood everything, or you all are already masters, right? So let's move on the unit number 6, that is data visualization and Hadoop. Now for this, data visualization means what? How we need to represent the data in a manner so that the stakeholder or the sponsor or the boss should understand what exactly we wanted to represent. Okay, so let's move on this unit number 6. Unit number 6 is actually has 2 COs. Okay, that is the 5th and the 6th one, that is implement data visualization, use visualization using visualization tools like Python या जो भी कोई particular tools होंगे, उस tools का आपको इस्तेमाल करके you can able to finally at the end of this unit, student should able to implement some data visualization. And the second one, design and implement big databases using Hadoop system. So since this unit is actually what about visualization as well as what big data, how to manage big data by using Hadoop system, this is combination of this two. So at the end of this unit, students should understand this particular 2 parts. So this you can showcase to the students and we can move ahead. this is the outline of the session where we will cover today. Like we will see
Excuse me,
what.
sir. Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Oh, one query is there.
Yeah, please.
Can you in chat box from the Pradeep Singh?
Sorry.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate the feature about the selection tech?
Sorry.
In chat box, one query is there, sir.
Okay. I'll check the chat box. Can you elaborate about feature of selection tech? Feature selection technique you are talking about? Pradeep, sir? Okay, fine. Now there are various techniques which are available for feature selection. Okay. For this, we need some knowledge of machine learning. Based on that, we can always use certain features. Okay, we can always select certain features. Okay, trust me, Pradeep sir, this is altogether, your question is very wonderful, but this is altogether a different, where we need some knowledge of machine learning algorithms, where we can able to, select various features. Okay, if someone is there who can address this query in short span of time, can address. Kathy madam, can you please? Feature selection techniques. Yes, anyone?
Hello.
Yes, madam.
Yes, sir. Regarding feature selection, okay, sir. I will take care about it.
Okay.
Okay,
So because that is there inside, like it will definitely take to address that particular query much time.
Yes,
Okay?
yes, sir. I will focus on that.
But please address that. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. Kathy madam will definitely address your query. Okay. Thank you so much for asking your query. Yeah. So let's move on this particular part, that is unit number 6. Okay. These are the contents of unit number 6. Okay. And with this, we can cover these many topics today. So I'll quickly go through it, the introduction of it, like what exactly is data visualization. Now you can take from this particular slide. I have not given any sort of text. Entire text is converted into diagrams so that it will not be the boring session for the students. So for content delivery, you can use this kind of slides as well as, okay, for preparing wonderful presentation. Okay, so data visualization is the graphical representation. So I have given graphical representation of what? Of data as well as what? Information. So what is the definition of data visualization? So you can see that the definition of data visualization is a graphical representation of data as well as what? Information. So this one line of text is converted into what? Diagram. So you can always convert your text into what? Diagram. So that you can take. Definition itself is very straightforward. Okay, so data visualization tools, they provides accessible way. Sorry. Okay, data visualization tool provide accessible way to see and understand trends, outlier patterns in what? Data. So why we are doing this data visualization? So that we can able to identify these kind of patterns, these kind of outliers, as well as what we can analyze the trend. So that is what the beauty of data visualization. Okay, what are the major elements of like visual elements? So basically there are 3 visual elements: chart, graphs, as well as what? Maps. So we'll see what is difference between chart and graph. Okay, and we also are aware that like nowadays the data is actually map using various maps. Okay, Google Maps we have seen. Okay, so we can analyze the data based on coordinates. Okay, so moving towards the next part. Just a minute. Okay, what is the difference between graph and chart? We all are aware that graph is subset of what? Chart. Okay, graph is subset of chart. Chart is what? Chart has various things. It has graph, it has diagrams, it has table, entire thing come into, it is normally known as what? Chart. So graph is something which is specialized thing. Chart is something which is what? Generalized thing. Now you can see that why we need data visualization. So you can see here, data visualization is normally needed. कुछ artifacts आ रहे हैं क्या बीच में? Just a minute. Yeah, is it clear? Clearly visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Okay. Data. Okay, you can see that why we need visualization, because we need to create more value out of that particular data. So when we are visualizing that, definitely पूरा ये जो टेबल मैंने आपको बताया था 360 एडमिशन का, आपको यदि वो टेबल दिखा था तो फ्रॉम दैट टेबल वी मे नॉट एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई सो मेनी थिंग्स इजीली. ओके, बट फ्रॉम एनालिसिस इट वाज क्वाइट क्लियर बाय यूजिंग जस्ट ऑब्जर्विंग द ग्राफ. ओके, आपको बहुत सारी चीजें जो भी वो समझ में आती है. ओके, मैं अपना कैमरा ऑन कर रहा हूँ और अपने कैमरे में कुछ नोटेशन आपको दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ. ओके, मैं इसको स्टॉप कर रहा हूँ. आई होप माई कैमरा इज विजिबल टू ऑल. Now just tell me that if I tell you that the progress of your college is like this, I'm showcasing this. The progress of your college is like this. What do you indicate? क्या समझा आपको? मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ? आपके कॉलेज का प्रोग्रेस इस तरीके से है. Progress of your college. Increasing, linear, growing, improved, perfect. All the answers are perfect. I have not given you what is at x-axis, what is at y-axis. I have not given you this data. I have not given you details of data, but still by observing this, you can say that this is what which is happening. Okay. Nowadays, vacancy of engineering is like this. Vacancy of engineering college is like this. Now what did it infer? What data you are inferring from this? इस नोटेशन से क्या मिल रहा है आप लोगों को? वैकेंसी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज इज लाइक दिस. या डिक्रीजिंग लीनियर. ओके, मींस हमें ये डेटा से ये समझ में आ रहा है कि इस तरीके से हो रहा है. नाउ ओके, द रिजल्ट और द प्लेसमेंट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आर लाइक दिस. द प्लेसमेंट और रिजल्ट ऑफ योर कॉलेज इज लाइक दिस. Perfect, Priyanka madam. It is stable. It means that it is constant, no changing. Okay, so I have not given you what is there at x-axis. I have not given you what is there at y-axis. But just by observing this particular graph, just by observing this particular notation, we can identify what is happening, whether it is going right or whether it is going wrong. ये सारा हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं? Easily identify कर सकते हैं. And this is what the importance of what this particular data, that is the need of data visualization. Okay, so आप देख सकते हैं कि यहाँ पर मैंने आपको बताया कि you can use charts as well as graphs to easily find out the communication. Okay, you can communicate the result by using charts and graphs, जिसमें काफी easily बहुत सारे लोगों को ये finding हो जाएगा कि where we are. हम लोग growing है, हम लोग डाउन साइड में जा रहे हैं, हम लोग स्टेबल है, हम कब सही थे, कब गलत थे, हम कहाँ ऊपर थे, हम लोग कहाँ नीचे थे. ये सारा एनालिसिस वहां से जो लेमन है उसको भी वो समझ में आएगा. दिस इज व्हाट द ब्यूटी ऑफ डेटा विजुअलाइजेशन. ओके, नाउ so without data visualization, okay, you can see this particular thing. Okay, so without data visualization, visual representation of insight, it can be hard for audience to grasp, okay, the true meaning of what findings. So friends, why data visualization is needed? So that we need to identify what are the insights easily just by observing, instead of focusing more on what exactly data is there, लेकिन क्या values उसके है, instead of understanding details of that values, हमें directly summary से पता चलेगा, statistical information से पता चलेगा where we are, whether we are growing, whether we are going down, whether we are stable, entire thing will be available. Okay, so this is what the need of that. So far we have covered the introduction of data visualization. Now we'll see challenges to big data visualization. So what are the challenges which are there for big data visualization? I have already shown you that what is exactly big data. So this is what the big data. I'll not discuss much here because we have discussed it. Okay, and now you can see that visualization of big data with diversity and heterogeneity, that is structured, semi-structured and unstructured, is a big problem. Okay, so I hope you all are aware what is structured, what is unstructured. I'll give you a simple example of structured data. जितना भी हम लोगों ने DBMS में देखा हुआ है, majority of the data was structured. That is relational database is what structured means. When students are coming into our college, we are giving them admission form. In that it is mentioned that you need to enter your name, okay, enter your CT, marks, सारी चीजें हम लोगों ने पहले से ही देके रखी हुई है. मीन स्ट्रक्चर हम लोगों ने डिफाइन किया हुआ है और स्टूडेंट्स उसमें डेटा इंसर्ट कर देते हैं. दैट इज स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा. अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड, द वे स्टूडेंट्स आर राइटिंग नोट्स इन द क्लासरूम. ब्लैंक पेपर है, जहां पे जो लगता है वो निकालते हैं. कभी वो लोग सच में डायग्राम्स निकालते, कभी कभी सच में नोट्स निकालते, कभी कभी कार्टून बनाते, जो भी उनको लगता है वो लोग बनाते जाते. दैट इज व्हाट अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड. ओके, आई एम गिविंग यू एन एग्जांपल. ओके, यू नीड टू टेल मी दैट वेदर इट इज स्ट्रक्चर्ड और अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड. और जो हमें कंफ्यूजन होता है कि कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर्ड एज वेल एज व्हाट अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड इज व्हाट सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड. ओके, सो चैट बॉक्स में आप लोगों को एक क्वेश्चन में आप लोगों को पूछ रहा हूँ, आप चैट बॉक्स में आंसर कर सकते हैं रिगार्डिंग स्ट्रक्चर्ड एंड अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड. ओके, ईमेल, जो आप लोग ईमेल भेजते हैं हर दिन, व्हाट इज दैट? स्ट्रक्चर्ड, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड और सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड ईमेल. दिस वे यू कैन आस्क द स्टूडेंट्स एज वेल. ओके, सो दैट क्लैरिटी आएगा स्टूडेंट को. Okay, somebody said that email is unstructured. Okay, what else? Whether email is structured, unstructured or semi-structured? Yeah, so right answer is semi-structured. Okay, right answer is semi-structured. Why it is semi-structured? Just when we open any sort of email, okay, if I open any email, okay, here certain things are given, that is to whom you need to address. यहाँ पे subject दिया रहेगा, यहाँ पे आप लोगों को यदि CC देना है, BCC देना है, वो दिया रहेगा. Then you can give what this. यहाँ पे कुछ चीजें आप लोगों को दी गई है. Then you can attach what attachment, ये सारा दिया हुआ है. So certain structure is there. लेकिन यहाँ पर जो लिखने का आपको facility मिला हुआ है, ये काफी, जहाँ पे आपको जितना लिखना है आप लोग लिख सकते हैं. There is no limitation here. So it is, ये यहाँ पे जो हम लोग लिख रहे हैं, that is unstructured. Rest everything is what structured. So it is combination of structured as well as what unstructured, and hence it is known as what semi-structured. Okay. Now next question. Next question to you. Okay. Whatever which is available on Wikipedia or whatever which is available on Google, whatever pages, websites which are opening, what is that? Structured, unstructured? Perfect. It is unstructured. Very rightly said. It is what? Unstructured. Okay. Now coming toward the structure, whatever result which is displayed, आपके पास जो result analysis का sheet आता है ना, what is it? आजकल मुश्किल है बोलना, लेकिन समझ लेते हैं हम लोग. Yeah, it is what? Structured. जो भी result हमारे पास आता है, it is structured. हमें पता होता है कि कहाँ पर क्या रहेगा, कौन से कॉलम में क्या दिया गया है, वो सारा वहां पे known रहेगा. That is what? Structured. Okay. Now why there is need to understand the structured as well as what unstructured? Okay, क्योंकि पूरा बिग डेटा उसी के ऊपर बेस्ड है. आप सभी लोगों को ये पता होगा कि पूरा बिग डेटा जो भी है वो हमारा उसी के ऊपर क्या है, बेस्ड है. ओके, तो हम लोग उसको समझने की कोशिश करेंगे. सो जब भी आपके पास स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा होगा, आपके पास बहुत सारे एसक्यूएल के कमांड्स हैं, उसका आप यूज कर सकते हैं. व्हेनेवर यू हैव अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा, वहां पे एसक्यूएल नहीं चल करता है. यदि मैं आपको बताऊं कि आप सभी लोगों ने अपने आप के ऊपर एसे लिखना है, यू हैव टू राइट एसे ऑन योरसेल्फ. आपने एसे लिखा, उसमें से आपने बहुत सारी चीजें दी और मुझे एनालाइज करना है कि आप सब लोग कौन सी सिटी से है. मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, मेरी बात ध्यान से सुनिए. आई हैव टोल्ड यू दैट यू हैव टू राइट एसे ऑन योरसेल्फ. आपको खुद के ऊपर एसे क्या करना है, लिखना है. आप खुद के बारे में लिखोगे, खुद के बारे में लिखोगे और मुझे क्या एनालिसिस करना है, सभी लोगों ने, जितने भी लोग अभी यहाँ पे, जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स अवेलेबल है, उनका सिटी कौन सा है. आई हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई द सिटी. व्हाट आई नीड टू डू, सबके एसे पढ़ने पड़ेंगे, उसमें सिटी आइडेंटिफाई करना पड़ेगा. जरूरी है क्या एसे राइटिंग में आपका सिटी वहां पर आएगा? नॉट नेसेसरी. सभी लोग उसको नहीं देंगे. सो समवेयर डेटा इज मिसिंग एंड समवेयर डेटा इज अवेलेबल. लेकिन अवेलेबल भी है तो ये फिक्स है क्या फर्स्ट लाइन में ही आ जाएगा सिटी का? नो, नॉट नेसेसरी. आई नीड टू रीड ईच एंड एवरी डेटा, देन आई विल गेट दैट. सो एनालिसिस is challenging in case of what unstructured data. Structured data में बहुत सिंपल है. आप सिटी का नाम ही दे देते हैं, सिटी का एक फील्ड ही बोल देते हैं, वहां पे लोग नाम ऐड कर देंगे, वहां से आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि कौन सा फील्ड है. इट इज वेरी सिंपल कंपैरेटिवली. ओके इन स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड में चैलेंजिंग है, एंड सेमी स्ट्रक्चर्ड में दैट इज कॉम्बिनेशन, यानी कुछ चीजें इजी हो जाएगी, कुछ चीजें आपकी क्या हो जाएगी, डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगी. सो फ्रेंड, handling unstructured data, analyzing unstructured data is somewhat challenging than what the structured data. Now why we need unstructured? क्योंकि structured data में क्या है, मैं यदि आपको बता दूं कि आपके बारे में आपको कुछ 4-10 क्वालिटी के बारे में मैंने बोल दिया कि आपके बारे में लिखो, और आप में यदि 15 क्वालिटीज है तो प्रॉब्लम क्या आएगा, 5 क्वालिटीज आपको ऐड नहीं करते आएगी, मींस मैंने आपको फ्रीडम नहीं दिया पूरा ऐड करने में. स्ट्रक्चर्ड डेटा क्या बोल रहा है, 10 ही क्वालिटीज ऐड करते आ रहे हैं आपको. ओके, अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड में आपको कोई लिमिटेशन नहीं है, आप पूरे 15 के 15 क्वालिटीज वहां पर क्या कर सकते हैं, ऐड कर सकते हैं. ये फर्स्ट पार्ट. सेकेंड पार्ट क्या आएगा, आपको जो भी एनालिसिस, जो भी आप लोगों को मैंने बताया कि मान लीजिए आप में से 10 क्वालिटीज मैंने बोले, लेकिन 10 में से किसी के पास 5 ही होंगे, अननेसेसरीली 5 फील्ड आपके क्या हो रहे हैं, वेस्ट हो रहे हैं. ये सारे चैलेंजेस आपको किस में आते हैं, स्ट्रक्चर्ड में. And that was the reason there was need, and the evolution is now moving towards the unstructured data, and that is the reason big data is coming into picture. So friends, next half session में मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि how people can handle structured as well as what unstructured and semi-structured data. So that we'll see. Okay, so now coming towards what the unstructured data can be, like graphs, it can be table, it can be text, trees, it can be in any metadata form. Okay, big data often has unstructured format, means it has what, it actually supports structured as well as what, unstructured format. Unfortunately, relational database supports only and only structured, means जो हम लोगों ने SQL जो भी बच्चों को सिखाया हुआ है, RDBMS जो भी है, that is structured. Unstructured में आप लोगों को बहुत सारी चीजें, जैसे MongoDB आप लोगों ने देखा हुआ है, that comes into what, this unstructured category. Now, due to bandwidth limitations, power requirement issues, visualization बहुत challenging आप लोगों को यहाँ पर होता है, क्योंकि meaningful information extract करना है. मैंने आपको पैराग्राफ के पैराग्राफ दिए, उसमें से meaningful information extract करना है, can be the challenging part, and that is the reason we need some, specialized tool or the fabulous tool by which we can use this. Okay, so what are the visualization tools which are available? So that we'll see today. Okay, and how it will be useful for us, that also we'll see. Now, what are the challenges of what data visualization? These are the challenges: information loss, large image perception, high rate of image change, visual noise, then high performance requirement. These are all challenges. अब मैं इसमें बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल में नहीं जाऊंगा, ये सारी चीजें जो भी ये आगे एक्सप्लेन की गई है, आप इसको स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड जो भी वो ले सकते हैं. मैं थोड़ा सा स्पीड में जाऊंगा, जहां पे आपको डिफिकल्टी लगेगी आप पूछ सकते हैं. ओके, जहां से मींस बिकॉज दिस विल बी अवेलेबल टू यू. जो मुझे मेनली इसमें बताना है, दैट आई नीड टू फोकस टुडे. Okay, so this is what the textual thing is given. You can always read and you can understand what is that. Okay, it's not a big deal to understand it. So I'm simply moving on this. I'm moving on slides. Okay, this is what we have listed certain challenges, and these are the possible solutions to address that challenges which is there. Okay, so challenges and solutions both are given. Okay, so this way challenges of big data is over. We need to focus more on what, data visualization technique. Okay, so first of all we need to understand types of data visualization. So see that, and trust me, 100% of you are aware of this part. Okay, we are focusing much on that, like which things are important, how to represent data, okay, by using what kind of thing, that is most important here. Okay, so see that the types of data visualization, you can visualize the data in the form of table, a textual form, histogram, scattered plot, visual charts, as well as in a timetable की जगह पे मैं timeline बोल देता हूँ. It must be what timeline. Okay, so ये पर्टिकुलर फॉर्मेट में आप डेटा को क्या कर सकते हैं, इससे और कई ज्यादा है जिससे आप डेटा को क्या कर सकते हैं, यू कैन रिप्रेजेंट और यू कैन विजुअलाइज डेटा बाय यूजिंग टेबल, हिस्टोग्राम, स्कैटर्ड प्लॉट, visual charts, as well as what, timeline. The last one should be timeline. I'll show you the table. This is what in the form of table. Okay, now you can use here single dimensional table, multi-dimensional table, you may use data cube, anything can be used here. So that is one part. Then histogram, you can use histogram. You must be aware the difference between bar chart and what, histogram. Okay, so you can represent data using histogram. I have given visualization. Thanks to Kathy madam for preparing this wonderful presentation where so many visualization were added. Okay, that will give you entire part. Okay, so visualization. You all are aware that histogram is always based on range. It is always based on what? Range. Range ke form mein wo hota hai. Okay, and bar chart is based on certain points. This is scatter plot. You can see that. Now this is needed many times in machine learning. You might have seen that k-means algorithm is actually presented by using scattered plot many places. Okay, so you can see that this is what the scattered plot. Okay, so what we need to understand whenever we have to represent any data, what kind of chart one should use, whether I have to use scattered plot, whether I have to use bar chart, whether I have to use column chart, whether I have to use some other chart, or whether I have to represent that data by using table or in tree format. That we need to understand, because there are a variety of representation which is available, but which is most important that we need to understand. So many of you, if you are pursuing PhD or those who have completed their PhD, you must have seen that whenever you have to represent data, आप कोई भी डेटा पाई चार्ट के थ्रू नहीं डिस्प्ले कर सकते, आप कोई भी डेटा डोनट चार्ट नहीं ले पाओगे, आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा, अलग अलग चार्ट जो भी है उसका एक आपको ये रहता है कि कौन सा चार्ट कब यूज करना चाहिए. That is what which is important. So the data is given here, like why to use, when to use scattered chart, scattered plot. Okay, then you can see that the dot histogram, sorry, I'll come back. Okay, dot histogram map, you can see that here we are actually giving these dots. Then coming towards the pie chart as well as donut chart, you can see that if it is in full form, it is pie chart, otherwise it is what? Donut chart. So you can see the difference between pie chart and donut chart. Majority of the time, whatever which can be represented by using pie chart can also be represented using donut chart. Both are interrelated. Major differences regarding visualization, so that you can use. Then tree, in the form of tree, that you can represent. Okay, so anything can be represented in the form of tree. We all have seen decision tree, that gives us what? Hierarchical form. Okay, and that gives us great clarity. Then in the form of network. Okay, so anything can be given in the form of this kind of diagram, that is graphical form, in the form of graphs. Okay, here you will get the details of each and every chart, which chart will be used when. So you can always use this, that I have already left into presentation. So you can see that this is what the timeline from which we can represent, like timeline is given here, and what we have achieved into this timeline, that is mentioned. Some more example of timeline. You can see that we can represent either linear or comparative data using timeline. Again, this is one of the timeline of engineering from FA to B. What is their score at first year, second year, third year, likewise, or achievements or anything. Again, timeline. Venn diagram. You can see that we have dolphin, we have fish. Okay, these are the specific features of fish. These are the features of what dolphin, and these are their common features. So that common thing and uncommon thing means common and similar and uncommon thing can be displayed by using Venn diagram. That can also be shown like this. Then data flow diagram. Okay, based on data flow diagram, you can show that which data is actually flowing from which process to another process. Can be one of the part. Then you can see here the plots. Okay, based on that, you can showcase the information. Line charts, we can say. Then tree maps, we can show the data in the form of trees. Okay, so normally it is given in this format. So we can showcase data like this in the form of tree. But normally this visualization sometimes, become a challenging for us. So we have, habit to see the next one. This one, cone tree. Okay, so it may show you in the form of bubbles or it may show you in the form of tree. Okay, so this is bubble chart and this is what in the form of tree. That is cone tree. Maybe in semantic network. Okay, so anything which is related, we can give them same color. So that is what the next chart. And that way we have seen that types of data visualization. Once we understood which type should be used for which part, okay, we can represent data very properly. Now what we need to understand the techniques of data visualization. Okay, so let's move on the techniques of data visualization. So we all are aware that predictive methods are there, descriptive methods are there, classification, regression, clustering, association rule, all these machine learning algorithms can be used for that. Okay, I'll not emphasize much on this because this is again, which is needed. This is altogether a different course. Okay, next, data visualization techniques. You can see that data visualization, information visualization, concept visualization, strategic visualization, metaphor visualization, compound visualization, exactly what you want to visualize. These are the types that you can use. So entire thing which I have enlisted before is represented here. So what is normally comes under the category of information visualization. Okay. So entire thing is given here, that is strategic. This is what the strategic visualization, where we are giving strategy map. This is the concept visualization, where we are actually nowadays at many books, you can see that this particular concepts are given. Just by observing that, we can understand, just by observing this diagram, we can understand so many things. So that is the concept. Okay, concept visualization. This is metaphor visualization. You can see this. We have seen these things into news. Okay, every day this is happening in front of us. Okay, we need to identify what is it and when to use it. That is most important. This is metaphor visualization. Next is compound visualization. Okay. Finally, visualization technique, that is machine learning, supervised learning, unsupervised learning. Again, like I'll not go much into this because machine learning is that itself is one of the different course, but we must have knowledge of this. This entire thing come under the category of data, data science. And whatever question is asked, that is about feature selection, that will be addressed by using this, machine learning techniques. Okay. Now the last part, that is tools used in data visualization. So these are the data visualization tools. These are the 10 top tools, okay, which were listed in 2022. Okay, and Tableau stood number 1. Okay, so Tableau was number 1. Then Vatagraph was number 2, and Power BI was number 3. So I will suggest you all go with Tableau as well as what Power BI, so that visualization can be shown easily to the students. Okay, so I'll give you certain insights of Tableau. What is exactly Tableau? So Tableau, it is actually founded in 2003. Okay, it is one of the software company, and they are actually producing interactive visualization tool. We need to understand the dashboard, a simple dashboard as well as the interactive dashboard. Interactive dashboard means what? Everything will change into when you click on that graph. So the things will change accordingly. That is interactive dashboard. Creating interactive dashboard is not an easy job, but it is made very much easy by using this Power BI as well as Tableau tool. Okay, so Tableau allows all customers to spend time more on data analysis as well as you can, you can able to focus on insights of the data. Okay, so less on data wrangling. Transformation is not you need not to focus much on data wrangling, but you need to focus more on what? Analysis. That is the beauty of Tableau. And Tableau is available for student, it is available free. For teacher also, if you registered properly, you may get the access of 1 year. Okay. Next is Google Chart. Google Chart tool is again very powerful. It is very simple and easy to use. So you can create even interactive charts as well as data tools as well as dashboard by using Google Charts. Now, if you are planning for content beyond syllabus, you have so much here. Okay, so we have given students some of the assignment. Okay, like you have to create dashboard. Okay, and they have to present that dashboard. So I can show you my own dashboard that I have created. That one of our faculty members supported me for creation of that particular dashboard, and that is giving me wonderful insights. Okay, so it's available on my blog. So I'm clicking on dashboard. So data visualization is ultimately what we need to create dashboard. So now you all can see that this is the dashboard which is created. Okay, and let's say I have to focus on the placement statistics. So as an administrator, many times we are facing difficulty that somebody is asking us various questions. Okay, suppose the questions are asked like this: how many students are placed? So I can say that this is what the statistics of placement. I can give this statistics easily. Okay, so out of 83, let's say 56 students were placed, or out of 139 currently 48 students were placed. So like that, this information is given by me. Now somebody may ask me in depth, now tell me how many of them are placed into, let's say, into TCS or Infosys. Okay, this is what the question asked. What I need to do, I need to call every time placement officer, need to ask the same question. We need to pass that same question to placement officer. Then he will tell me that these many students are there. Instead of that, I can drill down this. I can simply open this detailed data, and here I'll get information of everything. You can see that since 2016-17, I have created this dashboard and we have data of till 2020-23. So how many students are placed? 48. How will I get that information? So simply I need to jump on that particular spreadsheet, and trust me, it is developed into spreadsheet, Google spreadsheet. No programming skill were needed. Okay, so I'm focusing on placement 22-23. So now you can see here the name of student, okay, stream, division, batch, in which company that student is placed. That is TCS. Now you can see that Hexaware TCS, and packages. So again, the packages will be there. So the questions on this can be like this: how many students were placed into TCS? How many students were placed into the Jaro company? Means company wise question can be asked. How many students were placed as a junior software developer can be the question. Sector wise comparison, location wise data, what is the packages, how many students are there getting the package more than 5 lakhs, what is the average package, what is the lowest package. All these questions can be addressed by using this dashboard. And instead of calling every time to placement officer, I can answer this question. So this is what the beauty of drill down that dashboard. So dashboard is not only the dashboard, you can drill down that particular dashboard. Okay, again, interactive dashboard means what? Okay, interactive dashboard means, for example, here it is showing me information of 2021, 22, 22, 23, okay, 3 years data. I want data for last 5 years. So I'm clicking on that. Automatically, it is adding data of last 5 years. So friends, this is what some interactive dashboard were created. Actual interactive dashboard means what? When I click on this year, automatically based on this year, all this, all this graphs, all these charts will be, it will filtered based on that. So that is normally known as what? Interactive dashboard. So we have given assignment to the students like this, that they have to build this type of dashboard. Okay, and this is what the outcome, where we are saying that after completion of this unit, students should able to, build their own dashboard. So data visualization techniques as well as tools can be covered from this. Okay, so this is what that we have given to the students. Okay, that is dashboard. This we have purely created for our students only. Okay, it's up to you what kind of assignments you need to create. Now the last point from this unit is regarding Hadoop. Okay, friends, Hadoop is one of the tool. Okay, can anyone tell me for Hadoop which symbol is there for Hadoop? Which symbol? Just name the symbol. Icon. Hadoop के लिए कौन सा आइकॉन आप लोगों ने देखा हुआ है?
Elephant.
Elephant. Wonderful. Any other answer? Sorry to say this, but elephant is wrong. Yes, anyone? Right answer?
Elephant with Hadoop.
Elephant
with Hadoop word.
Yeah, for Hadoop, the symbol of some icon is there. Is it of elephant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So many people are, they have misconception that it is elephant, but trust me, it is Mahout. Okay, Mahout is the strongest elephant. Okay, strongest elephant. The meaning of that Mahout, or the indication behind that symbol, is that it has great meaning. Hadoop is one of the ecosystem. Okay, it is one of the system. It is integrated development environment where you will get so many tools, so many techniques to use. You will get database into that. You will get programming language into that. You will get script language into that. You will get cloud into that. Everything is under one roof. That is Hadoop. Okay, Hadoop has mainly two important components. One is HDFS, another one is MapReduce. HDFS is related to its Hadoop file system. Means how data will be stored will be taken care by HDFS, and how you will program that data. Okay, so that programming environment is based on this MapReduce. So, okay, so let's see what exactly is MapReduce. So with example, I can showcase you what exactly is map and what exactly is reduce and what is other components. So you can see that MapReduce is one of the programming environment. Okay, and with next slide, with the next example, it will clarify you what is exactly is map and what is exactly is reduce. I'm giving you it is always following what key value pair. Okay, so this is map. This particular function is normally known as what? Map. Okay, this is map. Here the first part is given as a map, the last part is reduce, and the middle one where we are doing either shuffling or sorting. Okay, so certain operations are taken place into this middle layer. So the first layer is mapping, that is map, and the last layer is what? Reduce. In between there will be what? Shuffle layer, where we are doing certain kind of other programmings. Okay, so that is map and reduce. Now let us see this by using some example. This is what the example where we have input, like we have deer, beer, different words we have. Okay, and our job is that which word is coming on, like we need count wise that particular word. We need that particular word, how many times that particular word is coming. Okay, so what we have done, we have splitted this into what? We have splitted this 3 lines into different lines. That is like line number 1, then line number 2, line number 3, line number 4. Sorry, line number 3. Okay, hum logon ne what we did, we have converted that, means we have splitted that into different lines. Then we have done mapping. In mapping, what we have done, in this line, how many times deer is coming? 1. Deer 1. Then river 1. Car 1. Car again 1. So this way we have done. In shuffling, what we did, we have shuffled it and finally we counted beer reducing. Okay, beer, it is coming 2. twice, car coming thrice, deer twice, river twice. Finally, we have done, and finally we have combined this result. So this is reducing. So friends, map and reduce, it means that we are mapping information, we are mapping data, we are doing some programming, and finally at reduced state, we are declaring the result. This is what the map reduce. Okay, so here you can do the programming. So this is normally known as programming environment of Hadoop ecosystem. Now, the next part. Okay, this is again related to map and reduce. Okay, this is Hadoop, that is HDFS file system. Okay, HDFS file system has node. Okay, HDFS file system is actually has what? Name node. This is important. Name node as well as what? Data node. Name node or data node में पूरा data आपका क्या किया जाएगा? Convert किया जाएगा, and it has one of the signal known as heartbeat. Heartbeat means what? Data nodes will keep sending heartbeat signals to whom? Name node, to indicate whether the name nodes are alive or not. Okay, this we will understand by using one of the example, one of the diagram. Now here you can take what आप यहाँ पर क्या कर सकते हैं, बहुत सारे students को include करके आप यहाँ पर एक अच्छा role play ले सकते हैं. Okay, so name node is one person, let's say teacher. Secondary name node is backup copy of it. So if anything happens to this copy can be take over. This name node will be converted into data node, various data node, and it will be connected to various data node, and it will always check whether this name node is alive or not by using this heartbeat signal. So friends, this name node and these are the what different data nodes, okay, where the data is actually take place. Now it's up to you whether you are replicating that data. Based on certain application, you may need to what replica. You need to divide the data as well as what you need to replicate that particular data. If it is related to banking application, replication will be higher. Okay, if it is not so much important application, in that case, replication can be lower. So that you can decide here. Okay, so here there is typical programming model which were there, that is map reduce, and here you can see that for backend, okay, that data is actually captured, or it is actually available with HDFS system. Okay, so this is related to HDFS as well as map reduce. So all details examples are given for better understanding that you can see later on. Okay, this is what the architecture of Hadoop, where you can see so many things are available. It has many things. It has, okay, HDFS is there, map reduce is there. Okay, and apart from on the top of that, there are so many things. HBase, that is database of Hadoop. Okay, Hive is one of the SQL environment. Pig is scripting language. Mahout is machine learning. So many libraries are available. So this way they have given so many things. Flume, Scoop, all these you must have heard. There is great opportunity in the industry if student masters into what this Hadoop. Okay, so various platforms which are available for the same. Okay, so here entire thing were explained, like what is exactly Pig. Okay, so that is explained. Then what is exactly Pig building functions which are available, that is explained. Then what is Hive, that is explained. Okay, I can't cover it right now, but I am simply giving you what like highlights of it. So this is Hive. So this is all about Hadoop ecosystem. So far we have covered unit 6. I have given you overview of unit 6. Unit 6 is one of the wonderful unit where you can ask students to prepare dashboards, as well as you can ask them to write a codes. Okay, even you can prepare them for the Hadoop and ask them to prepare so many tools which are available into Hadoop. Okay, so this is all from my side. I have already told you that all the details are available here. Okay, but one of the bonus thing that I wanted to tell you here. Okay, this is what one of the I hope you all are aware regarding Open AI chat. Chat GPT must be known to all. If no, I'm giving you the link of it. This is wonderful tip, friends. Okay, This is very wonderful tool, that is Chat GPT. This is the tool of OpenAI. You can ask any question to it and it will answer your query. Okay. For example, if you want to ask what is difference between, sorry. Okay, you can see here, you can type here difference between data analytics and data analysis. There's so many terminologies we are getting confused, you know. So it will give you what the difference between these two terminology if there. Okay, see that it is saying that they are closely related and it is giving us the answer. So it is not only giving you information about technology, but how you can use it. Suppose I have to frame a question based on Bloom's taxonomy. And many times we are preparing question paper and it is very difficult to, you know, prepare a question paper based on Bloom's level. Okay. So for example, suppose you know that area of circle is there. I have to prepare a question, prepare, okay, or Bloom's level 3 question on, I'm giving the name of topic, okay, maybe big data. Maybe topic is what? Big data. I have given this to that. Bloom's level 3 question on big data. It will give me information that what exactly is Bloom level 3, then what is big data, and then probably it will prepare a question based on that. See that it has prepared a question. Evaluate the effectiveness of different techniques for finding missing values in a large data set and explain how missing data can impact the accuracy of big data analysis. See that it has created that question. So friends, our pains will be less if we use this particular tool. I have seen this many times, it is right. At somewhere you need to make a correction. So this is related to question paper framing. You can even get the answer of this. Okay, I'll give this question directly and I'll ask the answer. So it will even identify that answer. Okay, so it will prepare that. So that is again beauty of it. Since there are ladies in the session, okay, you must be taking study of your kids. Okay, and if your kid is asking you, Mama, I want you know, essay on, let's say, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I want it in 100 words. Okay. Since we are aware, but we don't have that much amount of time, we are normally hunting on a Google, and Google giving us huge information, and we are getting confused to whom, from where we should take that particular data. So instead of that, what you can do, you can ask here, essay on Narendra Modi. Okay, Narendra Modi in 100 words. In 100 words. Give that, it will give you that information completely. Okay, it is giving you that information. Suppose you want to ask, what are the top tools? Top visualization tools. Top 10 visualization tools available for data science. Let's say. Okay, it will list out that also. That is, see that Tableau that I have already told you. Okay, about Tableau, again, it is giving you information. Then about R Shiny, ggplot2, matplotlib. So this way it is giving you information. Okay. You can even ask the code, for example, Python code for, let's say, merge sort. So it will give you Python code for merge sort. Okay. So since I'm completing my session, okay, so I need script. How to close the session? Script on closing session on faculty orientation program. Okay, you can see that entire code is available. You can copy this code from here, which is available. Okay, you can copy this code from here and it is running. Even if you are giving any sort of code to it, it will give you what that code is doing. That also it is giving. So this is again fabulous tool. Okay, I was talking about, since I'm closing this session, script on closing session on faculty orientation. किस तरीके से close करना चाहिए session को? क्या बोलना चाहिए? So I'm trying to identify that as well. Here is an example of script for closing session on faculty orientation program. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to the end of our faculty orientation program. I would like to take a moment to thank all of the presenter and panelists for sharing their valuable insights and experience with us today. Your contribution have been invaluable in helping us to better so blah, 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 blah. So many things it is giving me. I hope this particular tool will definitely add great value in your life. So I'm sharing the link on chat box. You can always use this. Okay, I have already shared it on chat box. When you will open this, you need to log in. Once you have logged in, you can use this fabulous tool. Trust me, I have seen that 99% of the time it is giving me right answer. So that's the beauty. Only one problem with this tool that I don't like. Okay, जो Google करता है वो ये नहीं करता है. For example, if I ask him, who is Dr. Mahesh Ranglal Ji Sanghvi? If I write this, if I copy this, मैं इसको कॉपी कर लेता हूँ so that ये गूगल पे दूंगा तो जवाब बहुत प्रॉपर आता है. यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम है. It's not to identify me, you know. ये बुरा है इसका. See that. I am sorry. I was not able to find any information about a person, Dr. Mahesh Ranglal Ji Sanghvi. So मैं इसके बारे में सब दुनिया को बोल रहा हूँ लेकिन ये मेरे बारे में नहीं जानता. This is what the problem. Anyways, joke apart, I hope you all have enjoyed the session. If you have any query, if you have any doubt, you can always let me know. Okay, I'll be happy to serve you all. Thank you. If you have doubts, if you have queries, you can always ask.
Excuse me, sir. Can
Yes,
I answer the question of feature selection? The
Please,
one
madam.
who has
Yes.
asked.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
okay. Okay. So feature selection is the technique that right now we have the data with the multiple features. Some of the features are related to our query and some of not available. We can take the example that if I want to find out the person who are playing best football in the classroom. So in that, nothing to do with the marks. Generally in the student database, we are having the features like this: to name of the students, roll number, name, marks, subject 1 mark, subject 2 marks, subject 3 marks, height, weight, and everything. But we can realize that to identify the best student who are playing the football in the classroom, for that nothing to do with the marks. So we can skip that. So this is what we can eitherly, some features we can select and some features we can reject. So I'm not able to share my screen. Okay, so we have the different feature selection techniques. Like we have the forward selection, backward selection, we have the wrapper methods. Inside we have the filter methods that are used to reduce the features. And if we are going to reduce the feature, then overhead of the feature will be reduced. So this is the general idea behind the feature selection.
Great, madam. Thank you so much. So ultimately, there are 300 features which are available. Out of that, if you just want to use few of them, you need to select that features. And for selecting that features, when the problems and domains are known, we can do it manually because human brain is so talented. But whenever we have to do this by using programming, definitely we need some technique. And I hope, thanks to Kathy madam for answering this query. Thank you, friends. I hope this session will be useful for you. Okay, thank you so much. Hand over to you, Bhandari sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have really enjoyed this session. You have given very nice examples to clear out these concepts, and it will be definitely beneficial for us to prepare ourselves accordingly. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, so now it's time for lunch break. We'll meet at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Hello. Okay. So I would like to welcome all the participants again. Our last session will be conducted by Dr. Khyati Nirmal, Associate Professor, Computer Department, SNJB College of Engineering. She has earned a Master of Technology in IT and was awarded a doctorate degree in the field of machine learning from Care University in the year of 2022. Please, remaining participants, mute yourself. Okay. She is a recipient of various honors like Lady Engineer Award and International Award for Best Thesis by WCISE. She is contributing as a reviewer, session chair, and committee members to various international conferences and journals. I welcome you, ma'am. Now, I would like to request ma'am to take charge of the session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ankita. First, I would like to thank FOP, the organization committee of FOP for giving me chance to interact with the faculties who are taking the data science subject for third year AIDS. Please provide me the rights to share the screen so I can share my screen.
Yes, ma'am. Now you can
Okay.
share your screen.
Okay. Today I will take care about your 3 units. Second unit is, once again, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. So first thing I want to tell you that I will take care about your 3 units, second unit, fourth unit, and fifth unit. Post-lunch session is difficult to listen and difficult to attain. I know that, but I will try to give you the insight so it will be more useful for you. First, we will talk about the FOP is nothing but we need to guide the faculties that up to which depth as the clear instruction by the D.B. Patil sir that we have to give the clear instruction up to which depth you have to teach the subject. So first I will tell you from where you can get the all study materials like the Sanvi sir has told you already. So I have my blog that is khyathinirmalwordpress.com. So I will give you it into the chat box so you can access every study material from there only. Once again. So now you can access from here, whatever you need. Here the study material of DSPDA. Everything regarding the practical also you can find over here. If you will see the DSBDS AL, that is laboratory regarding the DSBDL. So we have the FOPs in the coming days for the practicals also. If meanwhile also if you need any help regarding the lab assignments or manuals or everything, I have my videos also which I have uploaded on the blog. So you can access from here. This is my blog. Here you will get the material of DSBD A study material and DSBD AL. And here we have some data sets also which we can use for the teaching purpose or practical purpose. So let me start with the session. We will start with the second unit. My screen is visible properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll start with it. So here we have, so first is the objective of an outcome of this particular unit. Your outcome of this unit is to apply the statistics for the big data analytics. Why we need statistics? That is the first need, and that we have to inculcate to the students why statistics is needed. So contents of the unit will be need of statistics for the data science and big data analytics, which are the central tendency measurements that we are using, and what are the dispersion measurements we are using. So here in central tendency, we will focus on the mean, median, deviation, and standard deviation. And then for the central tendency, we are going to mean, median, mid-range. And for dispersion, we are going to consider range, variance, mean deviation, standard deviation, like that. And along with that, we have to focus on the bias theorem, hypothesis, then correlation, then sample hypothesis testing, chi-square test, and t-test. So this is the scenario like that. So if we start with the first, that what are the components of data science? So the data science is comprised of mainly 5 things. Domain expertise we need, data engineering we need, advanced computing we need. But before that, we need is what? Statistics and visualization. Statistics is the first component of any data science. If we want to know about our data, you must know the how data is spread or how data is calculated. So statistics is nothing but the critical unit of data science, and we can say it is a method for science for collecting the data and how we are going to useful for get the insight. So this you have to tell to the students. These are the 6 need of statistics that you can explain, that like identify the importance of features, then relationship between the features. Your features should be in the required format. Your features should be normalized in scale. Further processing, we need some adjustment in the features. So nothing, data is what your features. Your features is nothing but what your data. So same 7 things I'm going to explain in detail. 1, 2, 3. This is you can explain in the detail. So this I'm not taking. Now know your data. What do you mean by data? So collection of object and attributes is data. And attribute is the property of data, like the eye color, you can get temperature, cost. This is nothing but for attributes. The attribute can be known by the various keywords. So dimension, if you will consider the consider the data warehousing domain, then your feature will be known as the dimension. In machine learning, it will be features. Statistics will be known your features, and dimension as a variable. When we are going to use data mining, it will be known as the attribute. So this is one and the same thing. If you are going to select the dimension, features, or we can say variables, attributes, this all are the one and the same thing. So this is what said. Now first we should know the data. So here what we should cover is, here you should know about the univariate data, bivariate data. Why we are going to differentiate with univariate and bivariate? Whenever we are going to apply any analysis methods to your data, so bifurcations are there. For univariate, we have the different method. For bivariate, we have different method. And for multivariate, we have different method. That we will see in the later on. So first you need to tell the students that what is the difference between univariate, bivariate, and multivariate. Univariate means only one feature or one variable we have. Like we have one class, and in that we have the 7 students or 8 students, and we are measuring the height in the centimeter. And then if we are going, this is what univariate, only one feature. In bivariate, we have 2 features, and in the multivariate, we have the multiple features. So this is the very basic about the attribute values. Then you have to cover the data attributes. We have the multiple type of attributes. So broadly, it is divided into 2 parts, qualitative and quantitative. Unless and until students will not know the properties of data, they are not able to identify which analysis method or which missing number value I should collect. Like for missing value, we have many methods. We have to replace the data which is missed, but for replacing that particular value, you must know which type of attribute or which type of variable, which type of features you have. Depending on that, you can select what your which method you are going to place for the missing value. So here we have 2 type of attribute, qualitative attribute, quantitative attributes, that you have to tell to the students. And by using the various simple examples, you can teach to the students. Like nominal, we have binary, we have ordinal, we have qualitative that we cannot count, and quantity that we can count. So quantitative, as I told, that we can count age, date, distance, IQ, weight. This is nothing but the quantitative. And qualitative means what? If you are agree or not, disagree or not, you are neutral, you are agree, or we can say good, better, best, red, brown, blonde color. This all are the qualitative attributes. Then how the measurables, how the quantity and how the qualitative attribute can be measurable. So when we are going to give the questions like how or how much, so how or how much, it is what your quantitative, and when we are going to define what or how and why, so this is what your qualitative. So nominal is what, when we have the nominal data, it is fixed set of values. Now fixed set of values means what, we have 4 types of season: summer, winter, spring and autumn. Or we can say only 3 type of values are allowed: good, better and best. So when we have to select the data from the selection one particular set, that is what the nominal. So this is nominal attribute. And which operations we can perform. Not only, you are not only to explain the what do you mean by nominal data, but along with this you have to tell the students that which operations, which characteristics of mathematical characteristics that data, the type of data is possessing. Why it is important? Because there are when we are going to use the data visualization techniques, so we have the, for different data attributes, we have the different type of data visualization techniques. Like for nominal, we have the different graphs. For ordinal, we have different graphs. So which type of characteristic possessed by which type of attribute, that you must know. So nominal, we cannot measure, we cannot give the order, it is not equidistance, and what is meaningful zero. These are the 4 main characteristics, mathematical characteristic, in spite I say, that should possess by the particular attribute or not. Depending on that, we can have the types of the attributes. So nominal data we cannot measure, we cannot order, we cannot equidistance, we have not the meaningful zero. So if we will move forward, so this is nominal data. Again, nominal data, if we have the only 2, so we have the, if male and female, so 0 and 1. So this is what, if binary data, nominal data which have the only 2 sets, that is what binary. In binary, again we have this symmetric binary and asymmetric binary. When both the options will be equal important, male and female, it is equally important in our case. So it is what, symmetric binary. And asymmetric binary means what, suppose present and absent, there are 2 states. So which one is more important? If I want to give the punishment, then I am interested in the absent student. So for me, absent have more weightage than the present. So depending on your task, if you are going to give the weightages, so this is what your asymmetric binary. Next thing is what, which type of data collection methods you can use. So this you can ask to the student, because in the practical, your first, your second practical is you have to create your data set. So these are how you to create the data set. So for creating the data set, data collection is the first step. So nominal data collection you can give by this type of the close-ended question. What is your gender? You can give the options. How do you have the smartphone, movie phone? So this is what your questions, and this is what your nominal data collection. Okay. Then how you can do the data analysis. After data collection, you have to do the data analysis for nominal set. So we have the simple frequency distribution and percentage frequency distribution. It means what? Suppose we have the political preference, Democrat, Republic and Independent. Democrat we have 13, for Democrat we have 13 answer, for Republic we have 9 answer, Independent we have 5 answer. So frequency we can give, percentage of frequency we can write. So data analysis technique. Now for data visualization, we can use bar chart also, we can use pie chart also. If we are going to use frequency, you can use bar chart. If we are going to use percentage frequency, we are using the pie chart. So this is the depth at which you can teach to the students, starting with the mathematical characteristics, then how you can collect the data, how we can analyze the data. So I'm not going to cover each and every type of this, but you can have the reference from my presentation and you can teach the students. So nominal data is what mathematical feature is. We can group it. We cannot do the sorting of data. Difference we cannot find out of the nominal data, and magnitude, multiplication, division we cannot apply on the nominal data. Next type of category is ordinal data. So in ordinal, again you can have the multiple examples. Which operation we can order out the ordinal data, because here we have the good, better, best. So this is data collection techniques. This is data visualization techniques. So which bar graph you can use, you can frequency distribution you can use. And in ordinal, we can group also and we can sorting also. So this is what the ordinal data. Then we have the discrete data. Then again, two types of data will be your discrete and continuous. So many a time students are having the doubt among the discrete data and the continuous data. So discrete data is what and this. So by giving the example only, you can teach to the student. So discrete data is what? Suppose it is counted. Counted means what? How many bugs I have. So here you can observe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 bugs I have. How many apples I have. This is what discrete data. And continuous data is what? We are going to count we are going to measure the thing, not the count. We are going to measure out the thing, which the standard, or we can say SI based units. Time we can measure in seconds, hours, length we can measure in the meter, millimeter, seconds, then mass with the using standard things. If we are going to measure out, it is continuous data. And if only we count, this is what discrete data. So you can take the example like that. Number of books in a book shelf, this is discrete data. But if we are going to count the number of pages in the book shelf, or this is what your numerical data. Number of students in the classroom is discrete, but weight and height of the students, it is what your continuous or numeric data. So you can take the different case studies. Temperature is what? So these case studies are available. So you can ask students, these are some case studies, and you can ask students to check their knowledge. Like volume of water in a tank, whether it is continuous or discrete. What it will be, can anybody, if you want, you can answer in the chat box. Volume in the water tank, it will be discrete or continuous? Volume of water, how you are going to measure out, or you are going to count? You are going to measure out. Okay, so you are going, if it is very good, Rucha ma'am and Radhika ma'am has given the answer, it means still participants are listening to it. So this is continuous data set. So likewise, you can give the assignment to students, and you can catch the students also. So this is what discrete. For discrete, the data analysis, we have the bar graph. This we can use for this one. Now, one of the property that we are going to use, it is what the meaningful zero. Now, what do you mean by meaningful zero? When we want to distinguish between the two type of the attribute, one must know the difference between meaningful zero or absolute zero. So what is absolute zero? Absolute zero means what? If for particular attribute, if I'm going to put value as a zero, it means absence of property. Agar maine aise likha, I have no money. No money means what? Zero money. Zero money means I don't have money. It means what? Absence of money. So this is what absolute zero. And next type of property is what? That is what meaningful zero or true zero. That is absent. Absent means what? Suppose I will say that temperature is 0 Celsius. Temperature is 0 Celsius. It means what? Temperature is not available. ऐसी कोई place नहीं जहाँ पर temperature available नहीं है. But temperature 0 is the value of that particular attribute. So this is what meaningful zero means, that the 0 point is the value of that property. But here it is not the, this is what the value of that property. Here it is what? Absence of property. So depending on that, we have what? The interval data and continuous data. So internal data have no meaningful zero. Interval data has the no meaningful zero. So temperature 0, not possible. Time 0, not possible. Date 0. So this is what? Interval data, no meaningful zero. Here it is not meaningful zero. So interval data can be of the measured. We can measure. We can order interval data. We have the equidistance. Equidistance means what? This is suppose my middle value from here and here. I have the equal distance. So equidistance we have, but here we don't have the meaningful zero. So this is the presentation of what your interval data. Now we have the continuous data. So in continuous data, here we can group, sort, difference, and the magnitude is multiplication and division is again not possible. Then ratio scale. In the ratio scale data, it is the equal distance, and again it is have the meaningful zero. Now age 0, temperature 0, 0 Kelvin, it is possible. Distance 0, possible. How it is possible? If 2 points are on the same position, distance is 0. Interval can be 0. weight can be 0. So this is what meaningful 0 is present. So when the meaningful 0 is present, it is what your ratio scale data. So ratio will go all the properties, measure out, ordered, equidistance, and meaningful 0. Again, every mathematical operation we can perform on the ratio scale. Okay. So again, this is the case study of interval ratio. Somebody is telling that I'm earning 20 hours per hour, and he is saying I'm earning 30 hours, $30 per hour. And first person is earning $20 per hour. Second person is earning $30 per hour. So what we can predict is this person is $10 less than the second person. And this is what 66% greater than the Pujan. So either we can write in the percentage or we can write in the units. So when we are going to count in the type of units, it is what interval. And when I'm going to consider in case of the percentage, it is what your ratio type. So again, this is the example of one interval ratio. So you can ask, these are all case studies. So you can ask students to solve the case studies. So how we can define the attributes? So is there any order of the numbers? If orders are present, then we can say it is orders are present, then it is goes to ordinal type. And if order is not present, it is nominal type. Again, in the ordinal scale, if absolute 0 is present or not, depend on that we have types. We have taken one case study of shopping mall. So this you can take like this. What is your age? So this is which type of attribute? What is your marital status? So likewise, you can take the case study of shopping mall and you can ask the students to complete. And in this way, you can identify the nature of. So this you can write out, and this is how we are going to have the continuous variable and how we are going to represent that continuous variable. So we have, if we have one continuous variable, you can use the histogram. Two continuous variable, if we want to show the relationship, we can use the scatter plot. So this all are already covered in the visualization. So I'm not much focusing. If it's discrete data, so discrete data again we can part in the bar chart. Categorical data we can pie chart. Binary data again we have the pie chart. Ordinal data we have the graph. So when we want to center the location of the data, center location. So center location means what? Here you can easily find out the center location, but here we cannot find out the center location easily because it is skewed data. Skewed data means what? Either left hand side or right hand side we have the maximum values, but in between values can be what we cannot measure out the central perfectly. So this is what you're locating the center of your data. So we have various methods to center of the data. This is the skewed data. So we have to better understand, we have the central tendency and how the data is spread out. For that dispersion of the data, we have the median, max, mean, and all. So this is numerical dimensions. We are going to sort it out. So this is nothing but dispersion of data, how it is going to do. So central tendency, we have to teach to mean, median, and mode. So mean is nothing but the sum of the values divided by number of this. Again, we have to focus on the tree mean. Tree means the central tendency. Smallest and highest value, we are going to cut it down and then we are going to find out. So this tree mean you have to find out. Then difference between tree mean and arithmetic mean you can ask the students, so it is available. So when we have to teach is why mean fail. So mean will be fail when we have this skewed data. So this data in the descending order, so sometimes it will be fail. And when the mean is fail to indicate the central tendency, we have to see mean is what this, but it does not give me central tendency. It is presented over here, but ideally my mean is over here, but central tendency means what? It should be between this one. Okay, so this is what mean is fail to measure out the central tendency or display the central tendency. So we should go on to the next one, that is the median. Median is what? Middle value of the data set. So if the odd number of records, we can easily find out. If we have the even number of records, it is the average value of middle 2. This is what the median. Again, you have to ask the students, median is not only for the continuous data. When we have the range of data, this is how to find out the median. One example I have taken. Again, you have to for the group data. When I have the group data means what? If I have one classroom, in that I have measured out that the 10 students, 4 students have the 10 kgs of weight, 7 students have the 20 kgs of weight, 12 students have 30 kgs of weight. This type of data if I have, and if I want to find out the median, so here we have the different formulas. So student should be able to calculate this type of median also, because last time in the exam we have asked this type of questions. So how to find out the, when we have the frequency table, how to find out the mode. So here first we will find out everywhere we have the formulas and we have examples. So I'm not going to take the examples in the detail. If you will refer my presentations, you have the detailed idea. So number of records are 60. Then we are going to find out the mean value. So mean value is 30.5. Then we have to find out the cumulative frequency, which is greater than your mean value. So cumulative frequency we have find out. Cumulative frequency is nothing but 4. 4 plus 7 is 11. 11 plus 12 is 23. 23 plus 15 is 38. So likewise we have what? 15 plus 38 is what? 51. 51 plus 13 is 56. So we can find out the cumulative frequency, and we are going to frequency which is having your middle frequency. So 38 we have selected. In the next step, which value is corresponding to 38? It is 40. So we can say the median of marks of the students will be 40. So in this way, we can have the different different method to find out the mode of the data. This you can ask the students. So this is the formula, and you can ask the students to find out. This is for the likewise with the continuous also. For every type of data, we have the different mode techniques. So you ask the students. Now we have the mode. Mode means what? It is the most frequently happening in your data set. So two-wheelers are more than cars. So two-wheelers have the more greater than your the four-wheelers. So this is like that. If we are going to 90 occurs maximum number of times, so 90 will be your mode. So we have possible that if the every particular value occurs 1 only, so we don't have the mode over here. We have 2 modes also. If 10 or 12, here you can observe that 10 and 10 appears twice and 12 appear twice. So here we have the 2 modes. Likewise, we can have the mode of the data. Again, we have different formulas to find out the mode for the continuous data. If we have the continuous data, so we have different method to find out the mode. So this you can, so how we can find out, we will see that. Suppose into 0 to 100. Suppose this is the given data in the urban area, and this is the income. 0 to 100, I have the 5%, 100 to 200, 7%, like that. So here we have find out what the frequencies. Out of this frequency, now we are going to first highest frequency. So highest frequency is 18. So our first model class is the highest frequency is 18. The class associated with this frequency is 300 to 400. So this is our model class. After model class, if we have to find out what the F0 and F1. So F1 is the F1 is what your model class. F0 is what? Lower boundary. Lower boundary means what? 300 to 400. Lower boundary of 300 to 400 is 300. So this is lower boundary. Then F1 is frequency of 300, 400. F0 is the previous frequency, that is F0 frequency. So that is 12. F2 is the post frequency, that is 16. And this is the formula. When we are going to put in the formula, we get the 375. So in this way, we have the different techniques to find out the mean, mode, and mode for the continuous data also. So as I told you, the level of measurement for the different, if we have a different type of data sets, different type of data attributes. So if our data attributes are of nominal type, so if our data attributes are of nominal types, so what we can select is, if it is nominal, we should always select the mode. We have to replace with the mode. If it is ordinal type, we have 2 options. Either we can replace with the mode, or we can replace with the median. If it is interval, we can select anyone, mode, median, or mean. Ratio also we can select mode, median, and mean. So in this way, we can select what? Central tendency for this one. Next one we have is what the mid range. Mid range is nothing but the difference between lowest and highest. So this we can ask within the example I have taken. Then we have to take the relationship between mean, median and mode. So this is the empirical relation, we can say that. So right skew data, left skew data. Here you have to find out the empirical relation between mean and median. So for right skew data, it is true, and for left skew data is also true. So we can say that this is the empirical relation mean, and this can be a question of your examination, that that is the what is the relation between mean, median and mode, or we can say empirical relationship. So this is all about the natural tendency, central tendency. Then we have the measure of dispersion. If you have any questions in between, you can ask. Okay. Or you can type meanwhile in the chat box also, so I can answer your questions. Then we have the measures of dispersions. So measure of dispersion is range, variation, standard deviation, mean deviation. So already DV Patil sir has told you that one website we have, math is for fun. From that you can take the reference and you can teach the students. Range is what? Range can be measured by subtracting the lowest value from the massive number. It means what? Highest minus lowest is nothing but what? Your range. So highest minus lowest is what? Range. But range is influenced by the outlier. Outlier means what? See, here we have the one value 60 and 60 is outlier. So now range of the marks will be 41. Initial of the range of marks is what? 18. So we can say that here it will be influenced by the outlier. So when we have the proper data, we can use the range, but if we have not the data is not the clean, so we cannot, range is not the preferable. Here we have the IQR. IQR is the very important if we are going to consider the practical aspect also. We are going to use IQR to fill the missing number also. So while filling, you must know what do you mean by IQR. So explain very well to the students that what do you mean by IQR. IQR is what? That it is quartile means what? 4 equal parts. You are going to divide your data into 4 equal parts, and out of this equal parts, then you are taking out the median. So this you can, we can see using the example. So we have the first part and we have the second part. So, and then we are going to find out what median of it. So ascending order of the sequence. Then very first step is you have to write down in the ascending sequence, and then you have to locate the median. After median, now we have two halves. One is the first half and the second half. From the first half, you have to find out what? From the first half, you have to find out the middle value. Second half, you have to find out the mid value. And then Q3 minus Q1. So 24 is what? Your IQR. Now, this is in case of what? If your number is what? Even. But if we have the odd number of numbers, if we have the odd numbers, so 72 is what? Your median. First half and second half is divided, but 72 is the middle value. So there are two things. Either you can include it or you can discard it. So with inclusion, what we can do is 72 will be added to first half also, and 72 is added to the second half also. See here, you can observe. So now we have what? This is first half. So we have to find out what? Q1. So Q1 is what? 57 plus 61 divided by 2. Here 77 plus 81 divided by 2. This is what? 79. So with inclusion, if we are going to do, now IQR is Q3 minus Q1. So Q3 is 79 and Q1 is 59. So it is 20 with inclusion. Now exclusive means what? You are not going to consider 72. This is your first half. This is your second half. This Q1 is the middle value of first half. Q3 is middle value of second half. Again, Q3 minus Q1 is what? Your 24. So here we have 20 value. Here we have the 24 value. So this is what the IQR. So this is the very useful measurement of your data. And depending on that, we have the DSBDL assignment 2, detection of outlier using IQR. If the IQR, if my value of attribute is greater than IQR or less than IQR, so I can say that that are the outliers. So this you can find out using the interquartile range, and this is the assignment 2. So you can see. Now measures of dispersion, this is the mean value, this is the range value. So this is what the dispersion. Now we have the what? Variance. Variance means what? Variance is the average of the square difference from the mean. Square difference means what? Here I have the marks of student 30, 50, 70. So mean of this is what? 70. And here of mark student is what? 70, 70, 70. Again, mean is 70. So two data sets are not identical, but their variance is identical. When this is the case, your variance is identical. So what to do? So here we have the formula to find out the variance. So this formula I'm skipping because already we are running behind time. 310 it is. So it is like how we can find out the variance and what the variance will indicate you. So variance, say this is the variance. Now mean deviation and variation. So here you can observe that. Mean deviation is what and variance is what? Variance is what? Like how the mean deviation is computing for that, how far your values in the data from the center point se tumhara data value kitna dur hai, this will be given by the mean deviation. And variance is what? Variance is nothing but the giving you the central tendency. So we can say that average of square, तुम्हारा average क्या है, वो ही क्या देगा तुम्हारा variance type of things. So this is what mean deviation and the variation. So this you can ask the student to solve. And then we have the standard deviation. So standard deviation we can calculate, and this is the example that you can take. Okay. So these are the mathematical terms. Then you have to teach the Bayes theorem. Bayes theorem is nothing but likelihood, priority, and this. So sir had given you one example. I am taking the another example, that is the playing card example. By using the playing card example, you can teach the students the Bayes theorem. It is very common. You can get the so this Bayes theorem, I'm not going to teach in detail, but Bayes theorem you have to teach in the detail, and examples on the Bayes theorem will be necessary. So which type of examples you have in the Bayes theorem, that I will concentrate. So in exam, you have the example like this. A certain university have the 4% of men over 6 feet tall and 1% of women who are 6% all. The total number of population is divided in the favor of women. So this type of questions you have to find out the probability, to find out the classes. Suppose 3 companies we have, A, B, C, and I'm taking my notebooks of a school from this 3 company, A, B, C. So A is providing 25%, B is providing 35%, C is providing 40%. And from my past experience, the notes which are defective and received by company A, it is 5%. Notes are defective and received by company B is 4%. So these are the statistics given. And question is what? If a notebook was found defective, then what is the probability that that particular notebook will belongs to supply by A? So this type of questions students are able to solve if you are going to teach the Bayes theorem. So that's why the Bayes theorem is introduced in the syllabus. Now the most and the last important part from unit 2 is the hypothesis testing. Here the students mostly get confused, and by using various examples, you have to teach the students that what do you mean by hypothesis. I will teach you one example in detail and will give you the what do you mean by hypothesis. So hypothesis is an educated guess about something, and that can be testable. So we can take the recent example of the COVID and Covaxin. So we have 2 types of vaccine available in the market. So my hypothesis is what? Covaxin is better. How can I tell that Covaxin is better? Or somebody is telling that Covishield is better. So how it is better? So this is what the question of research, and this can be answered by what? Both vaccine, or we can answer that both have the same efficacy. If this is what my hypothesis statement, Covaxin or Covishield, both will be same. So this is what my hypothesis statement. So research question, from research question, you have to design what the hypothesis statement. So research question is what? Which one is better? And you are going to derive what the hypothesis statement from the research question. So how you can teach to the student. So here I have one real-time pedagogy that we have taken in the classroom. Who can solve the Sudoku faster, girls or boys? This is my research question. And then I have made the group in the classrooms and make the students of girl student and boy students, then solve the examples. Then the Sudoku time for solving that girls and boys will take that are the same. This is my hypothesis. मैंने ऐसे सोचा था कि girls and boys there is nothing to do with the girls and boys while solving the Sudoku. So यहाँ पे मुझे क्या पता चला? This is my hypothesis. अगर मुझे ये hypothesis को test करना है, if I want to test the hypothesis, so first I want to create the statement, then I have to build the model, then I have to test the hypothesis, and then we have to try to refine the result. So hypothesis testing means whatever we are going to prove. Now, when we are going to stick to the hypothesis testing, as I said that, अगर मेरे पास 1000 samples है, so I cannot use that 1000 population. I have to select some particular samples, and from population I have to select what the sample. So whenever I'm going to select some sample out of the population, and then I'm going to derive what the data. So problem is what? There are two types of hypothesis. One is null hypothesis and one is the alternate hypothesis. So what do you mean by null hypothesis? If I will say that all dogs have the 4 legs, everybody are agreed with me? Yes or no? All dogs have 4 legs? Yes or no? Yes, all dogs have the 4 legs. But when I can say that I have something, so 5% of dogs have the 3 legs also. So this is what the alternative hypothesis. So we have the null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis. So null hypothesis is what? The status quo. Status quo means what? No statistical significance difference between 2 variables. So we can take the example. Here we have 2 trees. One is having the flower and one tree don't have the flower. So what my hypothesis statement is, अगर मैं कोई ट्री को लेमनेड वाला वाटरिंग करती हूँ प्लांट वाटर में, तो उसके ऊपर जो फूल है वो इजीली और फास्ट आते हैं. सो इट इज हाइपोथेसाइज्ड दैट द फ्लावर्स वाटर विद द लेमनेड will grow faster. जिसको लेमनेड से मैंने किया है वो फास्टर ग्रो करेगा कंपेयर टू जिसको मैंने लेमनेड से नहीं किया है. So this is what my hypothesis. So there is no statistical relationship between the water and the growth of the flowers. So there is no relationship. This is means what? Null hypothesis. And bilkul uska ulta, alternative. If one plant is fed with the lemonade water, then it will grow faster than the second plant. So I have some variations between the 2 variables. So when I have some difference between the 2 things, that is what your alternative hypothesis. So mostly the null hypothesis is what? Then we are going to prove what? Alternative hypothesis, and we want to give the wrong value to your null hypothesis. So we have taken 2 examples over here. So we can take the example of hypothesis testing. Suppose एक स्टूडेंट का असाइनमेंट ड्यू है मतलब क्या? उसकी डेट चली गई है असाइनमेंट सबमिट करने की. नाउ उसको मैडम पूछते हैं, नाउ टीचर इज आस्किंग दैट हाउ मेनी डेज यू विल टेक टू कंप्लीट द असाइनमेंट. सो हाउ द स्टूडेंट विल प्रेडिक्ट कि मुझे कितना टाइम लगने वाला है. सो बेटर वो क्या करेगा? ही विल आस्क टू द स्टूडेंट्स हु हैज ऑलरेडी सॉल्व द असाइनमेंट. फॉर वो क्या करेगा? वो सैंपल्स इकट्ठा करेगा, उसके फ्रेंड्स को पूछेगा, एंड देन ही विल कैलकुलेट व्हाट द एवरेज. किसी को 6 days लगे, किसी को 5 लगे, किसी को 7 लगे, देन इट विल टेक द एवरेज, एंड देन उसको उसका सबका मीन क्या मिल गया? एवरेज का उसको मिल गया सैंपल मीन इज 6.1. नाउ इनिशियली उसने क्या सोचा था? 6 days आर इनफ, बट मुझे कितने दिन लगे? 6.1. So this is what this type of hypothesis you can ask to the student. So this is what hypothesis testing, this you can ask to students. Now we can one thing that I want to focus is there are 2 type of hypothesis. One is one-tail hypothesis and two-tail hypothesis. Two-tail hypothesis means what? When mu equal to 6, matlab sample mean is 6. So if it's less than equal to 6, we are going to reject. If it is greater than or equal to 6, we are going to reject. We need exact number of value is 6 only. So this is what your two-tail hypothesis. Okay. Now next one is what? We have the one-tail hypothesis. So one-tail hypothesis means what? Suppose मुझे क्या करना है? मुझे मेरा गोल जो है one-tail hypothesis. So one-tail hypothesis क्या है? अगर मैंने ये यहाँ का डिस्टेंस इंक्रीज किया, बॉल को हिट करने का 20 मीटर से। सो 20 या मोर देन 20 से अगर मैंने डिस्टेंस इंक्रीज किया तो मेरा टारगेट मिलने का चांसेस बढ़ जाते हैं। सो 20 और मोर देन 20, तो मुझे क्या करना है, 20 और मोर देन 20 होगा तो मैं उसको सिलेक्ट करूंगी, अदरवाइज मैं उसको रिजेक्ट करूंगी। सो 20 और मोर देन 20, सो लेस देन और इक्वल टू 20 होगा तो मुझे उसको रिजेक्ट करना है, ग्रेटर देन 20 होगा तो मुझे उसको सिलेक्ट करना है। सो इसके लिए मुझे क्या लगेगा, तो वन टेल हाइपोथेसिस, सिर्फ एक ही साइड का हम लोग चेक करते हैं, ठीक है। सो वी हैव द टू टेल एंड वी वन टेल। सो likewise you can have the students now. What are the type 1 and type 2 error? So type 1 and type 2, there are two types of error in the hypothesis testing. So type 1 error is what, एक very simple example से मैं आपको बताती हूँ, so तुम लोग students को बता सकते हो. Passengers and railway reservations, I have taken the case study of this. Railway reservation में अगर कोई passenger criminal नहीं है, safe है, there are two category of passenger, one is safe and one is criminal. अगर मैंने सेफ पैसेंजर है, इनोसेंट पैसेंजर है, उसको मैंने क्या दिया, टिकट का रिजर्वेशन दिया, गुड, दैट विल गोज टू वेयर, कि वो पैसेंजर है, वो नॉर्मल है, नॉर्मल ह्यूमन बीइंग है, इनोसेंट है, और मैंने उसको क्या दिया है, 1 सेकेंड, okay, I'm using the annotation so it will be clear. Okay, so what we have, here we have, if the passenger is normal and we are giving the reservation, so it is okay to give the reservation. So this is what we can say, that this is normal case. Second case, this is what good conclusion. Okay, and passenger is not innocent, वो innocent नहीं है, and we have not given the reservation. Okay, वो innocent नहीं था, वो सबके लिए safe नहीं था, इसलिए हमने उसको reservation नहीं दिया. There is no issue. So this will go to what, this type of, there is no error, यहाँ पे error present नहीं है. Now type 1 type of error and type 2. Now type 2 what, the passenger is not innocent, passenger innocent नहीं है, then also we had given the tickets. Passenger is not innocent, then also we had given the tickets. So this is really bad, this will harmful to all the passengers. This is type 2 of error. And type 1 of error is what, it is not ideal. कोई passenger innocent है, लेकिन मैंने उसको टिकट नहीं दी तो क्या होगा, सिर्फ जो innocent है ना उतना ही harm होगा, उसको ही harm होगा. There are nothing to do with the other passengers. So type 1 error we can moderate compared to type 2. Type 1 error is what, the moderate. So this you can ask the students. There are many ways to tell this story to the students, so this you can use. So type 1 and type 2 error, type 1 is the alpha error and type 2 is the beta error. So this type of alpha error and beta error you can ask to the students, and these are the various examples to solve the hypothesis problems. So we have the chi-square also and we have t-square also. So usually we have to use the statistics books, Kothari ka book अच्छा है, that you can use, or I have the so here we have what, the one method, that is chi-square method. So chi-square method generally हम लोग use करते हैं वो decide करने के लिए कि hypothesis statement true है या फिर false है. So here we have the two type of chi-square. One is the goodness for fit and second one is the goodness of independence. So whenever we are going to follow any type of hypothesis, believe me, there are 5 steps. T-test है, P-test है, chi-square है. For different type of attributes, we have different type of hypothesis method. You can observe over here. See, if अगर मुझे दो वैल्यू के बीच में रिलेशनशिप फाइंड आउट करना है, सो आई हैव व्हाट, दी नॉमिनल डेटा है, सो मुझे chi-square यूज करना है. अगर इंटरवल रेशियो है तो मुझे रिग्रेशन यूज करना है. इफ मुझे उसका मीन फाइंड आउट किया है, अगर मीन फाइंड आउट किया है और उसका क्या वेरिएंस नोन है, अगर वेरिएंस नोन है तो मुझे क्या यूज करना है, Z टेस्ट यूज करना है. अगर वेरिएंस नॉट नोन है तो मुझे T टेस्ट यूज करना है. अगर मैंने दो सैंपल, ये सिंगल सैंपल के लिए है, अगर दो सैंपल्स है तो उसको मुझे डेटा स्ट्रक्चर है क्या, अगर डेटा स्ट्रक्चर होगा तो मुझे इंडिपेंडेंट यूज करना है, और अगर डेटा इंडिपेंडेंट होगा तो मुझे सैंपल टी टेस्ट यूज करना है, और पेयर होगा तो मुझे क्या करना है, पेयर टी टेस्ट। नाउ इंडिपेंडेंट एंड पेयर मींस व्हाट, सपोज दो वेरिएबल है, अगर किसी की हाइट होगी तो उसका वेट होगा ही, तो जितने स्टूडेंट्स की हाइट है उतने ही स्टूडेंट की वेट है, तो उसको हम लोग पेयर्ड बोलते हैं। एंड इंडिपेंडेंट मतलब क्या, मैंने 10 स्टूडेंट्स का मैंने मीन लिया था फाइंड आउट करने के लिए उसको मैथ्स में कितने मार्क्स है, और 20 स्टूडेंट का मैंने फाइंड आउट किया साइंस में कितने मार्क्स है, तो विच सब्जेक्ट इज बेटर, तो ऐसा मुझे जब दोनों का फाइंड आउट करना है लेकिन दोनों का पॉपुलेशन डिफरेंस है, तो उसको हम लोग इंडिपेंडेंट बोलते हैं। सो डिपेंड ऑन योर डेटा एट्रीब्यूट्स वी हैव डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ द हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग। So we have the 5 step. First step is what, पहले हमें null hypothesis और alternative hypothesis डिजाइन करना है, देन हमें अल्फा टेस्टिंग को प्रेडिक्ट कर लेना है, फिक्स कर लेना है अल्फा वैल्यू को, फिर हमें डेटा एरर्स के लिए चेक करना है, देन वी हैव टू assumption फॉर द टेस्ट, एंड फाइनली हमें हमारा कंक्लूजन ड्रॉ करना है। सो we'll take the directly the example. So this is the formula, that is frequency of outcome minus expected frequency divide by what, uska square divide by expected frequency. Now I will tell you कि how it will work. Suppose मेरे पास एक random sample का bag है. In this random sample of bag, 10 bags I have, 100 pieces of candies of 5 flavors. हर एक बैग के अंदर 100 पीसेस है और ये 100 पीसेस में 5 फ्लेवर्स है। सो 5 फ्लेवर्स है तो वी हैव द कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ फ्लेवर्स, तो वो जो कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ फ्लेवर्स है वो इक्वल है कि नहीं वो हमें फाइंड आउट करना है। सो हमारा हाइपोथेसिस क्या होगा, द प्रपोर्शन ऑफ द 5 फ्लेवर्स इन ईच बैग आर सेम, मतलब अगर मेरे पास 5 कैंडीज और 5 फ्लेवर्स है, एक में 100 है तो कितने होंगे, 20-20-20, ईच फ्लेवर के 20-20-20 होने चाहिए। तो ये मुझे प्रूव करना, ये मेरा नल हाइपोथेसिस है। एंड अल्टरनेटिव हाइपोथेसिस क्या है, द प्रपोर्शन ऑफ द 5 फ्लेवर्स इन विच बैग्स आर डिफरेंट, तो ये मुझे क्या करना है, ये मुझे नहीं करना है। सो एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी, सो मेरा हाइपोथेसिस क्या है, द प्रपोर्शन ऑफ द 5 फ्लेवर्स इन ईच बैग आर सेम एंड दिस आर व्हाट डिफरेंस। सो एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी मींस व्हाट, जैसे मैंने बोला हर एक बैग में 100 पीसेस है, 5 फ्लेवर्स है, सो इक्वल नंबर मतलब क्या, 20, तो माय एक्सपेक्टेड फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या हो गई, इट इज 20। ओके, सो एक्सपेक्टेड 20, सो हर एक बैग में अगर रेड कैंडी, मेरे पास कितनी बैग्स है, 10, तो हर एक बैग में रेड कैंडी अगर 20-20-20-20 है, सो टोटल रेड कैंडी मेरे पास कितनी है, 200। सो 200 पीसेस ऑफ ईच फ्लेवर मेरे पास होने चाहिए। आइडियली कितने होने चाहिए, 200 बट जब मैंने बैग ओपन किया तो आइडियली मुझे क्या मिला, एप्पल के 180, चेरी के 120, ग्रेप के 225, लाइम के 225 और ऑरेंज के 225, बट माय आइडियल वाज व्हाट, 200। सो अभी हम लोग यहाँ पे क्या करते हैं, अल्फा वैल्यू सेट करते हैं। जनरली वी आर गोइंग टू कंसीडर, इफ इट इज नॉट गिवन इन द एग्जामिनेशन, आस्क स्टूडेंट टू कंसीडर अल्फा इज 0.05 only. So after 0.05, now we have the formula. That formula is what? The formula that we have seen, that is what? O minus E. O is what? Outcome. Original frequency. E is what? Expected frequency. So we have the original frequency minus expected frequency. So observe minus expected. So observe is 180. Expected is what? Minus 200. Now we are taking the square difference of this. तो उसका मैंने square difference किया. Then I'm going to divide with the expected number, and then I'm going to finally I will go to sum up of this. So when I'm going to sum up of this value, then I will give the chi-square calculated. So what will be the chi-square calculated? Chi-square calculated is nothing but the value that we derive by using that particular formula. So this is what chi-square calculated. So in our case, the chi-square calculated is what, 52.75. Now what we can derive, if chi-square calculated is less than chi-square table. See, whenever we are going to ask this type of question in the examination, हम लोग log table use करते थे. Likewise, log table we have the chi-square calculator or chi-square table we have. So हमें एग्जाम में वो प्रोवाइड करना पड़ेगा स्टूडेंट को chi-square का टेबल. I will show you how that will look. So अगर मेरा chi-square calculated chi-square टेबल से लेस देन है, तो I cannot reject at 0. I cannot reject at 0. कब मैं रिजेक्ट करूंगी at 0? जब मेरा chi-square calculated chi-square table से क्या है greater है, at that time I can select. Next one is what p value table. एक p value table रहता है जो मैं बोल रही थी आपको. जो p value table में हम लोग क्या करेंगे, अगर p value table की वैल्यू अल्फा से ग्रेटर है तो हम लोग h0 को नहीं रिजेक्ट कर सकते. अगर p वैल्यू टेबल की अल्फा से लेस देन है तो हम उसको रिजेक्ट करेंगे. सो नाउ वी विल सी दिस इज द टेबल. ओके, सो ये टेबल हमें एग्जाम में क्या करना पड़ेगा, स्टूडेंट्स को देना पड़ेगा. नाउ हमें क्या करना है, अभी फाइंड आउट करना है. सो ये फाइंड आउट करने के लिए वी नीड टू थिंग्स. वन इज व्हाट, अल्फा. सो अल्फा हमने प्रेडिक्ट किया है 0.005. सो दिस इज फिक्स. अल्फा हमने 0.05. नेक्स्ट इज वी नीड इज व्हाट, डीएफ. डीएफ इज डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम. हमारे पास कितनी कैटेगरीज है, 5 कैटेगरी, 5 फ्लेवर्स है. सो 5 minus 1 is 4. सो जब हम लोग 5 और 4 का देखेंगे, सो हियर व्हाट वी हैव इन दिस टेबल 0.05 and 4. This is 9.48. Now my 9.4 is greater than calculated value. Calculated value क्या थी, 50.75. If it is like that, so chi-square calculated is greater than chi-square table. So we can what, we can reject the h0. h0 मतलब क्या, null hypothesis reject करेंगे कि सबकी equal frequency है. What we can give is the सबकी equal frequency नहीं है. We have what, the different frequency. So we can reject the properties are the equal. So in this 5 step we can have the proof of hypothesis. So this is interpretation of the result, what was the expected and what was the actual. So this is the practice example. So in same way, this slide this is for chi-square t-test of independence. Same we have. So I have the example of every type of test, every type of hypothesis example I have, so that you can teach to your students. So this is regarding hypothesis testing. And then we have what the last topic of this unit is the correlation, Pearson correlation. It is nothing but the, when we have two measures, that is height and width, and if you want to find out the relation between those two, so that we can calculate using the Pearson correlation. And as the much value of Pearson, if the Pearson की value 1 से near है, या तो फिर 0 to 1 के बीच में possess करता है Pearson correlation, the more the value of Pearson correlation nearer to 1, we can say that that particular two quantity are highly correlated. So here you, by using the example, you can solve it and you can ask the students that they are highly correlated or not. So किसी का example था कि features कौन से select करने चाहिए, तो जो closely correlate होंगे वो हम लोग क्या कर सकते हैं, select कर सकते हैं, reject कर सकते हैं as per our applications. So this was regarding third unit. Sorry, second unit. So if you have any question, you can ask regarding the second unit, or you can type your question in this chat window also. Okay. So this was the regarding the second unit. Now I will share the third unit. Meanwhile, if you have any question, you can ask. Third unit was covered by the Sanghvi sir, so I will start with the fourth one. Sorry. Fourth and fifth, I'm not taking much time. I'm just giving you the overview, and you can have the so second unit is regarding the predictive big data analytics with the Python. So here much practice you have to take about the Python code. In examination, we can the Python code also can be asked in the examination. So here there are two course outcomes should met. Students should implement the big data analytics using Python programming. See, this is the first objective. So in SEM exam or in the internal exam, you must ask the code to write the students, so the outcome will be fulfilled. And here also we have to apply to some statistics. So Python, why we are using Python, this all are, you are knowing, there are 4 main libraries that you should teach: NumPy, Panda, SCI Py and SCI KitPy. Okay, so you can ask the difference between NumPy, Panda, and this to the students. And the very much powerful package or library we can say is the ScienceKit library. Here we have the ready-made algorithms for the packages for dynamic prediction, classification, clustering, and all. So this you can ask the student. Data pre-processing. So data pre-processing, cleaning, data transformation, data reduction, discretization, this was all part of first unit. And sir has already taken some part in the using the Excel tool. So how to handle the missing data, this you have to tell in the detail in the first unit, and that you can do. Now your focus is we have three type of analytical. In this unit, we have to focus on three types of analytic types: predictive, descriptive, and perspective. Predictive is what could happen in the future. That is predictive. Then we have the in the life cycle phases of the predictive: data collection, analysis, statistics, modeling, deployment, and the monitoring. So this you can teach to student. Predictive type. Example of predictive type will be social media, weather, retail, healthcare. This is what predictive. Then we have what examples, case studies you can share with the student. Descriptive. Descriptive means what? Here the first phase of analytic involves what? Only collection of the data, and then we are depicting what characteristics we are going to study. This is what the descriptive, only description we have. So regarding the company, so company का production कितना है, finance क्या है, क्या क्या operation है, sales क्या है, inventory क्या है, this is what your descriptive data. Okay, and then with perspective. Perspective means what strategy you will apply, what variety you can introduce in the market, so your sale will be introduced. So this is what the traffic application, product optimization. So this you can use. So mainly you can go for the what happened, that is descriptive. Why did it happen, that is diagnosis. Then what will okay, so I will teach slowly because I want to cover more, so I'm repeating like that. So we have four types of things that we have to focus. One is descriptive, diagnosis, predictive, and perspective. Now we'll take only one case study. Descriptive analysis mode. What happened? Suppose मेरी कोई company है and वो company में मेरे पास क्या है? Production company है. In that production company, what happened? सो कितना सेल हुआ, मार्च में कितना हुआ था, अप्रैल में कितना हुआ था, देन जून में कितना हुआ था, दैट इज व्हाट द डिस्क्रिप्टिव. डायग्नोसिस, अगर मेरा जून का सेल 2 लाख का था और जुलाई में मेरा सेल कम हो गया 1 लाख का, सो व्हाई, दिस इज व्हाट डायग्नोस्टिक. व्हाट विल हैपन नाउ, अगर मैंने कोई नया प्रोडक्ट मार्केट में लाया तो मेरा सेल बढ़ेगा क्या, दैट इज व्हाट प्रेडिक्टिव. मेरा सेल बढ़ेगा क्या, दिस इज व्हाट प्रेडिक्टिव. एंड पर्सपेक्टिव, हाउ कैन वी मेक इट हैपन, मैंने क्या स्ट्रेटजी लानी चाहिए जिससे मेरा सेल बढ़ेगा, दिस इज व्हाट द पर्सपेक्टिव. सो योर इनसाइट टू द फोरसाइट. तो यहाँ पे हमारे पास क्या है, रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन डिस्क्रिप्टिव, प्रेडिक्टिव, पर्सपेक्टिव. तो दिस आर दी 4 एनालिटिकल टाइप्स वी हैव. सो यहाँ पे एक एल्गोरिथम आता है, दैट इज मार्केट बास्केट एनालिसिस. सो मार्केट बास्केट एनालिसिस इज व्हाट, एसोसिएशन एनालिसिस. सपोज हम लोग मार्केट में कुछ परचेस करने जाते हैं, सो कुछ चीजें ऐसी होती है जो साइड बाय साइड वी आर गोइंग टू परचेस. इट मींस व्हाट, इफ वी आर गोइंग टू परचेस मोबाइल, देन द प्रोबेबिलिटी टू buy the mobile cover will be increasing. So mobile and mobile cover, laptop cover will be both together. So this we can this is what our transaction data we have. From this transaction data we have the frequent item sets, which 2 items which we have that we frequently bought together. So this is what the frequent item set mining. So in frequent item set we have observed that mobile and mobile cover, if these are the 2 things that are frequently generated. So from this frequent item set we can find out the association rule. If mobile, then mobile cover. If laptop, then laptop cover. So this is what frequent item set, and this is what my association rule. So these are the transaction data set is given. From this transaction of data set we are supposed to find out the like milk and bread and butter. So this type of things we have to find out. So how we can find out the support, confidence and lift? There are three things. So total transaction, suppose I have 2000. Out of that, 200 customers have purchased the mobile. 160 participants, or 160 customers have purchased screen guard, and mobile and screen guard both together 120. मतलब ऐसे customers है जिन्होंने सिर्फ मोबाइल लिया है 200, सिर्फ स्क्रीन गार्ड लिया है 160, मोबाइल एंड स्क्रीन गार्ड दोनों साथ में परचेस किया है 120. So what will be support for this? So frequency of mobile plus screen guard divided by total number of transactions. So 120 divided by 2000 will give me support. Confidence will be what? Frequency of your mobile plus screen guard divide by frequency of mobile. मतलब मुझे क्या फाइंड आउट करना है, कितने ऐसे कस्टमर्स है जिन्होंने मोबाइल के साथ साथ मोबाइल का कवर भी लिया है. तो 6% ऐसे स्टूडेंट, ऐसे कस्टमर्स है जिन्होंने मोबाइल के साथ साथ मोबाइल कवर भी लिया है. 60%, 6%, 60% आई हैव. तो 60% ऐसे कस्टमर्स है जिन्होंने मोबाइल के साथ मोबाइल कवर भी परचेस किया है. तो लिफ्ट मतलब क्या? सपोर्ट ऑफ दिस, सपोर्ट हम लोग फाइंड आउट करेंगे. उसके बाद दोनों का टुगेदर सपोर्ट, उसके बाद सपोर्ट ऑफ मोबाइल एंड सपोर्ट ऑफ मोबाइल कवर, तो ये मुझे लिफ्ट मिलेगा. सो ये क्यों यूज होता है मार्केट में? जब भी हम लोग बिग बाजार या फिर कहीं शॉपिंग में जाते हैं, टेल आस्क द स्टूडेंट्स, कौन सी चीज परचेस करते हो तुम्हें क्या फ्री मिलता है, क्या चीज लोगे तो क्या चीज पर डिस्काउंट मिलता है. अगर लैपटॉप लेते हो लैपटॉप कवर पे डिस्काउंट रहता है. सो विच टू थिंग्स आई शुड सेल टुगेदर, ये फाइंड आउट करने के लिए मार्केट बास्केट में मेरे पास क्या है, एक एल्गोरिथम है, दैट इज व्हाट? एसोसिएशन रूल माइनिंग. सो अगर लिफ्ट इक्वल टू 1 है तो देयर इज नो रिलेशनशिप, there is no relationship. Here lift is what? 7.5. so lift, जितना lift higher होगा positive relationship उतनी ही ज्यादा होगी. so if lift is greater than 1 तो positive relationship है मोबाइल और उसके स्क्रीन गार्ड के बीच में. if lift is less than 1 तो negative relation है, we cannot sell mobile and screen card together. अगर मेरा lift नीचे आता था तो. so this type of case studies you can take and you can ask students that if mobile then mobile cover. So here we have the support, confidence and lift. Then I have taken the another example. So this you can cover support, confidence and lift. This you can show to the student. And then we have the a priori algorithm. So this is market basket analysis and association rule. This you can teach to the students by taking the example, any real-time example that I have taken, or you can have the some descriptive example also. So this I have taken using this example. This is one way. And second way to find out the frequent item set is the frequent pattern growth. So first algorithm that we have studied is association rule mining. Second algorithm is what? The frequent pattern growth. This is the second algorithm. So FP growth is the some improvement in what? Your association rule mining. And here we have the another algorithm that is FP growth algorithm. So FP growth algorithm, how it will work? FP growth algorithm, we have the transaction and we have the items. Then we are going to find out the frequency of items. A is present how many times? C, D. So this example I have taken. This is the example. Frequency of A is 1. Frequency C of is 2. D की frequency 1 है. E की frequency 4 है. Likewise. So now minimum support. जब भी हम लोग थ्रेशोल्ड या फिर कॉन्फिडेंस फाइंड आउट करते हैं, सम शुड बी मिनिमम. सो मिनिमम शुड आइडियली इट शुड बी गिवन. सो योर आइडियली सपोर्ट शुड बी 3. सो नाउ वी हैव व्हाट? एज पर माय फ्रीक्वेंसी, जिसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी बिलो 3 होगी दैट आई कैन रिजेक्ट. मुझे सिर्फ क्या सिलेक्ट करना है? जिसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी ग्रेटर देन 3 है दैट आई एम गोइंग टू सिलेक्ट. So here K की frequency 5, E is having frequency 4, M is having frequency 3, O is 4, Y is 3. Rest of all I am going to reject. See, frequency of U is 1, so I am not going to consider. Only the frequency which is greater than minimum of support that I am going to consider. So this is what FP growth. Now item set was given. Now we are going to into ordered item set. Ordered item set means what? Now out of K, E, K, M and O, Y, विच वन हैव द हाईएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी। तो यहाँ पे हम लोग ऑब्जर्व करेंगे तो यहाँ पे किसकी फ्रीक्वेंसी हायर है। सो यहाँ पे k की फ्रीक्वेंसी इज हायर, यू कैन ऑब्जर्व दैट फ्रीक्वेंसी ऑफ k इज 5। सो मैंने k पहले लिखा, e इज 4 तो मैंने बाद में लिखा, तो इसको मैंने ऑर्डर सेट में यहाँ पे लिखा है। तो दिस इज आइटम सेट एंड दिस इज ऑर्डर्ड आइटम सेट। नाउ ये ऑर्डर्ड आइटम सेट में से मुझे क्या करना है, यहाँ पे इसको ऐड करना है। तो फर्स्ट मेरा ट्री में नल रहता है, नल से स्टार्ट होगा। So we have the K, then we have E, then we have M, then we have O, then we have Y. So K, E, M, O, Y. So this is done. Now next, K, E, O, Y. So we can say K and E. This is already covered. So here we can start with the O, then we can tell the Y. So next step is what? K, E, then we have the O and Y. So here we are going to consider O and Y. See. E, O, and Y. So K, initially K was 1, E was 1. Now second time K will appear. So now K is 2, E is 2, O is 1, Y is 1. K, E, M. Now K की वैल्यू 3 हो जाएगी, E की वैल्यू 3 हो जाएगी एंड और एक उसका नोड ज्वाइन हो जाएगा M. So which is already there. तो M की वैल्यू क्या हो जाएगी 2. So in the next step K will be 3, E will be 3, M will be 2. Again we have the K, M and Y. So K is already there, but K is not connected to M. So new node will be created for M. K की value increase हो गई Y, and then we have this done. So likewise, what we have K, M, Y. Then we have the K, E, O. So again K की value क्या हो जाएगी 5. Then E will be 4 and E हो जाएगा 2. So this way we have what the tree data structure. After this tree data structure, this is the tree data structure KEMO1. So KEMO1 first, then is KEO1, KM1. So likewise, we are going to KE2. So here we are going to find out that what we are going to consider Y. We are going to skipping what item set is what YOMEK. So जो item set मेरा leaf node में है, that I am going to select. So leaf node में क्या है Y है, यहाँ पे O है, ये भी लीफ नोड है। यहाँ से एक हमारे पास क्या है KEO, तो लीफ नोड में जो होगा हम लोग यहाँ पे सिलेक्ट करेंगे। सो वी हैव द आइटम्स YOMEK। नाउ ये जो पाथ था उसमें Y की फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या थी 1 थी, तो हमने Y एलिमिनेट किया, यहाँ पे 1 लिखा। देन वी हैव व्हाट द KEO, सो KEMO, ओके, सो ये हमने KEO लिखा। देन KMY, सो K, M and Y, K, M and Y, तो Y को हमने स्किप करके क्या लिखा 1 लिखा। नाउ सर्च फॉर दी O, तो O कहाँ पे प्रेजेंट है, दैट यू हैव टू सी। O इज प्रेजेंट ओवर हियर, ठीक है, O इज प्रेजेंट ओवर हियर आल्सो, ठीक है। सो यहाँ पे जब O प्रेजेंट है तो इसमें यहाँ तक का पाथ क्या है KEM। यहाँ पे जब O प्रेजेंट है तो यहाँ का पाथ क्या है हमारे पास ओनली KE, एंड देन वी हैव रिटर्न 2 बिकॉज यहाँ पे 2 लिखा है। M तक भी जाने का पाथ कितना है हमारे पास KE एंड देन 2, ओके। देन M तक जाने का पाथ सिर्फ K है, सो वी आर राइटिंग K। E तक जाने का पाथ ओनली 1 वी हैव, सो लाइकवाइज वी आर गोइंग टू राइट व्हाट the detailed path we are going to write. This is what pattern base, and after writing the pattern base, now we are going to select what conditional frequent pattern set. Conditional means what, यहाँ पे which is the highest repeating value. So K is highest, so that is what 3. Here K and E 3 times, 2 plus 1 is 3. Here K is present 1, 2 and 3, so it is 3. K is present what, here 2 plus 1 is 3. Here K is present 4 times. So likewise what we can do is frequent pattern we can find out, and out of this we can find out what the frequently generated pattern. So this is what FP growth. After FP growth we have the next session is regression. Regression is here we have one dependent value, one independent value. So here we have the X value and Y value, and depending on X and Y, we are going to find out what the linear regression. So linear regression, one example you can take from the student, that like we have the Y equal to alpha plus beta of X, and then you can take one example of the regression also. So this is the regression example. Then we have the logistic regression. So difference between linear and logistic is important. Logistic regression is like we have what predicted values, and it is depend on the probability, but Your linear is dependent on the value only. What is the temperature? This is what linear. And the rain, that will be a rain or not. This is what prediction. So this will go to the logistic. So linear and logistic we have. Then we have to teach the navy bias example also. So classification we have to teach to regression and logistic regression plus navy bias. So this is the navy bias and decision tree example. So in decision tree example, you have to teach the entropy, information gains, and then you can take this example, play golf example. This example is everywhere available and it is very common. So navy bias example you can take, and in this way you have to teach what navy bias example and decision tree, that is a part of navy bias only, and then linear regression and regression, this of this. So for every particular thing, if you are taking the example, so it will be easy for the students to understand and for you to explain also. So all examples are available on my blog and videos are also available, so you can have a look on it. So in this way, we have finished with the unit number 4. Now we will go to the unit number 5. So meanwhile, if you have query, you can ask into the chat box only, because we are lagging behind the time and we have to cover one more unit, that is 5th unit. So here we have the what outcome is what data visualization using various tools in the Python programming. So here main focus in the clustering algorithm, X analysis and model evaluation. See here again it is necessary that you should able to write the Python code for the k-means clustering, hierarchical clustering. This is expected from the student along with the elbow method. Now what is clustering? So first you have to tell the students clustering means what? Clustering is what? The grouping of the data. Grouping of means what? Similar the samples having the similar value will lie into one cluster. So this is what we have so we can make the clusters of similar data and we can target the audience. It means what? Agar mujhe koi ek aisa group milta hai.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Huh?
Sorry to interrupt, but you haven't shared your PPT.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sharing.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what clustering. So in clustering, we have to deal with the grouping of similar data. If I'm targeting, if I know that some particular community is belongs to like diabetic things, and so I should focus on what the product related to diabetes. So this is like that. From clustering, we can focus on the particular type of clustering. So there are 2 types of clustering, k-means and hierarchical. Along with that, we have to study what the time series analysis also. So we start with the k-means. It is unsupervised learning, and how the k-means clustering will work. So initially the data will be given. Out of this data, 2 representative will be there. One is red and one is blue. So the instances which are nearer to red will go to the red part, and the instances which are nearer to blue will go to the blue part. Now problem ये है कि हम लोग कैसे find out करेंगे कौन सा near है. So for that we have the Euclidean distance formula, and Euclidean distance formula समझेगा कि which instance is nearer to which group. So suppose this is data, and here we are going to divide into 3 different groups. So this is like that, before k-means and the after k-means. And here we have given the link of Python code and link of the solved example. So Euclidean distance is nothing but what if I have the x1, y1 and x2, y2 in the formula, then x1 minus x2 square plus y2 minus y1 minus y2 ka square. This will give me the Euclidean distance. And if the Euclidean distance means what? If it is smaller, then the 2 instances are nearer. If the Euclidean distance is more, that particular 2 instances are far away from each other. So in this way, your k-means clustering will work. Now, how many cluster I should design? Again, it is important. K-means में cluster कितने होने चाहिए? 2, 3 या 4. So we have the elbow method, and elbow method, using elbow method, you can demonstrate that. Here we have the elbow like shape. So here we have, ideally we have the number of clusters should be what? It should be 5 or 4. 4 और 5 के between होने चाहिए. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clusters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clusters. So here we have the 5 clusters. Likewise, we have the hierarchical clustering. It is again, hierarchical clustering is one type of the unsupervised learning only. Here there are two main things. One is the dendrograms and one is the linkage function. So how the hierarchical clustering will work, that I will show you. Suppose we have the data, student ID and student marks. Okay. Now I am going to assign all points to one cluster. मतलब इनिशियली हम लोग ऐसा कंसीडर करते हैं सारे पॉइंट एक ही क्लस्टर में है. देन हम जो नियरेस्ट 2 है वो फाइंड आउट करेंगे. सपोज 1 and 2 वे दोनों से नियर है, सो हम लोग 1 और 2 का ग्रुप बना देंगे. देन वी कैन रियलाइज अगेन दैट विच वन इज मिनिमम. सो 1, 2, देन 3 and 4 आर मिनिमम और 3 and 5 इज मिनिमम, तो मैंने 3 और 5 को क्लब कर दिया. देन 1, 2 and 4 इज मिनिमम, तो मैंने उसको क्लब किया. सो इनिशियली वी आर गोइंग टू कंसीडर कि वो सब एक ही उसमें है 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 में. देन वी आर गोइंग टू हैव व्हाट द क्लस्टरिंग. सो 1 and 2 नियर था तो हमने पहले 1, 2 क्लियर किया. फिर उसके बाद हमने उसके साथ 4 ज्वाइन कर लिया. 3 and 5 नियर थे तो उसको हमने बाइनरी रिप्रेजेंटेशन कर लिया. सो दिस इज व्हाट हियरार्चिकल क्लस्टरिंग. हियरार्चिकल क्लस्टरिंग में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, बाइनरी रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, मतलब एक ही उसके क्या होते हैं, 2 लेवल्स रहते हैं. सो दिस इज व्हाट हियरार्चिकल क्लस्टरिंग. After hierarchical clustering, we have the time series analysis. Time series analysis में we have 4 parts: trend, seasonal, irregularity, cyclic. Trend मतलब क्या? There is no fixed interval. मतलब trend कुछ भी एक चीज है, कभी ट्रेंड में आती है कभी ट्रेंड में जाती है. We cannot predict anything, तो उसको ट्रेंड बोलते हैं. सीजन्स में क्या होता है, जैसे रेनी सीजन आता है तो क्या होता है, अम्ब्रेला का सेलिंग बढ़ता है, तो सीजनली वो बढ़ रहा है. यू कैन ऑब्जर्व, पर्टिकुलर सीजन में बढ़ता है डाउन होता है, पर्टिकुलर सीजन में बढ़ता है डाउन होता है, सीजनली. साइक्लिक एक फिक्स पैटर्न फॉलो कर रहा है. जैसे रिजोल्यूशन लेते हैं, जनवरी में क्या होता है, रिजोल्यूशन लेने वाले लोग बहुत ज्यादा होते हैं कि मैं एक्सरसाइज करूंगा ऐसा, तो जनवरी, फरवरी, मार्च 3 महीने तक उनका स्टडी चलता है. अप्रैल, मई, जून में डिग्रीज होता है. ऐसा हमें एक पूरी साइकिल दिखाई देती है पूरे साल में. तो दिस टाइप ऑफ डेटा इज साइक्लिक. इरेगुलर मतलब हम लोग क्या कुछ प्रेडिक्ट ही नहीं कर सकते. इरेगुलरिटी है. ट्रेंड मतलब क्या, वो लीनियर है, आइदर वो अप जा रहा है आइदर वो डाउन जा रहा है, ऐसा अपन कुछ तो ही बोल सकते हैं. लेकिन यहाँ पे कुछ भी प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते. इरेगुलरिटी नॉट, हम लोग बहुत चैलेंजिंग है उसको प्रेडिक्ट करना, तो उसको हम लोग क्या बोलेंगे, इरेगुलरिटी. तो दिस इज टाइम सीरीज एनालिसिस. एंड टाइम सीरीज एनालिसिस में अरीमा मॉडल्स यूज होते हैं जो हम लोग यूज करेंगे प्रेडिक्शन के लिए. So this was about time series analysis, and it is not expected that ARIMA model students should go into the detail, but only ARIMA model why we are using, and some description of ARIMA model is necessary. Then text analysis. आजकल जो भी होता है वो टेक्स्ट से होता है. ट्विटर में हम लोग क्या करते हैं, ट्विटर का यूज करके हम लोग फाइंड आउट करते हैं कि विच कम्युनिटी आर इंटरेस्टेड टू विच. फेसबुक में तुम लोग कुछ भी सर्च करते हो तुम्हें उससे रिलेटेड एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिखाई देती है. सो दिस इज बिकॉज ऑफ व्हाट द टेक्स्ट एनालिसिस. अगर मैंने फेसबुक में कभी भी सर्च किया है बास्केटबॉल की टीम, तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मुझे क्या होगा, पेजेस दिखाई देंगे जो बास्केटबॉल के रिलेटेड है. दिस इज व्हाई, बिकॉज वी आर यूजिंग द टेक्स्ट एनालिसिस. सो टेक्स्ट एनालिसिस में हमारा जो एल्गोरिथम यूज करते हैं दैट इज TF-IDF एल्गोरिथम. सो TF-IDF एल्गोरिथम के 4 पार्ट है. टोकनाइजेशन, हम लोग क्या करते हैं, फर्स्ट स्टेप हम लोग उसको डिवाइड करते हैं टोकन्स में, मतलब स्टेटमेंट को हम लोग डिवाइड करते हैं. तो फिर उसमें से स्टॉप वर्ड रिमूव करते हैं. स्टॉप वर्ड रिमूवल मींस व्हाट, इज, ए, द, दिस आर द स्टॉप वर्ड्स. सो दिस वी कैन रिमूव बिकॉज दैट विल नॉट यूज फॉर द गुड एनालिसिस. Then we will apply the stemming and lemmonization, and then we will go for the this one. So we'll see one example so it will be clear. This is a sample. Tokenization means what, हमने उसको tokens में divide किया. Stop words. Stop word means what, is, am, are, we are going to eliminate it. So हमने उसको eliminate कर दिया. ठीक है. सो रिजल्ट में क्या बचेगा, जो द, ऑफ, वो सब डिवाइड करके हमें क्या मिलेगा, वो मिलेगा. स्टेमिंग. स्टेमिंग मतलब क्या, अभी हम लोग कभी कभी क्या करते हैं, ट्विटर में हम लोग जब टाइप करते हैं तो कोई स्टडीज लिखता है, कोई स्टडी लिखता है, कोई स्टडी लिखता है, तो क्या होता है, उसका सफिक्स जो है ना वो रिमूव हो जाता है, और सबका सफिक्स रिमूव होके हमें सिर्फ क्या मिलेगा, स्टडी मिलेगा. तो स्टडीज का क्या मिलेगा, स्टडी, और स्टडीइंग का मिलेगा स्टडी. सिर्फ सफिक्स रिमूव होते हैं स्टेमिंग में. और लेमाइजेशन में क्या होता है, स्टडीज का स्टडी में कन्वर्ट होता है, लेकिन ग्रामेटिकल करेक्ट वर्ड क्या है, स्टडी। तो मुझे क्या मिल रहा है, स्टडी मिल रहा है। स्टडिंग का क्या होगा, स्टडी। तो स्टेमिंग मींस व्हाट, सिर्फ सफिक्स रिमूव होते हैं, एंड लेमाइजेशन मतलब क्या, उसके साथ साथ उसका ग्रामेटिकल भी करेक्ट वर्जन मिलता है। तो स्टेमिंग और लेमाइजेशन होता है वर्ड्स का। उसके बाद क्या होता है, इनफॉर्म का स्टेमिंग क्या होगा, इनफॉर्म। लेमाइजेशन क्या होगा, इंफॉर्मेशन। इंफॉर्मेटिव का क्या होगा, इनफॉर्म, इसका लेमाइजेशन होगा इंफॉर्मेटिव। कंप्यूटर्स का कंप्यूट हो जाएगा, लेमाइजेशन कंप्यूट ही रहेगा। सो दिस इज लाइक अकॉर्डिंग टू आवर एप्लीकेशन वी कैन सिलेक्ट आइदर स्टेमिंग और लेमाइजेशन। उसके बाद जो पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच होती है उसमें नाउन्स कौन से, वर्ब्स कौन से, एडजेक्टिव कौन से, एडवर्ब कौन से, उसमें क्या होता है, हमारा पर्टिकुलर वर्ड उसमें क्लासीफाई हो जाता है। अगर मैंने ऐसे बोला कि काउंट, तो काउंट विल बी नाउन, तो उसको टैग मिल जाएगा नाउन का, काउंट वर्ड को, ठीक है। देन ब्यूटीफुल, तो ब्यूटीफुल क्या हो जाएगा, एडजेक्टिव, तो उसको ए टैग मिल जाएगा। सो यहाँ पे क्या होता है, हम लोग एक एल्गोरिथम यूज करते हैं, दैट इज टर्म फ्रीक्वेंसी एंड इनवर्स डॉक्यूमेंट फ्रीक्वेंसी। This is what text analysis model, TF-IDF. So how the TF-IDF algorithm will work? पहले हम लोग क्या करेंगे, एक वर्ड है उसके कितने occurrence है डॉक्यूमेंट्स में वो फाइंड आउट करेंगे। Then we are going to divide that particular frequency with the total number of words in the document. Suppose मेरे पास एक डॉक्यूमेंट है उसमें 2 सेंटेंस है। सी यहाँ पे 2 कंसेप्ट है, एक क्या है टर्म और एक होता है वी कैन से कॉर्पस। कॉर्पस मतलब क्या, सेंटेंस। सो एक डॉक्यूमेंट इज कलेक्शन ऑफ कॉर्पस। तो वी हैव 2 कॉर्पस, वन इज ए एंड वन इज बी। तो पहला जो कॉर्पस है, जुपिटर इज द लार्ज प्लैनेट। तो कितने नंबर ऑफ वर्ड्स है, वी हैव 5 वर्ड्स, जुपिटर इज द लार्जेस्ट प्लैनेट। देन बी, मार्स इज द 4th प्लैनेट फ्रॉम द अर्थ, 8। तो हमने 8 वर्ड्स है। अभी हम लोग क्या करेंगे, उसकी टर्म फ्रीक्वेंसी फाइंड आउट करेंगे और उसकी इनवर्स डॉक्यूमेंट फ्रीक्वेंसी फाइंड आउट करेंगे। सो टर्म फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या होगी, जुपिटर हाउ मेनी टाइम्स इट इज इन योर फर्स्ट कॉर्पस। जो फर्स्ट रहता है ना वो सिर्फ कॉर्पस का रहता है, सिर्फ स्टेटमेंट ए का रहता है। जुपिटर स्टेटमेंट है वो फॉर ए, फर्स्ट कॉर्पस के लिए एक ही बार आया है तो 5, इज एक ही बार आया तो 1 डिवाइड बाई 5। नाउ सी द कितनी बार आए, ओनली 1 टाइम, सो 1 डिवाइड बाई 5। लार्जेस्ट 1 टाइम, सो 1 डिवाइड बाई 5। प्लैनेट 1 टाइम, 1 डिवाइड बाई 5। ओके, सो ये हो गया उसके लिए। नाउ नेक्स्ट वन इज व्हाट, नेक्स्ट वर्ड्स आर मार्स, 4th, फ्रॉम एंड सन। सो ऑल वर्ड्स वी हैव रिटन, जुपिटर इज द लार्जेस्ट प्लैनेट, मार्स। नाउ अभी हमें टर्म फ्रीक्वेंसी बी के लिए फाइंड आउट करनी है। तो बी में जुपिटर प्रेजेंट है क्या, नहीं है, तो 0। B में is present, yes. How many times? 1 time. 1 divided by m. The is present, yes, 2 times. The and the. So this is 2 divided by 8. Largest is present, no. So this is 0. Clear? So in this way, we are going to find out what the term frequency. After find out the term frequency, then we are going to find out IDF. IDF means what? Inverse document frequency. Out of 2 corpus, this word is present in how many corpus? Suppose Jupiter hai. We have two things, inverse document hai. This is what, in your inverse document. So inverse document मतलब क्या, एक में ही present है, एक में ही present है मतलब क्या, 1 divide by 2, and 1 divide by 2 उसका inverse is what, 2 divide by 1, और उसका हम लोग logarithm find out करते हैं। So 2 divide by 1. Now is present in both, so 2 divide by 2, so it is 0. So automatically you can see that is will not give you any information, so uska IDF ho gaya 0. Clear? So in this way we are going to find out IDF. So TF and IDF uska hum log product karenge, and this product is what, TF IDF. Okay, so in this TF IDF we are going to use what, this. Then we have the social network analysis. This I have covered like that कि मुझे community detect करना है, recommendation system बनाना है, text classification करना है. So I can use what, the text analysis. Text analysis is used in the Twitter. So here we have the graph theory we can use, and from this graph theory we have the text analysis. And last is what, the cross validation. So cross validation is nothing but suppose we have the 10 number of data sets, and divided for the machine learning model. Your data set is divided into training part and testing part. So कौन सा part training में जाना चाहिए, कौन सा part testing में जाना चाहिए model evaluation के लिए. So model evaluation करना means what? It is like that कि मेरा मॉडल कितना परफेक्ट है, उसकी एक्यूरेसी क्या है, वो फाइंड आउट करने के लिए मुझे क्या लगेगा, मॉडल इवैल्यूएशन लगेगा. सो मॉडल इवैल्यूएशन के लिए आई नीड टू टाइप ऑफ डेटा, ट्रेनिंग डेटा और टेस्टिंग डेटा. सो विच वन बी ट्रेनिंग डेटा एंड विच वन टेस्टिंग डेटा. तो उसके लिए जो टेक्निक्स यूज होती है दैट आर क्रॉस वैलिडेशन. क्रॉस वैलिडेशन में इनिशियली व्हाट वी कैन सी इट, माय आई एम गोइंग टू डिवाइड माय डेटा सेट इनटू द 10 पार्ट्स. पहले मेरा फर्स्ट पार्ट विल बी टेस्टिंग एंड 2 to 9 विल बी ट्रेनिंग. सेकेंड टाइम मेरा 2 जो होगा दैट विल बी टेस्टिंग एंड 3 to 10 प्लस हमारा फर्स्ट वाला दैट विल बी योर ट्रेनिंग. सो इसको हम लोग बोलते हैं क्रॉस वैलिडेशन. सो यू कैन ऑब्जर्व दैट सबसेट 1, सबसेट 2, सबसेट 3. जो रेड से वो टेस्टिंग डेटा है, ग्रीन है वो क्या है, training data set. So these are the like we have the training data set and the testing data set. Okay, so we can finish by 4:15. We can finish by 4:15. So we have the training data set and we have the testing data set. So how initially जब हम लोग split करते हैं, it is recommended that you have to use 70% as a training data and 30% as a testing data set. Okay, so बहुत सारी methods है that you can use for the cross validation purpose. So random subsampling we have, randomly we can select the data and that can be a cross validation. Then we have the parameter tuning, hyper tuning we have. So this is important. What is parameter tuning? Parameter tuning means what? जब हम लोग कोई algorithm, we are using different machine learning algorithms. So these algorithms are dependent on some input parameter. As we have seen the k-means clustering. Now accuracy of k-means clustering is depend on what value of k you are going to select. So I have wisely choose the value of k. Value of k मुझे बहुत wisely choose करना है. So value of k is what? Selecting the value of k is my hyper parameter, input parameter. This is what my hyper parameter. So the best part is to choose very wisely choosing this parameter. तो इसको हम लोग क्या बोलते हैं? Parameter tuning. This is what your parameter tuning. कितने number of iterations होने चाहिए? Okay. जब हम लोग decision tree पढ़ते हैं, so how many layers we have? K in classification है, तो what will be the k value of k? So this all what parameter tuning. So for that purpose we need the parameter tuning. So we have 3 ways to decide the parameter. मैन्युअली कर सकते हैं, रैंडम कर सकते हैं, ग्रीड कर सकते हैं. मैन्युअल में हम लोग क्या करेंगे? इनिशियली हम लोग k की वैल्यू 3 लेके देखेंगे, k की वैल्यू 4 लेंगे, k की वैल्यू 5 लेंगे, एंड देन वी विल ऑब्जर्व द एक्यूरेसी. इफ वी विल गेट द गुड वैल्यू फॉर k इक्वल टू 5, we will stick to k equal to cluster equal to 5. This is what manual. Randomly हम लोग pick up करेंगे 2, 3, 4, 5. Randomly will start with the 4. Greed search. This is the expensive method. Greed search में हम लोग क्या करेंगे? क्या क्या possibilities है? एक पैरामीटर की possibility क्या है? दूसरे पैरामीटर की possibility क्या है? फिर उसके every permutation combination हम लोग check करते हैं. And every permutation combination की accuracy we are going to record. And then जो best देगा वो हम लोग square select करेंगे. This is what the greed search. Okay. So this is regarding your this. So this way done. Then in model evaluation, we have the next point is the this I have skipped because this we have already covered in the type 1 and type 2 error. So this is nothing but the true positive, true negative that we have seen in the type 1, type 2 error. So that's why I have skipped. Here we have the one example of confusion matrix. Exam point of view, confusion matrix is also important. Here you have the examples to solve for the confusion matrix. So you can have this. Now, next one is 1 second now. I have some issues. 1 second only. Okay, so we are and ROC line. So confusion example you can teach the student. Then we have the ROC curve. What is ROC curve? So ROC is the receiver operator characteristics. This is mainly used for evaluation of binary classification problem. When we binary classification means what? Particular, I only two class, pass and fail. There is nothing to do with second class, third class, or distinction class. So this is what only pass and fail. So binary classification ka jo performance hai, for that purpose, evaluation of that purpose, I am going to use ROC curve, AUC ROC curve. So ROC is receiver operator characteristic and AUC is the area under the curve. So this is regarding one. First, I will tell you the example of this one. So it will be true positive, true negative, false positive, false negative. That you have to ask to the students. True positive means what? If the student is fail and my machine learning model is also giving fail. So and fail is my negative class. This is true negative. Okay. Suppose my machine learning, my one student is pass and machine learning also giving me pass. So this is what my positive class is pass, machine learning also giving me pass. This is what true positive. Okay. Likewise, we have the false positive. False positive means what? Initially, my the student was fail, but machine learning giving the positive. So this is what false positive. False negative is what? Initially, the student was passed, but machine learning model gave the negative. These are for the false negative. And depending on this false negative and false positive, we have the TPR, matlab true positive ratio, false positive ratio, and we have the AUC ROC curve. So by giving this example, you can ask the students. So this was the regarding my last unit, and that is the 5th unit. So if you have any questions, you can ask regarding material. If you have any questions, you can ask. And one more thing I want to focus is that we have the reference books with us also, and me and Sangvi, our 4 faculties of our college has written one book of Gigatech publication for the DSBDA. So you can refer this book if you want it. Okay, so you can refer this book because in that it is strictly related to our syllabus only, and every particular aspect that we have covered, it is given in that only. So if you need to ask anything more, any material you need, or any point you have to give to the focus, so you can write into the chat box. I hope my I have covered it speedily because I have the time given was only 2:30 to 4 and I have to cover 3 units. So I tried my best to give you the detail. I hope this will be useful to you. Thank you. Thank you organizer or BOS for having me faith and giving me chance to interact with the AIDS faculties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am, for guiding us and making us acquainted with the important concepts of data analysis and statistics. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Ms. SD Pagar, Assistant Professor, SNJB College of Engineering, to give vote of thanks.
Thank you, Ankita ma'am. I, Surbhi Pagar, one of the coordinator of this faculty orientation program, on behalf of SNJB College of Engineering, I propose a vote of thanks. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. V.H. Patil, Chairman of BOS Computer, SPPU, Dr. S.S. Sane, Member of BOS Computer, SPPU, Dr. P.M. Yavalkar, Member, BOS Computer, SPPU, for giving us opportunity and providing the guidance. I express my gratitude to Dr. M.D. Kokate, Principal, SNJB College of Engineering, and Dr. M.R. Sangvi, Vice Principal, SNJB College of Engineering, for providing encouragement to conduct this program. I am also grateful to Professor Rajiv R. Bhandari, HOD, AIDS Department, for the valuable suggestions for smooth conduction of this program. Lastly, I want to thank all the participants for cooperation. Now I request all participants to turn on their cameras so that we can have a group photo. Please turn on the cameras. Okay, thank you, the participants. We had the photo. All the material which is required for this FOP has been already shared inside the WhatsApp group. If anything is needed more than that, that also will share inside the group. The feedback link will be shared till the evening of this day. We are ending the session over here. Thank you once again.